just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows just cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really wanna know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's Effie from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live in sunny Montreal, Canada for 3 full days of flips, fists, and cards you can't afford to miss. It's time for Super Slam! I am Howling Minds. This is Pankaj Bhojwani, who I'm very lucky to have in the booth with me this weekend. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing really well, Scott. I am so excited. World Premiere weekends are just absolutely such a blast. So many cards we still haven't seen yet, which are just about to be revealed.
There is an awful lot to discover. I'm excited to see what this format is all about. I'm excited to share it with the folks at home. And I believe so is Bryan Gottlieb, who might not be joining us in the booth this weekend, but has decided that playing the World Premiere might be a good idea.
And I love hearing him speak about the cards as he opens them. Remember, he works like a few sets ahead, but when he comes back to these cards, he talks about the design and the development that went into making these cards and how it fits the themes of the sets, the themes of the different heroes. I'm so excited to hear from him.
Absolutely. I want to know more about this to make my job a little easier. I'm sure you want to know more about this for similar reasons. So how about we make our way down to the feature match area with Sam and Bryan and take a look at Super Slam.
Another release means it's time for another world premiere, and this one looks to be just about as super as any that have come before. Sam O'Byrne and Bryan Gottlieb here to bring you some very new and very exciting cards, because a bunch of players out there, Bryan, are opening packs, which means only one thing. We're about to see some cards for the very first time.
World premiere time, baby. You feel it in the room, Sam. Everyone's buzzing right now. The first ever packs of Super Slam. Besides, what was the term we used for the person who absconded with Super Slam in advance?
I don't know.
Dipshit, something like that. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Oh, James?
Yeah, somebody may have gotten a little bit ahead of schedule, but now we're on the proper pace, and we're fully ripping into Super Slam at this point.
And that means we have some cards being available for the very, very first time, including some new cards that we haven't seen that are part of Super Slam, but not necessarily in the limited format, because I speak, of course, of the expansion slot. And Bryan, there are a couple cards that we still have not seen. I'd like to give you the opportunity to spoil them for people at home for the very first time.
Yeah, I don't want to waste any more time. Like, if you haven't seen it, now it's time to see it. Bring it over. It is Parched Terrain here being presented for the first time. Draconic instant aura. Heroes cannot gain life at the beginning of your end phase. Put a sand counter on this, then destroy it unless you banish a red card from your graveyard for each sand counter on it. You know, kind of a niche effect, very much in that sideboard type range. But I spoke with Ethan about this card. He was actually quite excited about it just in terms of Fang. He thinks one of Fang's hardest matchup is Verdance. Having a little bit more cover for life gain might prove to be valuable. So I think this is a card, you know, a little bit of future proofing going on with cards like this. We like doing that in the expansion slot sometimes. But still, maybe a niche tool early on in its existence.
Yeah, this one's an interesting one. I have to imagine that y'all in the dev room, every time you think of a new name for counters, you know, Burn Them All had raise counters. Yep. This is sand counters. Every time somebody did, like, we'll call this sand counters. And kind of like Salt Bay, like, I think we'll just do this.
Yeah,
you
a
know,
little artistic
Yeah.
drop.
Oh, what about sand counters? That must be pretty nice. All right, Parched Terrain, this one's looking to be exciting. Now, we talked about niche effects. We talked about effects that, you know, have to find their ways into Flesh and Blood. This effect, it ain't feeling too niche, if I'm going to be honest. This effect's feeling relatively standard and strong. Talk to me about Gallo, end of the line.
So Gravy Bones, bit of a transitional phase right now. First of all, I think he's going to be just fine. Second of all, he's going to have to shift his build a little bit. Lost, of course, red Tipple, yellow Tipple. We've already seen some replacements for that. I believe a top 8 out of Battle Hardened right out the gate on that first effort to replace those cards. But now picking up a new ally, and it is Gallo, end of the line. And if Gravy did have a weakness previously, it was that those allies were very easy to farm your on-hit triggers off of. Things like Whirling Mist Blossom going ahead, picking up 2 cards almost at will. Yeah, Gallo gives some cover for that, and it's also going to give cover for, you know, we're always building out kits as time goes on, and one of the things that will get built over time are anti-ally measures. Some of them may be based on hits. Things like Gallo are going to be ready to go ahead and stop any shenanigans along those lines.
Yeah, this is an exciting card, I think, for a lot of reasons. An interesting stat line, costs 3. You need to maybe use the Death Threads to get the resource, but it's not going to hit as hard as Anka or something like a Sawbones. But man, the prevention of on-hit effects, this card's going to do some work.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Yeah. Looking ahead now, we are going to talk about some cards that are coming up in Super Slam, but this is that's the last expansion slot card. That means the cards we're about to look at might have to be in a different category. I think the word rhymes with reprints. We're going to get to that in just a second. I do just want to talk about
rhymes with reprints.
Reprints, Bryan.
Oh, okay.
Reprints, Bryan. Reprints rhyme with reprints. That is before we get into the actual world premiere event where we're going to be opening this incredible pre-release kit. I'm so excited for this. This is truly just an evolution of the format. You can play this thing anywhere. You can get with your friends at a bar, in a wrestling ring, and throw down. We're going to do that in just a sec.
Yeah, I can't wait. Super cool premium packaging. It feels just like very here's my experience. Here's the Super Slam World Premiere in a box. Of course, comes alongside those 8 packs, but also some goodies to add to your deck as well. Make sure your deck is fully powered up. But with 8 packs, generally I find you get to do what you want when it comes pre-release time. Figure out the hero you want to play, enjoy, do what you want.
8-pack sealed is the way to go. Please don't change it. We're going to talk about the word that rhymes with reprints, and it is reprints. Starting off, now this is an interesting one, Snag. This is a card that's come in and out. I remember when it was not that expensive. I remember when it was somewhat expensive to buy. Talk to me about Snag.
Well, I want to talk more generally about reprints. You know, I said earlier in the year that it was something we had our eye on. We knew we needed some more reprints, and we were going to start working on that as the year went on. You're still very much in the early stages of that. We're trying to get a little bit more of some very important cards into circulation. That process is going to continue throughout the coming year. But this is kind of our first real foray in getting some good, meaningful reprints in the mix. We saw some smaller ones. You know, we've seen Command and Conquer. We've seen Codex of Frailty. You know, good, effective reprints. But we're getting down into kind of this, not so much those absolute upper echelon, but just bringing some relief to those middle of the road staples.
Yeah.
And I would say Snag, despite not always being indexed, it comes in and out of the meta all the time.
Yeah.
Even going back to the chain meta, you know, in those early days of Flesh and Blood, Snag was a very, very important piece of the puzzle. Then became very important again in the new meta, in the Arachne Slip of the Cracks meta.
100%.
All those metas, Snag rises up.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're in one of those metas right now, but now you have a much better chance of going ahead and snagging a Snag from your Super Slam packs.
Come on, that's why they're paying the big bucks. All right, we talk about, you know, the different echelons perhaps of reprints. We're going to move into a separate echelon here. This is an exciting one for multiple reasons.
Yeah, I also talking about the metagame, and you want to talk about heroes that are in the meta right now, it is Earth heroes. Florian quickly on the rise. Verdant's really never going anywhere. Plow Under, a big part of that, and y'all are familiar with Plow Under. I don't have to read this card for you, but yeah, it's going to appear in Super Slam packs. A nice surprise when you're ripping open that expansion slot.
Just a fantastic a piece of the puzzle. And if you have one of the major Majestic Earth duo, you gotta have the second.
Yep.
Come on.
Felling of the Crown also showing up, and I know there's a lot of folks looking to pick up Florian right now. Maybe see him pushed over that Living Legend line. He's going to be flirting with it in the coming months, and looks to be a powerful option thus far in the metagame. Felling of the Crown, Plow Under, available in Super Slam.
Very exciting. I had to ask my cousin Aiden, we were playing the other day, and I played this card, and he bottomed a card, and he was tanking, and he was just hating his life. And I was like, bro, have you ever resolved a felling? He was like, no. I was like,
you gotta do it.
You gotta try it.
It's a great feeling.
It's a really good feeling.
Not so much on the other side of the table.
No, but it's great. Yeah, Felling of the Crown and Plow Under in Super Slam packs, including, we're getting to a different tier now. We've seen Majestics. Time to see some legendaries. This is a beautiful new piece of art on an iconic card, Brian.
Hallmark legendary for the Ranger class. New Horizon, of course, a terror back in the Lexi days. Right now, does it belong in Marlin? I don't know. You know, I think it's going to be up to players to decide exactly how that deck gets built over time. I've certainly seen New Horizon Marlin lists. I wouldn't say they are always the default, but it has impressed me in that deck, and I think that is a hero that's going to continue to evolve as time goes on. So we'll see where New Horizon lands. I've even seen Riptides playing New Horizon from time to time, so plenty of space for this to still, you know, have some influence over the meta, but just again, taking some of the pressure off this card, a card that hasn't been printed since back in Tales of Aria days, now a little bit more present.
Yeah, no, and just the new art, man.
Yeah.
So gorgeous.
Yeah,
Like
beautiful
the
piece.
Golden Plains behind. New Horizon was in the very first Flesh and Blood purchase of legendaries I ever made. It was New Horizon and Mask Momentum. That's what got me into Flesh
Very
and Blood.
nice.
Talk about a card that didn't get me into Flesh and Blood, but has simply become my most prized and favorite equipment piece in Flesh and Blood. Flick knives. There's nothing for me that I like more than flicking a dagger across the table, and it is in Super Slam with some brand new Iswardi Therianto art. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, we went into the Hunted with the goal of Flick Knives is going to be a premium freaking card from this point forward, and it has absolutely delivered on that. Flick Knives kind of sailing up from a bargain bin legendary to just being, again, fixture of the meta. And we want to make sure people can get their hands on Flick Knives, whether you're playing Syndra, whether you're playing Slippy, whether you're playing Arachne Marionette. All these heroes want Flick Knives. Now there are more copies available. And again, you just have to call it that stunning art treatment. Like, I love being able to customize my decks. It's so important to me to be able to just be like, no, I like this piece of art. And the more we offer players those kind of choices, the more I think they appreciate it.
And I think in a respectful manner too, not a deluge of different treatments and different arts and like, oh, there's so many different choices. Like, give them a couple, 2 to 3 really nice options.
Particularly with arena cards. Like, I think when it comes to the arena, a lot of that visual complexity, you can mitigate that a little bit because, you know, it tends to be your loadouts are pretty standard. You
Yeah.
expect to see flick knives in the arm
Yeah.
slot when you're sitting down across a Syndra. So I think having a couple treatments of that is just all upside,
Yeah,
basically.
100%. Love this card in both treatments. Talk about a card that has done some major work in the metagame with some brand new art. We have seen this trend in the last couple sets. It's Warmonger's Diplomacy, reprint, new art, legendary treatment. What's going on?
It's shining there in rainbow foil, Warmonger's Diplomacy. Again, it kind of fits into that snag category of a card that comes in and out of the meta a lot of the times. Although some classes just have it basically as their best blue. There's almost no reason not to play it. I'm thinking of ninjas quite often. Just love picking up these Warmonger's Diplomacies. And yeah, it is just part of our goal right now to make sure these cards are more accessible to everyone. And again, alternate art treatment being shown on this Warmonger's Diplomacy. I think this is one where we're kind of showing off our thoughts around alt arts when it comes to deck cards. I think it has to be around staples. It has to be around the cards that everyone expects to see routinely.
Yeah.
It has to be cards you're comfortable with. They're just always going to be on the table. If a card that hardly ever sees any play has 100 different variants, it's going to be very hard to sort out the game visually. But I find with things like Command and Conquer, because they are so iconic, it's very easy for players to keep visual stuff.
Warmonger's Diplomacy. I know there are going to be many players excited to open that in their Super Slam packs, and that leaves only one card we have not yet seen, and it is an exciting one, and it is... No, you don't see it yet? You ready? We'll do it. I'll freaking do it, man.
Let's do it.
Let's do the Fabled. It's the Authority of Ataya.
Yeah, this one's pitching for 3 resources, and it's got some impact. When this is pitched, defense reaction cards cost opponents an additional resource to play this turn. So you're sick of getting defended out by that Oldhim, any of those pesky Guardian players, of which we'll be picking up many new tools across Super Slam. Authority of Ataya may be exactly what you're looking for to go ahead and break through, get some damage done, and again, options, resources. If the metagame moves in a certain way and these fatigue strategies rise to prominence again, I'm thinking back to the old him type metas. How important would a card like this have been back in those days? And now it's just here and present and able to do a somewhat niche job, but a job that might be called upon in the future.
Yeah, and I think, we've seen multiple flavors of Fabled in this game. We've seen Fableds have some kind of ubiquitous, powerful effects, and we've seen many Fableds have a little more niche abilities, and it's always a deck building cost to include a no-block card in your deck. There might be some random aggro decks that wants to try, like, oh, you're going to use your 1 copy of Sync Below, you're going to use your 1 random, D-React here. Well, maybe not now. And
beyond that, I think there's a limit on how many you can choose to include.
Oh, 100%.
So despite the fact there are these, more interesting options, I would say, in the generic gems, you can't play them all. You have to really make some difficult choices when it comes to these.
That's an exciting card for sure. So folks, thank you for joining us as we dove into the remaining unseen cards from Super Slam in the expansion
I will
slot.
say though, Sam, those are the cards. We've seen the cards now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool treatments though in these packs. A lot of cool full arts,
100%,
shinies, and
100%.
Still a lot to unpack.
The level up there in the last couple of years of the way the cards are being presented, not only in the packs themselves, but in the new gem packs. And Gem Pack 3, let me tell you, Gem Pack 3 is a banger. Let me tell you, Gem Pack 3, I saw Gem Pack and I was like, oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, we're doing it like this now.
Yeah, stepping up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll be getting into that all weekend long. Every player that sits down here in the feature match area is going to get a Gem Pack to open for all of us at home. We'll be opening them over in the booth. Not you, you don't count, that's fine. You have 8 packs to open here in a pre-release kit.
And let's get to it, because I want to rip these open very badly and get to deck building. So maybe you want to help me out. So
I would love to help you out.
Let's expedite the process a little bit. You crack 4 of these. We'll start putting them together. I'm going to use a kind of rectangular type setup to get things sorted. I'm looking to do basically, my 4 pillars are Revered, Reviled, Root, Guardian. We'll do it that way. And then we'll get like our individual hero focused stuff along the edges, and that gives me a really good visual representation of what I'm trying to achieve.
Awesome. As you open the first pack, just talk to me a little bit about this format. This is an interesting format. It is unique for so many reasons. Its place in Flesh and Blood, its place in the metagame. You've got a pretty important card right there that you're going to put to the side. But just talk to me a little bit as you're opening these first cards, just about Super Slam in general, how you feel about the set, and what you think kind of sets it apart in all the various ways.
Yeah, so I love this, what I'm calling the rectangular shape of a limited format. It is very much kind of a callback to Rosetta, where you have the 2 classes and then 2 talents looped over the top, and it just leads to a very, very interesting draft environment. Of course, there's so many wrinkles with this particular set, things like there being no weapons. And I think players are going to have to learn exactly what that means. It certainly changes the context a lot in terms of how you're going about your games, what you're trying to accomplish. So, we'll see that play out over the course of the weekend. And I'll go through cards as we get things kind of sorted. I just want to lay things out very quickly right now. If I see anything that catches my eye, I'll just start with this card. Dig In. I think as far as the revered heroes go, I'm often very, very high on Dig In, especially when it comes to Tuffnut. I think that card is almost indispensable. And even things like the clash effects also very, very important for Tuffnut.
Well, especially for Tuffnut, if you clash, you get to see the top card of your deck. Win or lose, that is some important information for that hero. Of course, you can tap, go ahead and pitch the top card. That's a card that does some major work in my initial estimations of this set, man.
100%. If you're looking to play Pleiades, one of the things you really want to do is have these common auras that get benefit for sticking around. So all of those temporary auras, you're manipulating your suspense counters off them and keeping things like the suspense is killing me on the table for as long as possible. And that's where you really start to accrue some value as Pleiades.
And this isn't exciting. Even though, the cards have been seen in various capacities leading up spoiler season and some dimwits otherwise, this is the first time we really get to open and see these cards be played. I do want to highlight a pack I just grabbed out of this pack. You talked about Tuffnut. You talked about an important piece there for Tuffnut with Dig In. We've got the super rare there. Super Slam, of course, has the super rares back, baby.
Yeah.
One night only. Some fun flavor there in a lot of ways, and there's the Numbskull charm to work alongside that Dig In.
Yeah, how did you hide the best card in the pack from me, though, Sam? I mean, Hunter or Hunted, come on.
You're not going to beat the allegations that you didn't make this card, dude. You're not going to beat him.
I really did. I swear I did not make it.
Got another pack here. Keep working in
Fresh
these.
pack, keep moving. Another Dig In picked up here.
Something I'm noticing is it looks as though when you open this pack, the token is actually right there in the front. When I opened that Hunter Hunted, it was right there staring at me. The token, the expansion slot's a little different than in the back of the packs as we might be used to.
Yeah, less token pressure, as we say. I want to call out this card here. Edge of Their Seats, Guardian Instant. This is one of those suspense auras. This is, again, when I'm looking for reasons to play Guardian, I'm looking for this particular aura.
Yeah.
Whether I'm Lyath or Pleiades, I think both of them really love this particular cost profile. The 3-cost clean, pitch a blue, keep it out there. And then the +5 buff, absolutely massive.
There's a cycle of these. There's +4, +5, and then Active Glory, the +6 for 4. There's Vigorous Smash-Up. That card also does so much work.
I think this card is so important, not only for this format, but in CC as well. I think this is a card that actually drives Kayo, original Kayo, into kind of scary territory. Where that that hero's going to do some stuff, man. Pay attention to Kayo in the coming metagame.
Yeah, Vigor Smash Up. Of course, when it clashes, if you win the clash, make a Vigor. Kayo, good at winning clashes, and that one there can become another blue 6. Makes the Vigor, that 1 resource. I don't know if there's any cards that brutes like to play that costs a 1 resource that could use up a Vigor token. I'll leave you guys to figure that one out at home.
Yeah, those brute players, despite their reputation, I find they're pretty smart, and I think they'll figure it out pretty quickly.
Ooh, got another expansion slot. It is actually fun. You open the pack, again, immediately.
Another couple of those.
Another Edge of Their Seats.
See that?
See the expansion slot cards right at the front. Pulling aside, so we've got the kind of the generics in the middle, the reviled, the revered, and then the guardian, the brute, of course, on both the sides. Expansion slot card here, Painful Passage. We didn't talk about it, but that can do some major work in the format as well.
I agree. Vincent also looking to make some waves. We've never had an expansion slot like this before.
With so many.
Where you could very simply say, are these 4 heroes from Super Slam going to make an impact? Are they going to change the meta? Well, that's only a small portion of the equation that we're going to be unpacking as we move through. Wait, what? I saw that.
Do your pack first. Do your pack first.
Well, now I'm just thinking about that pack, but we'll go ahead and sort this one out.
Damn, dude, your pre-release was juiced. What the hell?
Yeah, okay. Well, I seeded the packs. So
yeah, it's true.
They already think that anyway.
Yeah,
of
course.
Just a little bit more sorting here.
Even when you working on this game are so well invested, have as someone like the both of us have done this in so many different aspects. When you open a booster pack and the legendary is staring at you, it is just an exciting feeling. You just you get the full body
I guess my world premiere is paid for.
Dude, there you go. There's
Thanks,
your flick
LSS.
knives.
Appreciate it.
And interesting, so actually we can see it right there. If you grab the flick knives, we actually get to see there's multiple different even treatments of the flick knives, even within the expansion
Very
slot.
true.
Yeah, you get kind of shadowed full art there versus the one you pulled. So looking here, been open. We just got a couple more packs. We also have the pre-release pack that we'll look at probably maybe after this.
Sure, yeah, we can tear that open next.
Dude,
look how varied these packs are, though. Things like having double super rares.
Oh wow, in the foil too.
Yeah, and it just shows the diversity and experience. There's so many unique cards in Super Slam. I think that's what's really going to stand out to people as they play it. It's just these one-of effects. You're going to play a bunch of Super Slam before you see them all and experience them all, and it can have very dramatic impacts on the game.
I will say it is, I opened that pack and the first card there was the Flick Knives. Once again, the first card here, Hunter Hunted. You're not beating these allegations, my dog. You are simply not. There's 2 in these 8 packs.
It's my second Hunter. I mean, I need my playset. Thank you. I appreciate this.
You're
Everything's going great so
You're
far.
so welcome.
I don't know how my pool is, but in terms of the cards I've opened, I'm having a great time. Goon Beatdown. I want to talk about the Gooners for a little bit.
Do you?
Sam. Yeah, let's talk about the Gooners.
Let's
for
not.
the people at home.
No, let's not.
We're not going to get into that? The Goon Beatdown. I think this Goon set is very important for both reviled heroes. I really love this. As the thing, I am trying to buff up when I am playing live. It does let you play kind of your off turns a little bit better, because oftentimes you're stacking up your auras waiting for them to kind of explode and do a bunch of damage. But you have those 3 auras lined up and you're able to just go ahead and get your Goon Beatdown aura on as well and just play kind of a middling off turn, but one that is still disruptive in a lot of ways.
You talk about an off turn. If your Goon Beatdown is having trouble getting over the top, you might need to use a Goon Battery on a future turn to charge up your Gooning for another turn
Sam
cycle.
is always charging up his Gooning.
Yeah, well,
that's what we love about
I
it.
don't know if we can call that something I do. You guys made the set. Let's go on to our next and I believe our final pack
Yeah, I
here.
think we are through them all at this point.
Oh, very exciting. Oh my gosh, we get another one. That's playable too. Oh boy.
We've gotten
I
more
didn't even know
cards.
that.
People are just bringing us more cards.
Dude, there's a world premiere 2-card booster pack that's apparently playable. This is literally the first time I've heard about this.
Well,
that's exciting.
We will see what's in that as well. I think that's my 3rd edge of their
It is,
seats.
yeah,
which
yeah.
Just like,
and you got that Majestic in the first pack.
yeah, that might just be enough to put me into
Right,
Guardian,
yeah.
honestly. What have I done? I've done something ridiculous. Yep, there we go.
And you got your Flick Knives, which will be really good in Pleiades or Lyath.
Yeah. Offensive behavior there, the Reviled Brute coded card.
Yeah, a cycle of these that are interesting that you need to control either of their tokens, the Might or the Vigor, but then when it hits, it makes both. And there's a cycle of these in all of the different heroes, all of the different token combinations.
I just want to rip through this pre-release pack here. These are all available for us to play.
Yeah.
A collection of equipment. So we're going to have our full equipment suite, we know right now.
Oh, damn.
And look at the treatment on these. Yeah, these are cold
Bro,
foils.
whoa, yo, what?
Cold foils. I also have a Spew Obscenities in here as well.
Damn.
All available
Damn, that's
for our
sick.
deck right
Wait, what?
now. Yep,
Did
pretty
I
good.
see?
Pretty good.
That's so sick. Bro, I remember when you had to win an armory to get like a cold
Now
foil.
we're good now. We're just handing them out like candy.
That's
baby.
so fire, dude.
What-
and again,
what is in this?
I have literally no idea. I didn't even know these
also
existed.
don't know what's
I literally did not know these existed until Trevor just handed this to me.
Let's see. Let's see what Trev has for us.
And this is playable. Now, this is only at the world premiere. All of this you get at your pre-release, at your LGS, but this is only here in the world premiere. Let's see exactly what's in it. Oh!
Oh!
Damn!
Okay. This is our. Wow. This is like a.
Wow. This is a Marvel. It's a Marvel Cheetah's Charm.
Yeah, Marvel Cheater's Charm.
Damn, dude. So everybody gets a Marvel?
Yeah,
Can
it must
I-
be a
can I play
random
in the world
charm.
premiere?
A random
Yeah, I
charm.
think it
in
is
each
a random
one.
charm.
Okay.
Right now I
It's
remember
nice
this.
Super Slam bookend. Okay,
Interesting.
now we're up to the hard part.
Yeah.
Sam, and we have to figure out how we
That's
want
sick.
to build a deck.
Yeah.
Like I said, standing out to me
Mm-hmm.
as I went through this pool, the first thing that stood out to me was the presence of these edge of their seats, and I think I had triple red, which is,
That's
like I
so
said,
good.
this is like the suspense aura I want to see in my decks. And triple red is it's a hard pull to get in 8 packs. It is
That's a
statistically-
constructed ratio.
it is statistically very unlikely. So if we're looking at what else we were working with in terms of Guardian power cards, Bash Brute, I mean, sure, if we're playing against Brute, we're happy with that. We have Act of Glory, which is kind of the one cost up pump.
But the red goes up to 6, man. Your next Guardian tech gets plus
Yeah,
6.
blue edge of their seats, totally fine, because these instants now
Block.
block for 3. So yeah, I'm playing edge of their seats all day. We saw the suspense is killing me early on. Another blue Act of Glory. So again, like, these are probably my pitch cards, probably my defense cards. But getting +4 out of your pitch and defense cards in the late game is
No,
exactly what you
huge.
want from them.
Well, especially because in a set with no weapons, and you talk about how are you going to actually close games, you look at a hero like Pleiades that can make the confidence tokens get evasive damage over the top. These huge buffs are how you're going to really close these games out.
Yeah, I want to talk about these as well. We call them internally the dwarves because they all feature dwarven art on them. But these, again, I really think for Lyath, maybe a little bit more than Pleiades, Pleiades I tend to play in more of like a 3-for-7, 3-for-8 type fashion, but Lyath you really have to use these small attacks and you have to buff them up, and that's what you're trying to achieve. And you want these Wii Wrecking Balls, the short shrift, because again, like we talked, you get disruption on your off turns. Lyath very good at creating a Might token. The Might token applies to this immediately, so its power gets pushed up greater than its base, and then you're rolling very, very quickly, and you're able to do some disruption alongside Short Shrift and Wii Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, basically you're getting 2 value out of that
Cut
first
the
Might
small talk,
token.
kind
You
of
got
a
like
large-
almost all 3 of those,
Yeah.
and this is the super rare in the cycle. There's, I think, 3 super rares that are the Lyath kind of yellow Guardian
Yeah,
attacks.
and I'll tell you, I'm just starting to lean towards Lyath right now, more because I want
to play
Lyath. And I think it's more exciting for the folks at home if I do play a hero as unique as Lyath.
Yeah.
But also things like power play. This is such a perfect
So
blue
important,
to have
yeah.
come from your arsenal. You get that +5 buff on that. Full of bravado. It's really important for Lyath to be able to create a confidence token. It's not like Pleiades where you have access to that via your hero ability. You have to work a lot harder for your confidence creation, and here it is on display, and we actually have the yellow as well. So
And these-
2 instances of confidence creation.
So interesting too. It's on attack or defense. As long as you control that aura's expense,
Correct.
you make the confidence token. Modal, 2 different ways you can make those tokens.
I will tell you, we hate brutes, apparently. Just no interest in participating in the game with them. We will be bashing them all day long.
Bash brutes. It is interesting to see the way you guys put the various ways to get those 2-card 8-power attacks in the way that some of them are traditional, some of them require an opponent to block, but there's a lot of cards in this limited format that you can be smacking your opponent for 7 or 8. Again, important when you have no weapons to actually be able to close these games out.
It's interesting, Sam. I said I was leaning towards Lyath, but honestly, my Pleiades setup looks also very, very good.
So
I have
good. Are you kidding me?
double the suspense is killing me, as well as a what happens next. So 3 of those auras I'd want to keep around for a while. I have Edge of their Seats ready to go in the palm of your hand. All of these really, really good for Pleiades as well. And the other thing that is attractive about Pleiades is she would do a much better job taking advantage of these 3-for-7s
100%.
and 3-for-8 as well.
There we go.
Just almost unheard of in Flesh and Blood to be offered a 3-for-8, but Pleiades has access to it here. Lyath, of course, would have that reduced by half. So now I'm kind of hedging a little bit and thinking,
And this is interesting here, the what happens next. It's a blue, it's a block too, but giving the first card you play on both turns, your opponent turn and your turn, -1. That is so important. You're playing an aura suspense on your opponent's turn, you get the 1 value immediately on the resource. You play something on your turn, you immediately get that discounted as well. Now that's paid for 2 resources, and with Pleiades' effect, you're moving counters off and on of that thing to keep it around as long as you want.
Yep. I'm checking right now to see what kind of pumps I have in my generic pool, because if I am going to play Lyath, I need to
pumps.
have a lot of pumps, a very large amount of pumps. Talk about more quasi 3-for-8s available should I go the Pleiades route. So let's go ahead and just take a look at our reviled cards here and see what kind of pumps we're working with, what kind of power cards we have
Cat
here.
Hateful.
Yeah.
Nice if you can find it in red.
Yeah, this is also a great option for Lyath. You love stacking up those Might tokens. You want basically 0-cost attacks. Very, very clean.
Yeah, it's interesting. Lyath playing like this red line style almost, huh? All these cards cost 0. It's fascinating.
Strange Guardian.
Yeah, dude.
Very, very
so many of those
strange.
cards cost nothing, and that hero ability costs 2, so you know they still want to find the blues, but that's an interesting card
This
as
card
well.
I really love pumping
Yeah.
as Lyath. It gets up to problematic totals on the back of things like
Still Fear,
Edge of
yeah.
Their Seats. Back it up with a little bit of confidence. You're
This
rolling
card,
for
take
sure.
that. This card, it's a 0 cost, it tracks for 3. It's a blue, it's a cycle, and if you're astute at home, that means you know the red version of this card is a 0 cost, attacks for 5.
Yeah.
There's no Ravenous Rabble effect.
Yep.
This just is a 0 for 5 and reviled.
We are, and you see, we're working up here. There's
Yeah.
the yellow. We are pushing these things a little bit, Sam. We are putting downsides on these cards and offering 0-for-5s in this format.
Yeah.
You know, without the weapons present,
Got
it
it.
is important to push
Yeah.
those damage
Some
thresholds
offensive
up.
things,
And
yeah,
you're going to feel it
100%.
in this. More goons available here. Another Instill Fear. Good to see.
Overturn the results.
Overturn the results. This can be kind of a pretty big blowout.
Not so tough, of course. When you defend, you can destroy the
Blue,
toughness,
take
make
that.
a might.
Yeah, so I'll be honest.
a lot
Looking
of
through this
blues and
reviled
yellows,
pool,
yeah.
not excited. And
Yeah.
pushing me more and more towards Pleiades. I'm kind of like writing off the Brute side pretty quickly just because I was so impressed by the Guardian side, but we can take a look.
Buck Wild, that's a really important card.
I think in CC as well. There's
Yeah,
just
I agree.
very, very good cards
And
available
that
for Brutes
card,
here.
Buck Wild, 6 in your pitch, gets go again. It's going to check as soon as you pitch to play the card,
Yeah.
right? So it's going to be able to get go again as soon as you pitch a card with 6 or more power.
Red flex strength, big draw towards the Kayo side, but just if you have pumps, you're often very, very happy to play flex strength.
Yeah.
You know, you see
Two
the vigorous
red and
smash
blue
ups.
vigorous
I
smash
said
ups.
how important they are.
Buck
Another
Wild,
blue
yellow,
vigorous
2 yellow
smash
Buck
up.
Wilds. Vigorous Roar is
available
interesting.
for buffs. So look, these cards look good.
Yeah.
I'm not going to engage with them. I think
Yeah.
just because we're
we
under
know
a short
Bryan
time.
Gottlieb does not like Brutes.
Yes,
we know
hate
that.
Brute.
Yeah.
We're just under a little bit more time pressure.
Yes,
I
yes,
need
yes.
to tighten the
Let's
range
build the
a little
deck.
bit. Let's start looking a little bit more at the Guardian side. And we're going to take one last look at the revered cards now to see what kind of backup we have if we were to go down the Pleiades route.
Now, there's a tough smash up. That's the same thing as a vigorous smash up, but can make you that toughness
Yeah,
token.
and just 3 for 7. Like if I'm looking for Pleiades, I'm really in the market for 3 for 7.
those confidence tokens, right? Those confidence tokens,
Back
you pump
them up
up these
with
attacks, and you
confidence.
need to put, even if you put a big attack, confidence token on a 3 for 7 or 3 for 8, you can only block with 2 cards, and in this format, there's not a lot that blocks for more than 3.
More 3 for 7s in the form of a good clean fight.
Got that super rare, the Renounced
incredible,
Violence.
incredible sideboard card. And I want players to be very aware of changing your deck based on your matchup. You really have to focus on that in this format. There's so many anti-Brute cards, anti-Guardian cards. Obviously, 3 Bash Brutes at the ready. I may play these anyway. They're just 3 for 7s.
Yeah.
2 blocks, so is some downside. But I think you have to be ever cognizant of all the sideboard options that you have available to you. Just continuing
Another
to
fight
check
fair.
here. Yeah, I'm not super interested in 2 costs. I really want that 3 cost, 3 for 7 range.
There's another one.
Yeah, get some cheers there. More cheering available. Disembody,
That
3
art
for
cycle
7.
is crazy,
Yeah,
dude.
I love that.
So
like,
good, Disembody.
That relief.
Yeah, Disarm or something.
Yeah, and look, you can achieve these goals. It's a bit of a quest to go on. Tuffnut, a little bit better at achieving them, but can do so for sure. I talked about Diggin. I'm happy to play Blue Diggin in Pleiades as well. Of course, has that 3 for 7 stat line, so just kind of all upside. A little bit more clash available, creating more toughness. There you see a red Diggin, getting another 3 for 7. Yeah,
Heroic
and
Pose.
another buff
Yeah.
as well. And if I were to play Pleiades, this gets me that
Both things.
so important confidence token.
Pump and get you a confidence token immediately upon getting cheered. Blocks for, I think, 3? Yeah, one blocks for... No,
This
2.
one blocks for 2.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm in. I'm a Pleiades player.
Let's do it.
For this particular go around. I will say, maybe the hero I have played the least in Super Slam.
Oh,
Limited.
exciting.
I'm just such a fan of the other 3 heroes. Not to say I don't like Pleiades.
Yeah.
She's completely fine. But the vibes are immaculate on those 2 reviled heroes. And I really felt like I was supposed to come in here and
get
play
booed.
heel. Like I was
And just
supposed to
get
be booed
booed
the whole
so
time. Yeah,
much.
but I'm flipping the script. I'm going to go with Pleiades here for my pre-release experience. We'll pick up Brothers in Arms, a fine addition to our deck. Anything else I want to add here? I think that's going to be about it as far as the generic pool goes for my Pleiades deck. Start getting some of the stuff out of our way here. Move this to the side. We lose our beautiful
Spew, Obscenities.
cold foil Spew Obscenities. That's okay.
Any equipment there that you...
Yeah, we'll check out our equipment
A little bit.
in a bit. Like, again, having this pile of equipment, we're going to be fine. We're going
Yep.
to figure out what our best equipment
That's
suite
very
is.
true.
So let's start laying out exactly what we're working with on the Guardian side, seeing what's making the cut, seeing what kind of counts we have, what sideboard material. Then we'll work in our revered stuff and go from there. I am completely fine playing Prime the Crowd red in basically every single deck.
Yep.
I think just a 2+4 and you get your cheer effect at an important time. All good. You're really set up well.
You're not concerned with the symmetrical cheering and the booing?
I just feel like you control whether you play it or not. If it doesn't line up for you,
Yeah.
don't let it punish you.
That makes sense. Skill difference.
Yeah, and it is worth noting again, full of bravado, despite providing that confidence token, does only block for 2.
Yep.
Pleiades, this card was less important. I really find a better home for it in the Lyath decks. I would say the same about power play, a little bit worse in these Pleiades deck. And then these dwarves, I just don't really need them for Pleiades. I'm looking for big attacks. So let's see if I can go ahead and get to where I want to be as far as my attack thresholds go. 3 for 8 certainly helps. A little bit of aura action. We'll line up actually pumps and attacks. We'll split them up. Pumps down there. Here we have our auras that we're looking to keep around. I'll grab the third one. The 3 auras that are kind of the backbone of our game plan.
So good.
And then we'll have all of our pump auras as well. And as I mentioned, triple red edge of their seats, really the thing that is pulling me in this direction. good clean fight, just a little bit more 3 for 7 action, 3 for 7 quasi 3 for 8. We'll see if yellow tension in the air makes a cut. A little bit suboptimal, I would say. We have our Bash Brutes for sideboard cards, and then just blue Act of Glory here. Totally fine. Get that big buff on the backside. Again, we'll float the yellow edge of our seats, but I think that will probably make the deck in the end. Heroic Pose, one more buff. Line it up down here. Fight from behind, we'll look to skip right now. Not so mighty. Again, sideboard card. Yeah. Totally happy with that. Dodging the yellows for now. We get a red dig in. We get our tough smash ups. Expect to win some clashes for sure as Pleiades. Fight fair. Again, preferring the 3 for 7 profile. We'll see if we have enough to actually be that picky about things. Disembody will help with that. We'll take our cheers where we can get them. More 3 for 7s. Pass on the yellows. Pass on the blues. Do we want a yellow Heroic Pose?
We'll see.
I'll lean no for the
See
time
what we
being.
have lined up.
Pass on the Fight Fair. Power and Ruckus. More sideboard stuff. Destroying my tokens. More 2 blocks. I'll take a block card. Just good to have against confidence. So important to have outs to things like Lyath. And then just the 3 block going to pay dividends in a lot of spots. Humble Entrance, creating 3 toughness tokens. Not exactly what I'm looking for here. And then I can get this uplifting performance in the mix as a blue. So quick blue count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we can live with that.
11 or 12-ish,
Yeah,
kind of where you want to live?
Kind of that range. I could go a little bit higher given that my goal is to just have
Blue
a
every turn.
Every single turn. So I might actually go back through and look for my most borderline blue. If I could find a blue 3 block, that would be ideal. I don't think I passed up on any of those.
Knowing you, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, kind of very much in my wheelhouse, yeah. So we'd have to dip into 2 blocks if we were looking for a blue here. Yeah, ideally.
I mean, it could be that not so mighty, just maybe if it's relevant, like, yeah, it's a 2 block, but you potentially get a little value additionally beyond just that 2 points of defense.
Something like the Humble Entrance too, passing forward, the 3 toughness tokens can pay dividends.
Could
I do have
give
something.
3 value of defense later.
Yeah, I also have the Disembody as well, where if I get that block value up high enough, I'm able to take out an aura. So, kind of niche, but I do think I would like one more blue, so we'll float that for the time being. We can check the generics as well, actually. Yeah, we play Blue Brothers. Blue Brothers is usually totally
Did you
fine.
end up, I'm not sure you ended up, Brothers in Arms, of course, if you have like those 2-cost suspense auras, gives you a place to spend that
I only
resource.
have the one, and it is in the sideboard right now, so.
Oh, but you do have, what is it? You have the edge of their seat. No, the suspense is killing me, right? No, what happens next? What happens next? Because that could make your 3 costs to 2 costs. You spend the 1 on the Brothers in Arms.
Yep, that's not bad.
A lot of things have to go right, but hey.
A lot of things have to go right. We'll see where we end up on the Humble Entrance. How many cards are we working with now,
Let's
Sam?
see.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. And you know what? I have plenty of sideboard options to consider along the way. Like, these are totally fine to play 3/7s if I have to start them just for more 3/7s. But I just want them in a bunch of matchups. Anytime I can turn these into 3/8s, I will be absolutely stoked about it. So we'll assume some number of those is going to make most of my decks. Now let's look at our equipment suite here. We know we have the generics available by virtue of our pre-release pack. Get these tokens out of the way here. Very important piece of revered equipment here. It is Helm of the Adored. When this defends, the crowd cheers you.
Oh,
just
so
no
good.
questions
Oh my
asked.
gosh.
Get that confidence token.
So strong.
All good. Some incentive to go ahead and think about the Brothers in Arms if I have something like a Toby Jugs, so I'm able to put 2 resources into that. I'll keep an eye on that. Reviled Guardian equipment, not going to work for us. Here is Hold Firm available to create some toughness tokens. Love the punching gloves in a lot of scenarios. I might even consider them over the Hold Firm here, just because we are so focused on buffing up. And then we do have a plate of Tough Love as well for our chest here. Control confidence and a toughness, get up to a 3 block on the back of that plate of
Like
Tough
the
Love.
raw meat of old, brother.
Yeah, and
like
we have plenty of ways of producing toughness in this deck as well.
Yeah.
So the timing is a little awkward on this one. The
Puts
problem
you maybe
is,
more towards this humble
yeah,
entrance.
so the problem with Plate of Tough Love is that toughness pops at the start of your turn.
Yeah.
So it is a little bit, or excuse me, the start of your opponent's turn. So it is a little bit awkward to find the timing to get the defense value out of it. I don't know if we actually have outs to go ahead and pick up the toughness at instant speed in this deck.
Any chest options over here? We've got
so the chest would be Garland of
yeah.
Spring. That's interesting for things like Act of Glory, where we are pushing into that 4 resource threshold. Does that push it up over the Plate of Tough Love? And just remember, baseline, we get a block out of this.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's really a huge downside here.
And not a lot of necessarily one-cost things you're happy to just be popping your Garland on.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too much use for it right now.
I guess Heroic Pose, right? You have 2 Heroic Poses? Just the one? I think just the one.
I think I will go with this setup. Also, it sounds like they are pushing pairings. Do I need to be ready to?
Surely we have time. I see players still registering. Okay. We'll have someone will come up and tell us,
let us know
if we need to run away.
But I think this is roughly it. And I do encourage you when you're building your Super Slam decks to do so roughly. You're going to want to consider your sideboard options every single time. Like I said, I'm going to shift some cards in and out of this build as I move throughout the day for sure. But I have about 30-ish cards that I'm happy to go ahead and bring Pleiades to the table with.
Yeah, this is an exciting set of cards here, and it's an exciting day. You just look around. Honestly, the smiles on the faces of all these players is very exciting. It's very exciting. I'm seeing players standing up. I'm seeing players getting ready to send their way to the gaming table.
Someone's just going to sit down here and ready to battle.
Exactly. You're like, I need to sleeve.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to give you some time to sleeve. We'll give you a moment. We're going to see how this Pleiades deck looks in action in just a little bit. Thank you so much for, as always, joining me and throwing down here with these cards. We'll see you throw down into Super Slam Arena as we send it on back to the booth.
Well, that was quite the pre-show for today's main event. Pankaj, give me some surface-level thoughts. How are you feeling after that?
Well, I'm feeling a little bit of bias from Bryan's side because you are here dressed up with the Pleiades makeup and he's playing Pleiades on camera, on stream as well later on. So definitely a little bit of bias, although he did say it's a hero he has had the least experience with. So that'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, I personally just thought Bryan was a man of good taste. I'm mostly okay with what we saw there, and I'm very excited, no bias here, of course, for a little bit more Pleiades in our feature match area. We're going to be featuring Bryan in that first round, so if you want to see how that deck plays out in real time, you're going to get a chance to take a look. Speaking of looking, let's take a closer look at all those beautiful cards we just had revealed for us as well in this set. All kinds of goodies. I want some immediate thoughts from you, Pankaj. Authority of Attire, brand new generic Fable gem. Defense reactions maybe not as good as they once were.
The warrior player in me definitely freaked out when I saw this card. My Cassilis already got the Fable from High Seas into it as well. It's going to add one more to it as well for sure to make sure you can get the gold on hits that you need to fuel Raise an Army, the copper on hits. Marlin as well. The decks want to rely on overpower and dominate also going to want this as well.
Yeah, I got to be honest, as a known root-bound Carapace enjoyer, this one's got me quaking in my Stormstriders, but we'll have to wait and see how this plays out over the course of the next format. Authority of Attire looking very, very impressive. Of course, spoiler card revealed by one and only Ethan Mansant. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. This is what happens if Apex Bonebreaker was a little more aggressive. How are you feeling about this one?
This one was really interesting, particularly because of the second line of text. You can only activate this if there's already a card with 6 or more power in your pitch zone. So this is really going to help the Brutes sometimes with their awkward cost curves. I think of Kayo, the heavy hitters Kayo, not the Kayo in Super Slam, where maybe they played a Wild Ride and then their cost curve gets a little bit messed up because they draw and discard a different card, not what they were expecting. Or you start your turn with a Blood Rush, you draw some excess cards and you can't really use all of them offensively because you only have one claw. So I could totally see this card coming to play there to just shore up those resources and make sure you can actually use your hand efficiently.
Absolutely. I got my eyes on Tuffnut for this one personally. I love the idea of using his hero ability to put a 6 directly into your pitch zone. Gauntlets are just activated without any fuss or any extra help there. So very impressive legendary. Looking forward to seeing how it impacts Classic Constructed moving forward. Iron Fist Revelation will be the other side of that equation. Brand new Guardian Arms here. I know a lot of people were looking for feats, but we're not working with that here. What do you think about Iron Fist?
We have seen this sort of mechanic enter the Guardian space since Guardian Mastery Pack, where they have this focus on having your cards in arsenal and flipping them face up, almost Ranger-esque a little bit, which I think is a very, very interesting design direction to take the Guardians. They're a little bit more setup-y now as well, so this one especially wants you to have the Crush card in your arsenal to turn it face up with a +1 counter on it.
Yeah, Iron Fist Revelation, very impressive. Looking forward to seeing if this beats out any of the other options in the arm slot for the Guardian class. Really big one here. Much anticipated reprint, Warmonger's Diplomacy making a return in Super Slam with some very thematic artwork. I love to see this.
Yeah, we've got Pleiades on the left there, and then Lyath on the right, clearly having some sort of argument. They're spilling over the wine glass as well. I don't fully recognize the character in the middle, but she seems really familiar. I think she might be the warrior mentor, I think. Hala or something is the name. Not entirely sure, but super glad to see this reprint, for sure.
Yeah, I can't ignore that Hunchback of Notre Dame pose we've got from Lyath on the side there, fully hunched over this table. Definitely making Pleiades' boots give it a little bit more airtime. But I think this is a card a lot of people have been looking for, much in demand depending on what the format looks like. Arguably one of the most important staples of the current format, I think.
Absolutely, because Gravy has not gone anywhere, and this card is quite a house against that deck.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing more Warmonger's Diplomacies across... Can't even say that with a straight face. I'm absolutely not. But hey, New Horizons is what I'm really hoping to see across the table from me. This is a very favorite card of mine. I had the pleasure of running pre-releases for a local game store back in Tales of Aria, and I got to see the first New Horizons cold foil opened in the UK. And so I just have really fond memories of that moment, and every time I look at this card, I just think of the same thing.
And seeing a legendary reprint as well definitely makes me quite excited for just what's coming up in the future as well. We saw Flick Knives also being reprinted in the set. I think it's a very exciting direction to take new product releases. And I want to shout out what Bryan was talking about as we saw them go over the expansion slot cards, including this reprint. Talking about New Horizon Marlin, so I'm a bit of a Marlin brewer as well. I started New Horizon in my list, cut it eventually, but now I almost wonder whether I need to go back to it. Maybe I missed something, because Bryan did hint at it.
Bryan does tend to know what he's talking about, so we'll have to see if New Horizons has some more legwork in the upcoming format, but it will be more readily available one way or the other. You alluded to it just moments ago. This is my favorite reprint of the bunch. I love how we've got a very ninja-esque character with an Arachne-themed sleeve here. This feels so thematic for both of these classes for this reprint of Flick Knives.
And it's very hunted-coded, right? I mean, Syndra was in there, and then both Arachnes went there. Well, I say both, there are 3 total, but I mean, Slippy and Marinette were in there, and this art treatment really serves both those heroes very, very well, the Assassins and the Ninjas. I'm just so happy to see legendary reprints.
Yeah, I know a lot of folks who are getting into the game alongside Syndra, alongside Arachne, having joined us in the Flesh and Blood with the Hunted, and this card was definitely a pain point for those players. It was a hefty investment if you weren't sure that you enjoyed the hero necessarily. This should hopefully make that a whole lot easier. If you're not a Flick Knives enjoyer, don't worry though, there is plenty of other heroes that are getting support in this set. Expansion slots out the wazoo, more than we've ever seen before for all kinds of heroes from Flesh and Blood's history.
Including Arachne Huntsman, who is one of those heroes that definitely got a bit left behind. One of the classes where when it first released, people like Assassin will need more time to get fleshed out because they were a relatively new class compared to, the Warriors and the Ninjas and the Warriors and Ninjas that we also see on screen over here. So finally getting a little bit of support in the form of Hunter Hunted. We just saw Bonds of Agony being banned from Classic Constructed, but we're getting that sort of Bonds-esque effect in the form of this defense reaction. We'll have to see if that brings this hero up to par with the other CC heroes.
Absolutely. I've been giving this one a spin in Living Legend New, actually. Transcending off of this, that's one heck of a kick. Using New's hero ability to look at that top card, get the name you're looking for. There's a lot of chaos you can do with this card, and I've been having a lot of fun with it so far. I'm looking forward to having fun with Tempest Palm Gustwave. This card is kind of a filler piece for Katsu, lets you enable those go wide turns, but lines up really well with those Edge of Autumn builds we've seen having popularity to kind of get to Chainlink 3.
It checks a lot of boxes in that it has Gustwave in the name, it follows up a Surging Strike, and I really like the last line of text on it that says it gets go again at Chainlink 3 or higher, which makes it a very valid Bonds target, because often these days when you want to do those double Bonds lines, which Katsu really wants to do to have those offensive overlap turns, typically you need to break your Breeze Rider boots to give the second Gustwave in to precede the second Bonds. To give that go again, you need to break your Breeze Rider boots, but this is one of those cards where you can find this from the first Bonds that you played, and you don't need to break your Breeze Rider boots to give this go again. So I think that's a very, very exciting new piece for this hero.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Beat of the Iron song for Dorinthia. Seen a lot of talk about this one. We always love effects effects that prevent the damage being prevented for the Warrior players. This is just kind of the kind of card I love to see for Warrior. Blue, block 3, very solid foundation, very potent upside in the right spots.
The modality is absolutely amazing over here. You know, cards like, so many of the Warrior attack reactions, like Puncture, for example, really want your opponent to do one specific thing, but then when they don't do that specific thing, like for Puncture, you need them to block with an equipment, but suppose they don't do it, then you kind of just feel like you're playing a very underrated card. And what I really like about Beat of Iron Song is that if, say, they play an Oasis Respite or something, you can use the 4th mode, but if they do something else, like if they have, say, a bunch of toughness tokens, this one card solves all those problems for you, and I really like that. Another thing I want to point out with this card, I might be coping over here, Scott, but I am hoping we might see some builds with Iron Song Pride to go alongside this attack reaction, to just go ahead and put counters on a Dawnblade without your opponent having a say in it, to give you more modes on this card.
I thought I was coping with the Solana-esque background and kind of maybe suggesting that we were heading somewhere again. Maybe you're coping more than me. I look forward to finding out. Blood follows Blade for Kasai here. This one got a lot of talk when it was revealed at the calling previously. Greater access to Centauri Sellswords, I think, is a very important part of Kasai's kit.
We spoke about how Guardian is getting a little bit more mechanical depth with the whole flipping of the arsenal thing, and I think Blood Follows Blade really resembles that for Kasai as well. Ever since Raise an Army came out, we found that Warrior is now, well, Kasai specifically is getting a little bit of a tertiary design space in the form of creating allies, and Blood Follows Blade, excuse me, is absolutely following through with that.
Punny and handsome. He does it all, folks. Plenty more cards to look forward to in this set. Teklevossen enjoyers, your prayers have been answered. You are allowed to have a base with one battle-worn block.
I think that's going to be really exciting. I'm still not entirely sure how relevant this hero can be in Classic Constructed, but he's getting that slow drip. We saw Arcane Barrier pieces as well coming to this adaptive, design space. What do we call it? Cycle. Yes, that's the term I'm looking for. Coming a few sets ago as well. Finally getting a Battle Worn. I think Teklevossen still needs a little bit more time to cook, but I think it's exciting for all those Teklevossen enjoyers for sure, of which there are a surprising amount.
Yeah, all in the name of progress. It's rather thematic for the Teklevossen philosophy, strangely enough. Backspin Thrust, undeniable proof that the best attacks in mech require you to pull a sick pose.
I never thought of it that way, but that's absolutely brilliant. Backspin Thrust, I mean, Puffin, one of the heroes that, in High Seas definitely was one of the least anticipated or has had the least relevance in a sense, and I like Backspin Thrust as well as a little bit of an upgrade to that deck. Yeah,
Extended Arc Cold Foil available for this as well. Going to be one to watch coming out of those booster packs. Very excited. Speaking of excitement, Max, the Hype Nitro enjoyers, if you have missed your High Octane, it is time to hit the gas.
I've heard some mixed reviews on this card. Some Max enjoyers are really excited for this because, as you pointed out, it's like a replacement for High Octane. Some of them are still a little bit averse to putting real hyperdrivers in their deck, and they really want to just use the token hyperdrivers that Max generates. So we'll have to see whether this maybe brings this hero, I want to say back into CC, but he was in the fringes for a little bit, and then after High Octane was banned, he left the fringes. Let's see if he comes back into the fringes with this card.
Yep, certainly keeping an eye on Max moving forward. If you were looking for ways to prevent life gain, well, count your blessings. Fang finally has the right kind of tool for the job. Parched Terrain here looking very intriguing for these Draconic players.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott said it here first, people. Unban Count Your Blessings. He wants that card back in Classic Constructed. And we have Parched Terrain here to, counter that. I mean, as Brian pointed out, this is just one of those cards that's in the Cyber. I'm not entirely sure if it's going to help Fang's Verdance matchup, to be honest, but I'm sure this one of those cards, kind of like Thor, which the Draconic heroes will be very happy to just have in their collection for when the time is right for it.
Yeah, I would like to be clear on Count Your Blessings, by the way. We will not be doing that. Moving quickly on, of course, this beautiful, unique, marveled out equipment suite for Olympia. It's everything you could possibly want unless you're left-handed.
I did. That is absolutely brilliant, Scott. I didn't even think about that, but that's amazing. This is the equipment slots that Victor wishes he has for sure. A whole bunch of equipment that all count as gold. Olympia probably needs a little bit more support, but I think this is a fantastic beginnings for it. And again, talking about the adding mechanical depth to these various classes, adding a little bit more of a full equipment matters, almost a fatigue-style warrior, which I think is very, very interesting.
You want to know where this belongs? Shiana Diamond Gemini. You ever played a Visit Goldmane Estate and made 6 might off the bat? It's pretty good, from what I'm reliably informed.
That sounds very, very strong.
One to watch in the Blitz format if you enjoy that type of nonsense. If you are a Ranger enjoyer, you've got a selection of tools. I have to wonder if Take the Bait is a powerful option or simply bait for the players as well.
I've used that joke before myself, and I have the same concerns as you, Scott. Recently was speaking to Pablo, who was a Riptide enjoyer. He played it at Amsterdam as well. He as well is hesitant to say whether this is going to bring Riptide to relevance, but I have to say the art and the design on this card is compelling enough for me to want to try it.
Speaking of artwork, Mage Hunter Arrow looks incredible. I'm a really big fan of this design space. Obviously, we've just seen New Horizons reprinted, so some more cards leaning into that double Arsenal design space. Leaving this face up against a Kano player makes it very hard to lose the game.
You're definitely going to want the new art and New Horizon as well to go with this. Leave it face up in your arsenal. It's the arrow equivalent of Enchanted Quiver. Basically, you just want to leave it there, and then, yeah, to your point, Scott, it's going to be very difficult for that Kano to blow you up.
Yeah, catch of the day, the last one on this slide here. I know you're ecstatic about this one, Pankaj.
It's a blue 0 for 2, 3 block, which is overrate. I'm happy about that. The Goldfish triggering twice. Gonna have to see how relevant that is. It feels a little bit more win more, where it helps Marlins in the matchups where she's already triggering Goldfish regularly. So maybe that could be enough. But yeah, I'm excited for a better blue card, because I have found that Marlins Blue Blaze is severely lacking so far, so this will surely be a slam dunk 3-off in the deck.
Yeah, certainly going to patch one of the holes in that ship one way or the other. Looking forward to seeing how Marlin fares as we make our way into the following format. Now, I'm going to jump the gun just a little bit here, because a lot of people were asking immediately after Gallo end of the line was revealed. Good news, folks. There is a Marvel for that powerful new ally.
And it's going to be the end of the line for all the Ninja enjoyers for sure, especially if you want to play Katsu. I was looking at Katsu as a potential Gravy counter recently. It's also good into the decks that are trying to beat Gravy, like the Asilius and the Syndras, but Gallo end of the line might just spell doom for their game plan.
It's an impressive tool. So is Angelic Attendant. I know a lot of people are very excited about this card in Prism. Of course, it had to be given the EA cold foil treatment. The Illusionist players would never have been satisfied otherwise. I hear a lot of impressive turn cycles involving this card already.
I am scared of this card, Scott. So far, for a lot of Prism's opponents, they can starve the Prism of Soul, so to speak, by just blocking every Herald and making the Prism rely on Light of Soul to get their Soul going. But the fact that Angelic Attendant basically makes them go up one Soul, because instead of using a card from Soul to awaken a Figment, they can just use this to awaken it instead, and it goes to Soul right afterwards, meaning that the opponent no longer has that agency to deny the Prism a bunch of Soul. I'm a bit nervous for what this is going to do for the Light Illusionist deck.
You heard it here first, folks. Prism, best deck in format. For my money, Bolton, that's where I'm going to be looking. Battlefield Beacon, very impressive tool. I know all the Botwin enjoyers are very, very high on this card. A lot of people missing out. You can activate your hero ability multiple times on the same chain link if you want to with Botwin to just make sure you're getting whichever effects you want.
And remember, you can charge as many cards to your Soul as well when you have that charge mechanic. So, at least with V of the Vanguard especially. So you can have another outlet for your bunch of Soul, which currently all they have is Beacon of Victory, I believe. So this is really nice to pay off some of those games where Bolton ends with like 4 to 6 to 7 cards in Soul, and they have no other way to get rid of them. This is nice as a chain ender to go ahead and create a whole bunch of these tokens: Courage, Toughness, and Vigor.
Painful Passage, the last one on this slide. This is a card I know all of the Vincent players are exceptionally excited about right now. Shadow Runeblade actions, just a massively important part of what this deck is trying to do.
The modality as well, whether it's a pump or go again, depending on the turn cycle. And we also have to point out, Scott, this blocks 3. You don't normally see that for in terms of non-attacks that have go again and are either pumping or giving go again themselves. You see Morbin Skies, you see the other pumps that Vincent has access to. They all block 2, but this one blocks 3. I think this is going to be quite a fantastic upgrade for our Shadow Runeblade. Yeah,
definitely one of the cards I've seen the most talk about. I know this is on a playmat calling very soon as well, so those Shadow Runeblade enjoyers going to have something to look forward to there if you are Vincent obliged. Now, Earth Heroes. Talk of the town in a lot of cases. Reprint Central here is a very big deal, but these new cards, I would argue, equally as important.
I'm so glad they're reprinting Felling the Crown and Plow Under. I still haven't picked up my copies, but I know I'm going to do it now after this weekend. And Light Up the Leaves as well, going to go along the reprints I'm going to pick up this weekend. 6 arcane damage, Earth Wizard action, blocks 3. That's kind of all you needed to say. The instant part of it, okay, sure, at the start of the game, it might help you to just get your Earth in Graveyard train going. But really, non-attack, block 3, deals a tall amount of arcane. I'm so hyped for this card.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm watching Channel the Tranquil Domain, honestly. We just saw a ton of very impactful auras being showcased in Bryan's sealed deck. I have to imagine some of them convert to Classic Constructed, and and Florian too, is going to want ways to take care of those cards.
And some of the tougher matchups for both these heroes do involve the Light Illusionists that we were just talking about. Channel the Tranquil Domain can just go ahead, bottom the ALS, bottom the Genesis, and help these Earth heroes really have a bit more of a footing in that matchup. Another thing with this card I want to point out is that Verdance now with Live the Leaves can potentially go down the route of playing Channel the Millennium Tree again. And this can bottom your own Channel the Millennium Tree to just keep it in the deck so that you have up to maybe 6 copies of Channel the Millennium Tree, which I think can maybe help her in the end game, which she's currently struggling with since she lost Plume of Evergrowth.
That's a very heads-up play. Love to see that as well. Looking forward to seeing how all these cards play out on the bigger stage. But most of all, those Felling and Plow Under reprint is going to be fantastic on the wallet, I think, for a lot of players. So we're going to see those expansion slot cards with you sometime very, very soon. Plenty to look forward to there. You got a favorite, Pankaj? Which is the one you want to open the most of your pre-release?
Light of the Leaves.
Not at all biased. Okay. Well, fair enough. I am personally hoping for some non-expansion slot cards because I've been dipping my toes into Pleiades. Mostly because we've got a special little treat for people this weekend, have we not?
We do. We will be facing off in the feature match area, Scott, and you'll be on Pleiades, as your makeup suggests as well. And I will be on Lyath. So we'll have a bit of a guardian mirror over here, reviled versus revered. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. You can tell by the graphic. Look at how excited I am for this. If you want your first taste of Classic Constructed with Super Slam involved, we have got you covered. Pleiades, all the tools, all the beautiful new cards from the Armory deck, built masterfully by me against the one and only battle-hardened Goliath, chiseled veteran that is Pankaj on a deck I'm sure made perfect sense. There was no deck building questions for you, I'm sure.
That is the first time I've been called chiseled, Scott, and I'm not really sure how to react to that. But yes, it was a very interesting deck building experience, not getting to consult my teammates on how it should be built. So no promises on how tuned these decks are, but we can promise it will be a very fun time, and we'll have Sam O'Byrne and Margin Bay on the cast for that. I can't wait to watch it back.
It's going to be glorious. I can't wait to analyze my mistakes and have Margin tell me what I did wrong. It's like my favorite thing, I promise. It'll be great. If you also have incredible taste and you're interested in giving Pleiades Superstar a spin, I've got some good news for you. At the end of the day today, after I'm done crushing this fool in our feature match area, we will be giving away one of that brand new Armory deck in the chat, so stay tuned. Make sure you're with us if you want to be winning one of those.
So is that a hint that you have a whole bunch of crush cards in your deck? Because I don't know what Pleiades looks like either. Okay, I think I might have gotten some intel. I might need to change my list a little bit with that information. But yes, to enter the giveaway, just be in chat, comment stuff in chat, and you will be in the giveaway for a chance for the Pleiades Armory deck.
I'm going to have to be very careful with my words for the rest of the day, aren't I?
Yep, I'm keeping very in tune with every single word that you say, Scott.
This is what I get for dropping hints during spoiler season. Everyone just analyzes everything I say now. Well, if you want something else to analyze, we have more reveals for you. Somehow there is more things to look forward to in the near future. I don't want to talk about today, but I want to talk about the biggest event of the year, the World Championship in Philadelphia. We've got some very exciting things to show you about that event. Check it out. Oh my gosh. Pankaj, I believe you were the first person to spot it. There's something rather different about that prism in the middle of these promos, is there not?
This is old Prism. Now remember, with the World Championships in Philadelphia will feature Living Legend as one of the key formats for that event. So that's why you can pick up a Prism Sculptor of Arc Light, not Awakener of Soul at that event.
I think I'm in love with these. These are beautiful promo. I love that all of these heroes have applications in Living Legend as well. Florian, Rockwood Harbinger, Dash.io, both finding various levels of success. I think these are utterly charming.
These are absolutely beautiful, and I really like how the art also flows across all these three pieces. You can see it in the ceiling over there. That all connects together. Absolutely beautiful pieces of work.
I'm enamored. I'm truly enamored. I guess I have a new Dash.io to pick up for myself to helm that deck in the future. These promos, pretty spectacular. If you want to get your hands on them, World Championship Philadelphia will be the place to be.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the player packages at the World Championship. So if you are playing in World Championships itself, you can pick up the beautiful new alternate art Warmonger's Diplomacy playmat alongside one of these hero promos at random.
That's a very funky choice for a playmat this time around. Warmonger's Diplomacy, obviously an incredibly impactful card. This new flavorful art, the best way to top off this year as we make our way out of Super Slam. This feels like one you're going to want to own.
And you can only play one of these in Living Legend as well. It just goes to show how impactful that card is in that format.
All right, well, there's plenty more to look forward to here outside of World Championship packages. If you're looking to pick up a souvenir package, this entire panorama piece of artwork that we love across these three promos will be front and center on this playmat alongside this beautiful Super Slam deck box and a Mastery Pack Rosetta booster box, which is pretty incredible. No better way to tie off the end of a trip in Philadelphia, I don't think.
And if you were as excited about the Felling of the Crown and Plow and the reprints as I was, can pick up those same cards in the pack of Rosetta over here as well.
Yeah, this is a fantastic package. Looking forward to picking one up and making sure that we can. I'm in love with this deck box. I think the artwork for Super Slam really stands out to me. It's very pungent. It's very colorful. I can't think of a better piece of just art to put on this and display on my table.
I love these souvenir packages so much. Get every hero promo and the playmat as well with the whole panorama art. You get some cards as well, and you get the deck box as you pointed out. This is such fantastic value.
Yeah, really looking forward to World Championship in Philadelphia if you want to get your hands on those. Now, Pankaj, I told you we had exciting things to share that weren't to do with today necessarily, but this one kind of is to do with today in a bit of a weird way. The world premiere at Montreal this weekend is the final cosplay contest where Taylor is up for grabs for our winners as a prize card. Now, our first star has to retire eventually. Someone has to take their place. And we know now who that's going to be. We know Frankie is going to be the new cosplay promo moving forward. However, we don't know what Frankie does. Would you like to?
I would love to know, Scott. I'm sure all the cosplayers back home would love to as well. And people who are even thinking of starting cosplay, this might be the little nudge they need to go ahead and get onto that train.
All right, let's get undead with it. Let's take a look at what Frankie does. Well, if that's not an interesting piece of design space, I'm not sure what is. Frankie, make ends meet. Whenever an equipment you control would be put into a graveyard, instead banish it. However, for 3 resources and tapping your hero as an action, you can equip an equipment from a graveyard, not just yours. You can make the ends meet, if you like.
Super interesting, because it's very difficult for you to equip your own equipment back, because yours will go into the banner zone. But if you can make your opponents block with their equipment or maybe destroy them somehow, you can go ahead and equip theirs from their graveyard. Super interesting.
I get the feeling I'm going to have a word with Rachel. I'm happy to have glammed up a little bit today and made sure that Pleiades was front and center in front of the camera, but I need to be entering some of these contests because this hero seems like a blast to play to me.
So the next world premiere, can we expect you in a Frankie cosplay makeup maybe? You've got a one-colored contact lens, maybe a little bit of stitches along your face?
Pankaj, if anyone has met me, all I do in life is commit to the bit. So if you want me as Frankie on a show going forward, just spam my social media make my life insufferable, and I will absolutely make that happen.
Well, I know what I'm doing tonight before I go to bed.
Frankie's pretty phenomenal. My life has just been ruined, but we have round 1 for you on the way. So Bryan Gottlieb is going to be in our feature match area. We know they are on Pleiades, but we don't know anything about their opponent. Who are you hoping to see first?
I want to see Lyath. It'll be a little bit of a precursor to our show match later, Scott. Pleiades versus Lyath. I'm excited to see how that works in the limited format.
Wrong answer. Kayo will be the hero that's going to be on the opposite side of the table for Bryan. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. So let's make our way down to the feature match area for the first time this weekend. Deathmatch Arena is underway. It will be Bryan Gottlieb. Mostly unknown player from what I understand. Pleiades superstar on one side of the table against Suzanne Hug on the other side on Kayo underhanded cheat. Now, I know we've never seen this before, but we're going to see some gem packs to start with. So if you want spoilers from gem pack, okay, wind up the crowd, EA, is the thing to start us off here. Flex Strength, Humble Entrance, card number 2 for Suzanne. Red bold drop. Okay, that's really good to know. People are going to want those from the Armory deck. We've seen them already, but they are in the gem pack as well, which is really, really good to know.
Red Boulder Drop, a massive upgrade for Guardians coming right after Mastery Pack Guardian as well. The Guardian players have something to cheer about for sure.
All right, so kicking things off here, both players getting themselves ready to go. We're never going to have seen this matchup so far, Pankaj, but do you have any existing surface level thoughts on what you expect to see?
So going into this turn 0 right now, I want to point out the advantage that Pleiades has with all the instant speed auras. So whether she's going first or second, she really can just go ahead and get that advantage regardless. So I think we currently don't really know who's going first or second. Take a moment over here, but say Suzanne is one going first, you might want to hold back any offense in case Bryan gets greedy and empties his hand of those instant auras.
And we can kind of see it from Bryan there as well. We do have 2 instant speed auras in the palm of your hand, and that the suspense is killing me, which it almost did there for a moment, lurking in the first hand of this game, so does have options here to make the most of these first 4 cards.
I have to say, seeing both these heroes with no weapons equipped is such a novel experience, and I am really looking forward to see how these players are going to overcome the potential for fatigue. Remember, this is, the heavy hitters-esque heroes. It's the Brutes and the Guardians, not really very well known for that offensive overlap, which you need to not get fatigued in the end, but, Kayo has the ability that brings his blues to effectively become reds, and Pleiades has the ability to pump up one massive attack after a couple of turns. So these players really need to set that up to not get to that end game state where both players are just out of cards because they have no weapons.
Yeah, I kind of agree, actually. I think we're going to see a lot of homages to heavy hitters over the course of this weekend. We're obviously back in the same thematic setting, but I agree there's going to be some extreme differences as we make our way through the format as well, as players figure out how this has to be different. So we're going to see here is going to be Suzanne going first, and this is a pretty darn good start, generating 3 might off the bat.
We spoke about how Bryan playing Pleiades with all those instant speed auras will be able to generate quite an advantage going first or second, but Suzanne over here is saying that the Reviled Brute has something to say about that as well, starting off with Cruel Ambition, 3 mites for her next turn.
Suzanne here willing to commit even further, going to turn the crowd hateful to kick things off at the start of this game. This is a surprisingly impressive turn 0 here. Going to get a little bit of juice here for attacking a revered hero in the process. More importantly, going to get booed, which is a really big deal for our reviled heroes.
Because, especially for Kayo will create a Vigor token when they get booed. So if it hits, Suzanne will create a Vigor token, which will really help shore up the awkward cost curve of that hero ability, which does cost 4. The Vigor token will basically effectively make it cost 3, which you can just pay into with a full blue. Speaking of these hate cards against both these heroes, Scott, I want to point out we saw Bryan, when he was building the deck, does have 3 copies of Smash Brute in his deck. We'll be very, very happy that he found those copies as he faces off against the Reviled Brute in the first match of the World Premiere.
Really good spot. Now, this is pretty interesting for Bryan here. We know they have another blue in hand, but it is an instant speed aura, so they can choose to either pay into dig in and generate those toughness tokens for a later turn, or play the aura here during this turn cycle. And you saw the pause from Bryan. He wasn't sure what he was supposed to do.
Looks like he went ahead and played out the Suspense is Killing Me, which will confer +1 to his first attack. I have to point out, he cannot be happy with losing the in the palm of your hand on this turn 0. Would have loved to resolve that card, you have to imagine, but Suzanne forcing him to block with that.
So we will make our way over to Bryan Gottlieb, going to tick down that copy of the Suspense is Killing Me. We do see an edge of their seats at the front of the hand there. And, well, Shoot Your Mouth Off, I believe, is in the hand there as well. That's one of the most impressive attacks in this set so far. Quite a lot of damage threatened immediately here from Bryan.
It's an unconditional 2-card 8, which is not something you see often in Flesh and Blood. A lot of the 2-card 8 effects, like Wounded Bull, typically have some sort of condition attached to them. Even the Turn the Crowd Hateful that Suzanne just played has the condition of it needs to be attacking Revered Hero. But Shoot Your Mouth Off is just 2-card 8, but does come with a downside that if it's blocked out, the opponent gets a confidence token. However, if the opponent blocks it out, how much can they actually use the confidence token?
Yeah, there's a really interesting decision point and rewards players for being strategic with their blocks. It's going to be 9 points of damage here, courtesy of that Suspense is Killing Me. Pretty good volley of damage here. And I think this is really interesting from Bryan as well. Of course, this time those cards were going to be in hand. This is the way the turns play out. But the 2 cards floating here, there's a lot of things still being represented regardless of the lack of action point.
Pleiades, of course, can go ahead and resolve a bunch of instants. And remember, her hero ability is also an instant, so Bryan could absolutely play another Suspense Aura, activate Pleiades' effect to move those counters around as well, to try and get them to pop at the same time on one turn. Have to point out on Suzanne's side something very interesting. She did go ahead and pressure Bryan on that turn 0 and didn't let him set up for his first real turn of the game, but it came at the cost of an Arsenal, because it does look like she didn't go ahead and Arsenal after playing the Turn the Crowd Hateful.
Very interesting. So Suzanne here going to be committing pretty serious blocks to try and soak this up. Wants to gain that confidence token and utilize that last card in hand, and hopefully those 3 Might tokens in the process.
Exactly. So this tells us she probably has a 0 cost in hand that she wants to resolve, because if those 3 Might tokens just go to waste because you're forced to block out, that does not feel good.
And we will see that edge of their seats deployed as the follow-up here, coming in with 2 counters. Pleiades immediately activated, going to knock that down to 1, so the edge of the seats will be triggering next turn to grant that bonus. More importantly here, an extra turn of value provided to the Suspense is Killing Me.
And we heard Bryan talk about that during the deck build as well. These 0-cost blue auras, you want to keep them around as long as possible and fuel them with the counters from auras like Edge of the Seats, which you want to pop as soon as possible.
So we do see those Might tokens trigger, and it's going to be Instill Fear as the follow-up here. Not a bad 1-card hand, going to intimidate Bryan Gottlieb. I know that's something most of the internet has wanted to do at some point.
I'm sure most of the internet also wanted to cheer Bryan. Actually, they probably wanted to boo him, but he's over here in the revered hero seat, so will instead be getting cheered and will also be intimidated over here by this Instill Fear, just coming in for 5 with the backing of the confidence token as well. So only 2 cards can be blocked with by Bryan, and this includes equipment.
Yeah, confidence tokens going to take a bit of getting used to, I think, from most folks, but 2 non-block cards is the name of the game, so damage not necessarily being forced through here, but blocks maybe a little less than optimal for Bryan, depending on how they wanted to play out their hand.
Looks like he does have a block card in hand for here. Also going to push out the Helm of the Adored over here. Going to get cheered here. Everyone cheer for Bryan.
Let's get some loud cheers going for Bryan Gottlieb. This is pretty important, actually, here. Going to be generating that confidence. You see the reaction from Suzanne as well. Confidence generated. I would like to have access to confidence when I'm about to make my attack 5 points of power bigger. Seems like a pretty good sequence. 6
points of power bigger, Scott, because of Edge of the Seats and the Suspense is Killing Me that will stay around as well. So Bryan over here setting up for a very, very powerful turn.
Okay, so we're going to see those counters ticking down now. Edge of the Seats going to trigger, confidence will trigger, and we'll see the Suspense killing us slightly less for now as we make our way into Bryan's turn. We see that heroic pose lurking in the hand, and hopefully 1 big attack to go alongside it. It will be that full of bravado. Now, having a confidence token here, chaining these together seems pretty important. So Aura of Suspense is under control. This is a small, meager, very easily handleable 13. Bryan's confident about it. He's confident about the pain he's inflicting upon the community.
We spoke about how fatigue is a potential problem in this format, but remember there is evasion in the form of the confidence tokens, and Bryan over here showcasing how fatigue isn't really that much of a problem if you're able to set up 13 power with Confidence. So Suzanne can only block with 2 non-block cards.
This is fine, Pankaj. This is fine, right?
This is totally okay. Now, on Suzanne's side, one thing she could be happy about is that the Suspense is Killing Me is going to go away at the end of this turn, unless Bryan has another zero-cost aura, which I don't think he does. I believe he's arsenaling the Heroic Pose. So at least that pesky blue aura will be going away. But Suzanne takes 9 to the face, only had 2 blocks to go ahead and block out this Full of Bravado. So going all the way down to 11 is Suzanne Hug.
Going to make our way back to Suzanne as that Heroic Pose goes in the arsenal for Bryan. We'll draw back up. Let's see what Suzanne's follow-up might be. Looks like it's a Look Tough and a blue in hand for Suzanne here. So going to try and return the volley with a reasonably sized attack of their own.
Definitely doesn't have the cards in hand to go ahead and activate Kayo's hero ability. So for now, Suzanne just going to be playing a little bit of fair Flesh and Blood.
Taking a moment to consider their options. Of course, we do see that chess piece available to provide an extra resource if it's going to be beneficial in any way.
The worst point of any game, math point.
We see Bryan here just kind of talking through the situation that may have just occurred, and I'm sure feeling awful about what they're demonstrating, but it will be that Look Tough that joins us on the combat chain here to start. This is not a bad return. Obviously, not the optimal hand here for Suzanne, on blocks especially. And we see they were considering utilizing that Garland to provide the extra resource to make this not shrink itself, instead settling for 7.
And I like that. I think saving the Garland for potential more impactful activation of, say, the Kayo's hero ability on a following turn might be the way to go, especially since currently she isn't in the train of rolling Vigor tokens, which Kayo definitely wants to do to just keep fueling the hero ability. So save the Garland for the first time you want to activate the hero ability, and for now, just, suffer the 1-point penalty on this Look Tough.
Bryan here, pretty happy to eat the damage in return, and I have to enjoy the laughter. Both players know what's happening here. This is, Bryan has his foot on the pedal and does not intend on stopping.
And going into his turn with yet another Confidence token. Currently no pumps on board in the form of other Suspense auras, but we know he has a Heroic Pose in his arsenal, which not only will pump up the attack that will be backed by the Confidence token, Scott, but will generate another Confidence token for the following turn.
You can quickly see how these are being chained together. That Heroic Pose will, and again, cheer for Bryan Gottlieb and celebrate his various successes in life. More importantly, 3 extra points of power once more. Go again, attached to this. That Confidence token will be paired with one of those Beat Brutes that we saw during the sealed pull. This is rather large again.
And he has 3 copies of this in his deck, so the pain for Suzanne isn't quite over here. I believe this should be coming in for... yes, it's 10. If it's defended by a Brute card, it'll get a +1. So if Suzanne's able to block with non-Brute cards, say with just Revile cards, for example, and generics, can dodge the +1 on that.
It looks like we're going to see that here. It's going to be Instill Fear, and I believe another Reviled card being committed to the combat chain there, so avoiding the additional buff, but falling down to 6 in the process here. So a lot of early heat heading Suzanne's way, but happy to keep 2 cards again and just continue returning fire.
And no aura on Suzanne's side to get destroyed by the Bash Brute as well. So it ended up just being a vanilla 3 for 7. When I said vanilla, it was of course backed up by the Confidence token as well. And now I'm finally going to see the Garland of Spring being popped over here. Curious to see what it'll be paid into. Could just be maybe shoring up an awkward resource curve, or will we finally see the first activation of Kayo Strongarm?
That looks like where we are looking to go. It's going to be Instill Fear here, and before anything else, we'll get intimidated here. Blue copy is still going to rip a card away, and KO, of course, being activated ahead of time here. It's pretty face-up what was going to happen with the Garland activation there. So both players now aware this will be 6 damage.
And this is another form of evasion in this set. Again, I just want to talk about a lot of players' concerns over fatigue being perhaps the primary way to approach this format. Alongside Intimidates, alongside Confidence, alongside setting up turns where you're sending 13 points of damage on one turn, and the number of 2 blocks and no blocks in the set as well. And as well, remember, there's heroes like Tuffnut, which only have 3 intellect. All these help overcome the idea that you can actually fatigue out your opponents.
Yeah, I think if we hadn't been having those conversations heading into the set, this game would not have suggested to me at all this format was a fatigue attrition fight. So pretty evident there is relevant counterplay for all of these heroes in this format. And I'm excited to see how players evolve to that thought in real time.
We say evolve, but remember this weekend is the only weekend that we will be showcasing limited Super Slam at a premier event. So people need to evolve very, very quickly, Scott.
Absolutely. Somebody will become the one and only Super Sam Grand Champion at the end of the calling this weekend. So these players are going to have to figure it out real fast. For now, it's Bryan Gottlieb who needs to figure it out fast. We'll be committing blocks of 6 here. Going to lose one of our multiple 3-for-7s here. So pretty likely to have a equally sized attack, I would think.
Bit of that was a 2-card 6 effectively from Suzanne. Definitely looking to start chaining those Vigor tokens to activate Kayo again and again, but for now Bryan goes back for the 3rd turn in a row, having the confidence token to back up his attack. What is it going to be? Looks like it's going to be yet another Beat Brute, which we know he has 3 of in the deck.
Yeah, the suspense has returned to killing us alongside this Bash Brute. Again, this attack, Bryan kind of alluded to this during the deck building portion. I do want to talk about it again. This format feels like adapting your deck for the opponent you're facing is a really big part of getting it right.
Bash Brute here coming in for 8, thanks to the suspense is killing me, and backed up by the confidence as well. So unless Suzanne has a block card, we'll almost certainly will be leaking some damage over here.
See if we can get a peek at what Suzanne is working with. We see that beautiful Marvel Cheetah's Charm. It's one to be jealous of. Clench the upper hand, high-pitched howl, and one other card hidden behind that we can't quite see. So a bit of an awkward hand again here for Suzanne. It's a flex speed, so some block value available, but not a lot of cohesion here.
Clench the upper hand at least is a 0-cost attack, so you could go ahead and block 6, send that, and then arsenal the Cheetah's Charm. The Cheetah's Charm did come in slightly late over here. She would have definitely loved to steal the confidence tokens that Bryan was chaining the previous few turns. This time, though, the confidence tokens had been gone. But you can expect at some point the crowd will cheer for Bryan again, and then he will have the confidence token only for Suzanne to steal it right back, followed by some boos going her way.
I don't know. I think the crowd might be souring on Bryan Gottlieb, the beating they are dishing out in this first round. But for now, cheering is what we are looking for. It will be an extra point of power on this Bash Brute, courtesy of the block, taking Suzanne all the way down to 3. She's going to need a pretty potent return fire here.
Looks like she might need to wait a little bit for that potent return fire. Currently, it's probably just going to be the 0-cost attack. Taking a look at what Bryan is working with. Looks like he's hiding it from us. He knew we were looking. He wants to take a look.
No, I get it. That's fine, Bryan. I won't be offended in any way whatsoever. So Cheetah's Charm, doing some good work here, is going to just boo and therefore generate a Vigor as a result. That attack ability no likely to be used there. So we see Suzanne here alluding very much to what you just did. I wish I'd had this card when you had a confidence token. That would have been great. And we will indeed see that clench as the follow-up here to put some pressure back on Bryan.
So unfortunately for Suzanne, thanks to those confidence tokens, was forced to eat a lot of damage and is going to be lower health than Bryan as she resolves clench the upper hand. So will not get booed from this effect, but will be sending 4 damage Bryan's way and does have the Vigor token for her following turn. This time, Bryan, no confidence token to have that evasion to maybe get these last 3 points of Suzanne's life total. So let's see whether they'll actually come back to her to make use of that Vigor token.
Yeah, looks like plenty of confidence for me from Bryan Gottlieb here. Happy to eat that damage, falling down to 9, keeping the full hand to work with as the suspense is killing me ticks down. It looks like we're just going to need resources this time around, and not the perfect hand for Bryan either, just needing some fuel for this red Brothers in Arms.
Coming in for 7, thanks to the suspense is killing me, is going to demand at least 2 cards from Suzanne.
Yeah, this one pretty impressive, an all-star of previous limited formats as well. That breakpoint presented here, courtesy of the Pleiades aura, definitely very appealing in this spot as well. Makes that leaking damage continue to be an issue here for Suzanne to handle.
And I really like Brothers in Arms coming back in this format because of the way the different heroes can all use them. Lyath, for example, his hero ability costs 2, so you can use your 1 floating to pay into Brothers in Arms. Tuffnut really wants to put a bunch of toughness tokens on one blocking card and help maybe get over something like a confidence token because you're just using one card to block a whole bunch. So flexibility of this card really, really warranted in this format.
Going to see Not So Tough as the block here from Suzanne alongside a copy of Feisty Locals. Even more defenses here. Disdainful Delight going to be the follow-up as well. So a pretty block-heavy hand this time around. No bonuses or the like, but getting good value out of this defensively slanted hand.
Once again, Suzanne probably wishing she saw that block card when attacks with confidence were coming her way in the previous few turn cycles. So the draw sequence for Suzanne here, perhaps not favoring her the most, just goes ahead and arsenals on her turn as she draws up and passes it back to Bryan with a full 5-card grip.
Bryan here going to continue to extend with an edge of their seats once more. Those counters will come in. We'll see an immediate Pleiades activation. Now, this is very clever. We're not going to be expiring that aura. We want to keep it around so we can respond to those triggers. Just bring in edge in the seats, move a counter across. I'll keep my impactful auras for later on. Thank you very much.
For those who might have missed that was being done on Suzanne's turn. At the end of Suzanne's turn, Bryan went ahead and played the instant edge of the seats, activated Pleiades, which is an instant, so that now on his turn, edge of the seats will pop, and he will keep around. The suspense is killing me to get a whopping +6 on his first attack for the turn.
Yeah, snazzy stuff. I think a pretty great example of exactly what Pleiades is capable of doing. You can smoke screen that information until much later in the turn, make your opponent convinced they're taking a little less heat, and then suddenly blammo, which is all the kind of play style I'm intrigued by. So we see that edge of the seats is going to expire here, +6 being granted to this first attack of the turn for Bryan. Does pitch away a cheers to fuel what I imagine will be another one of those impactful 3 for 7s. It is going to be a good, clean fight, which is definitely what Pleiades has done here, right?
Coming in for another whopping 13 over here, and denying any sort of abilities on cards Suzanne blocks with. For example, the block cards that we've seen her block with already. All of those won't get abilities. Suzanne over here needs to face down this 13 while she's just at 3. Does her hand even block enough? We've seen multiple block 2s so far.
We'll try and get a peek at what Suzanne is working with. We see Bask in your greatness, and at least 1/2 block there, alongside a pair of 3s. So
this hand blocks 10.
Yes. Yes, math is Pankaj's strong suit. This does look slightly problematic for Suzanne, and it will be enough damage here to leak on through. And Bryan Gottlieb will take the first round of World Premiere Montreal. A pretty impressive showcase of everything Pleiades Superstar.
We saw exactly what Pleiades wants to do. Play a bunch of instant speed auras, shuffle those counters around so that they pop in the way you want them to, keep the auras around that you want, and, of course, dealing so much damage via confidence tokens that were backing up attacks, coming in for 13, coming in for 10. What an explosive start for our Superstar.
Look, I need to ask you a very personal question. I want you to make assumptions about Bryan Gottlieb as a person. Did they enjoy that?
Yes, because I don't think Bryan has ever understood what it means to get cheered by the crowd. So it's a very novel experience for him. I think he's typically on the side where he gets a whole bunch of boos. So I think he really enjoyed that.
I think that might have been a good one for Bryan Gottlieb's mental well-being. I'm inclined to agree with that. Yeah, very impressive stuff. Very happy to see Bryan taking a win. And I think a small taste of what Kayo can do in this format, and hopefully a good foundation for us to learn from going forward.
As we spoke about, draw sequence on Suzanne's side, perhaps not favoring her the most. I'm definitely excited to see that hero continue to, maybe do something a little bit more explosive as we move forward in this World Premiere weekend.
Absolutely. So, we've had plenty of exciting things so far this weekend. Everyone's having fun, but I have decided that is not enough. I would like more fun. I would like more things. I would like more surprises. So, have you ever seen one of these before?
A gem pack?
Number 3. Some really vibrant colors. I'm a big fan. What do you think about gem packs so far, Pankaj? You a big fan? You hoping to get a little nicer this time around?
I love the gem pack system. It's really made the armory scene pop off a little bit more. I don't know about your local, Scott,
Absolutely.
but Yeah, for my locals, we're seeing so much more turnout, partly because of these gem packs, and I've heard there's some really spicy things in Gem Pack 3. I don't know too much, but I've just been getting hints from Sam and Bryan that these packs have some really, really spicy stuff, and I'm so looking forward to opening these.
I've heard that too. I know they want us to be all patient and not open these, but as long as no one tells LSS, I'm going to let you open the first one of these we've ever seen.
Me? Open one of these on the secretly. Don't tell anyone.
Don't tell anyone. If the broadcast team finds out, we're getting fired, okay? But I want you to see some really cool cards from this set. So, Pankaj, show me some goodies.
You know, I can't even see it. I'm just showing it to the camera. What is this?
That is a Gravy Armory deck card. The Loot the Arsenal in a beautiful extended art form available in this pack.
With a micro text box. This was, I believe, only available in the Gravy Bones Armory deck prior to this, but now you can open them up in these gem packs, and there's something behind it as well. Oh, wow.
Keep it down. Keep it down. Keep it. They found out.
Don't tell anyone.
If we're too loud, they'll know. Right?
Yeah.
There was no Savage Stash. You saw nothing. Please hold it up for the camera so we can see some
This
more.
is wild. I don't normally open good things in packs, but the fact that it just happened on camera, alternate art, micro text box, Savage Stash. Again, another card that was only available in the Armory decks. This was only available in the Kayo Armory deck, but here available in Gem Pack 3.
Why was I generous? Why didn't I just open the pack for myself? I've made a grave mistake. Okay, well, that's a good start. And now when I open one later on, I will embarrass myself on the internet. If you're looking forward to that, or more games of Flesh and Blood, I suppose, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. making their way to the ring, the infamous, the renowned Samo Burnt.
Hold on. Well, I thought you were going to hype up who we have in our feature match here. You're hitting me. What am I? I'm Samo Burnt? That's not fair at all. Didn't we have an absolute unit in the caster area last time?
Everyone's got their favorites.
Can I be absolute Chad? What's going on?
Absolutely not.
What?
Anyway, yeah, there is actually a rather renowned name I want to talk to you about here, Sam. Our feature match area has someone very special in it this round. Now, have you heard of a small indie company known as World Wrestling Entertainment?
I have heard of them, and I did think it stood for different things. So this is good info for me. I thought it was like worldwide. And I guess that wouldn't make sense.
WWE is the moniker that we're looking for if you're unfamiliar. We have the one and only Lexis King joining us this weekend. NXT superstar is a flesh and blood madhouse.
Yeah.
And I am so excited to have them in the feature match area to show us how this wrestling thing is supposed to be done.
Dude, how cool that we have a legitimate WWE NXT pro wrestler who loves the game, got in just in Gen Con, but we've been chatting all weekend, the two of us. This dude loves the game. He's like a lifelong gamer in TCGs and video games. This dude's been around the block. He plays at his local armory. This guy is a
So
true
cool.
gamer, and he's come all the way to Montreal to hang out with us and show exactly why Super Slam is as super as it is. And I have to imagine for him, it's pretty freaking cool, man. He's literally a pro wrestler. This set is, of course, themed around many of the themes that can be found in the WWE and other incredible pro wrestling circuits around the world. So you have to imagine this might be well within his range of activities.
Yeah, I was speaking to Lexis on socials, and he was very vocal that he'd been waiting for an opportunity to combine his two passions together, and this is finally the opportunity to do that. If there is a second passion in this feature match area, though, it might be Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster, a hero I know many people are enamored with, and we'll finally get to show them off on camera for the first time this round.
We've talked a lot about diving into the arena. And this weekend, I want to move into something different. Screw that. I want to get into the ring, baby. Let's head down to the feature match area, to the ring, to the arena, and let's see just how Lexis King, superstar from WWE NXT, takes on Sam Titizian on Tuffnut, the Bumbling Hulkster. And listen, Lexis and I have become good friends, but now all of a sudden there's a Sam in the arena, and I don't know who to root for.
I don't know. Samo Burnt doesn't sound like a good guy to me.
Come
so
on.
You can take the
the
KO
hell?
side of the equation. I'll let you be Lexis's best friend. I'm going to back the local. I'm going to take the Canadians. Sam is on my team this time. I can't help but notice the Gen Con t-shirt in this feature match area, which is rather poetic given the situation here. I cannot wait to see this game. I believe in Tuffnut, and I will be backing them in this feature match area.
Yeah,
so
here we go.
Gem Pack Scramble to kick things off. Let's see if Lexis can do one better and put their cards through the table. Or maybe at least open a Savage Slash or something.
Yeah, this. Oh, look at that! We got a rock! Oh, and a Cold Foil Maker! Yo, that's an insane pack for Lexis King. Dog, dude, I'm telling you, I said it during the deck build. Gem Pack 3 does not mess around. This ish is crazy in these packs. So like LSS has said, like, listen, I know you like Gem Packs 1 and 2. Gem Pack 3 might have them both beat combined.
Oh, talk about making a moment. Front and center, the Armory deck weapon that everyone is enamored with, making its way to Lexis King. And normally I would fight people for those cards. This is not a time I will be doing that.
No, that would not be smart, Scott. You know, you're a good friend, but I will not back your horse in this particular race. There's no weapons in this set, but Lexis King surely has some guns. I'll tell you something.
I'm not. No one should back me in that fight. If Ethan starts a poll, I will be mildly upset. All right, let's make our way into the game. And of course, worth knowing off the bat, 3 intellect here from Sam. They didn't forget to draw a card. This is the name of the game.
Something I want to point out right away, these players are playing with their pre-release kits, and Lexis King here able to use 3 of those pieces he got in that kit to go ahead and make his way forward with that equipment. So impressive and so beautiful those cards are. And we see Tuffnut immediately activated, going to grab those 3 resources, 3 floating, something I'm going to get to say a lot over this weekend as the dig in is in the pitch. That means even though only 3 cards are in the hand, going to be able to utilize them very well this turn thanks to that Tuffnut ability.
You've got what I need, indeed. Chest Puff will be kicking things off to start the show here. 7 points of power coming across. These bread and butter attacks, very potent in a deck like Tuffnut, because you typically have resources spare if you're not blocking. You get to use that ability to pay for the cost up front. In this case, utilize those resources off the top straight away, no reduction. And we're going to see the damage sucked up here from Lexis, specifically using those that helm to get booed out of the gate. Wants a Vigor token to start things off.
Yeah, happy to cat that equipment in early, get the Vigor token for his next turn, makes that KO ability so much more attractive when you only have to pitch the single blue. So Lexis trading a piece of equipment here to go ahead and get that value right away. Gets to draw back up to the intellect. Let's see exactly what he's working with.
Feisty locals at the front of the hand there. See if we can get a peek at the rest as the turn continues.
Vigor
For
token.
now, Vigor will be made. Really big fan of this Vigor mechanic. I think Pankaj spoke to it a little bit in the last round. Just chaining together KO's hero ability is the name of the game before this hero. You really want to be activating it turn after turn, and if you can keep those Vigors rolling, it means it's only costing you a card every time. So I'm looking to see if Lexis can keep that going. For now, they're going to be making some rather revolting gestures and swearing at the crowd as you expect an evil heel to do. Some extra power, might token in the process. Pretty potent start here.
Yeah, gets to go ahead and use that Vigor token immediately. Follows this up with a Fight Dirty. You can hear the king himself go ahead and walk us through this one. And look, this is a perfectly efficient turn thanks to that Vigor token. If it's defended by a revered card, that's going to be definitely possible with this Tuffnut deck. Gets +1, and when it hits, going to mill a card. But here, going to go ahead and be pumped up by that revolting gesture. Get the Might token for the next turn. So here's 10 value. Gets to keep that arsenal all off of the back of that turn 0 block, getting booed from the helm.
Yeah, Bryan talked to us about this. Like, it's important to sideboard correctly in this format. These cards that are really potent into either revered heroes, reviled heroes, be it brutes or guardians, taking a look at your entire pool before the game starts and adjusting your deck accordingly is a really big part of this format. And we see that already from Lexis here. This Fight Dirty was better than the average card as a result.
Look at this. Going to go ahead and get another blue. Not cheering because the card does not have 6 or more power. Tuffnut really does need to find some ways to cheer to go ahead and really get the most value out of these cards. But 3 floating is going to go ahead and be put into an unexpected backhand. Really should be an unexpected elbow to the face when you take a look at this card. That dude is just getting absolutely worked. This is just a good 3 for 7. On Clash can be a little bit unexpected, deal an extra point of damage. But here, just coming in, classic 3 for 7, and another card's going to head to the arsenal. Both of these Tuffnut activations so far, though, for Sam, hit big, and hit blue.
Yeah, looking like the deck is well-oiled and doing exactly what it wants to be doing. I'm a really big fan of Unexpected Backhand in this format so far. We've seen the importance of good, efficient 3 for 7s in these heroes already. This one blocks 3, makes it a very versatile card. And you will be clashing as Tuffnut. Controlling the top card of that deck is very important to control your hero ability, to make sure you have the resources to utilize your turn. And so getting free value while you're doing so on a card you already wanted to play, it's pretty darn good.
See exactly how Lexis wants to defend this. Currently at 19 life. Gonna go ahead and block 6, take another 1. 1 damage over the top, so down to 18 goes Lexis King. Card to the arsenal for Tuffnut and Sam. Card to the bottom, and only 3 to be drawn here, as for one of the first times this weekend we're getting to see the difference in intellect in some of these heroes within Super Slam. As the Might token pops, we're gonna head back over to Lexis, see just how he wants to utilize these cards. A little bit of a head shake, a little bit of a grimace, maybe not loving what he's got working with so far.
Definitely looks like a puzzle in this case. We're going to be just pitching for another copy of Fight Dirty. So utilizing that Might token to, again, just send a big, efficient attack. We're seeing again and again these cards that are designed to tackle specific heroes, just incredibly powerful.
Yeah, dude, so nice. You get to attack, and if Sam, again, only's got 3 cards, not sure exactly what he's able to work with. Let's go ahead and check it out. Got to visit the Boneyard, so none of those cards are revered, so they won't give the additional value to the Fight Dirty, but they also don't all block, as that Visit the Boneyard is just an instant. Can go ahead and do some recursion, important in this format, but here might just have to be a blue for Sam.
Yeah, I really want to make note of the cards that Sam has blocked with already as well this game. We've seen 1 Unexpected Backhand played, multiple yellows blocked with, and another copy in hand here. The deck pretty clearly tailored to utilize the Clash mechanic to the best of its ability. I'm looking forward to seeing what payoff Sam has managed to find in their seal pool.
I don't know if it matters, but
Could hear the players just there confirming any on-hit triggers.
destroy the top card of your deck.
And yeah, Sam's just going to take 8, destroy the top card, maybe because Sam sees that recursion potential in the hand. Happy to lose some cards from the deck, but also happy to lose some life. Now down 10 life here as the Visit the Boneyard is going to go ahead and put a card on top for that Tuffnut hero ability. Now we're seeing just why Sam was willing to go ahead and take the damage.
Yeah, Visit the Boneyard, also surprisingly potent with exactly unexpected backhand, doing a great job at setting up not only a clash-winning card, a toughness token from Tuffnut, but in this case, potentially, if you have a way to clash, you're going to find yourself with some bonus damage as well. I got distracted by Lexis' hand. Let's see if we can catch that. Big Bully, the gigantic payoff for playing Kayo is in the wings. We'll see Tuffnut activated. That unexpected backhand does dump itself into the pitch zone, makes a toughness token as a result.
And we're seeing also why the Visit the Boneyard was used there. For the first time, Sam saying, listen, I can't find any Revere cards randomly off the top. I'm going to control my own destiny, put a Revered card on top to make sure I get that toughness token, because he's got to find value where he can with only 3 intellect. It is a tough puzzle. He's 1-0. He's figured some things out, and now this Buck Wild's going to get the go again because the card in the pitch has 6 or more power. So that Visit the Boneyard, once again, double duty.
Yeah, Buck Wild feels like a very important piece of Tuffnut's big turns in this format. You can park a card in Arsenal, set yourself up to go multiple attacks wide, which is going to be required if you want to push enough damage through these thresholds we keep alluding to this weekend and avoid these fatigue-based games. So cards like Buck Wild, like natural sources of go again, reward you for setting up, make the most of Tuffnut's ability off the top of the deck. Just exactly the kind of card you're looking for when you're building Tuffnut.
Lexis here, happy to take the 7 as well. So both players here in the Deathmatch Arena trading massive blows. 11 currently facing off against 8. Sam here just going to go ahead and pitch. Looks like maybe into the chest piece? No, into the hold firm there.
So this is more toughness tokens being generated here from Hold Firm. You can only use this card if you have less health than the other opponent, which of course is true. Sam took a lot of heat in that early turn here. But now this is 4 toughness tokens, and you can see the game plan here for Tuffnut. This was efficient, it was effective on offense, and we're going to be able to utilize just 1 card for massive defense on the way back.
Yeah, the chain broken there when that action. But yeah, you are seeing this is how toughness has to find the value. You got to get a lot of tough tokens so the tough nut can tough it out and make through these turn cycles.
It is 1 tough nut to crack, but Sam Titizian does seem to have done a great job at it this early in the World Premiere. We see another unexpected backhand making the way into the hand for Sam. Very impressive stuff as we make our way back over to Lexis King, who will now decide how to best utilize the 5 cards they find themselves with. It will be Feisty Locals pitch to start things off from the Arsenal. Villainous Pose, very impressive card here. We can see this Big Bully might be getting rather big indeed.
Yeah, but Sam has put together some pretty robust defenses for this big offensive turn from Lexis. As the Big Bully's going to come down 1 floating, and you know what that means. We might be seeing Kayo Strong Arm go ahead and be activated here because Big Bully is attacking a hero with more life. The crowd is, Lexis has more life. The crowd is booing, so we're hearing the boos rain down just as this Vigor token is created. And because he has been booed, this card's base power is doubled, so it's coming in for 8, plus the additional damage from the Villainous Pose. So here comes 12, and we know the KO ability, if that is a blue in hand for Lexis King, can make this thing get even bigger.
Yeah, worth knowing how that interaction works, of course. We're going to find that very important that Big Bully is worded the way that it is, that it's base attack that is doubled, which means KO's ability still works the way you want it to. So while it is already bigger than 6 on the way in, you can make it much, much larger here. And we know Lexis has another card in hand, so you have to expect that hero ability to be getting activated. Got a Tuffnut in response here, which is really interesting. And this is a player we're going to see more and more as the weekend goes on. There are reasons to generate resources on defense for Tuffnut. Having access to information is incredibly important. I'm excited to see what Sam's working with here. We're going to see the Toby Jugs being paid into with those resources. Yeah, pretty clean way of using that piece of equipment.
Yes, so this is blocking for 7 because of the top.
7 total looks like.
Action card.
So
Action
7
card
plus equipment, I think.
Yep.
Play break 2 because you pay 1. Okay. I'll just pitch the 4 and
Pitch the final card.
So
Double the base power, or base power to 6. 16 damage now because of this Big Bully getting its base power becoming 6, which becomes doubled. Plus the villainous pose, so down to 1 goes Sam as he put just enough defenses in front to stay alive. But from here on out, any little tickle that Lexis King wants to put forth is going to be just a bit more deadly than any tickles beforehand.
I feel like that was incredibly deliberate from Sam. I'm very excited to see the 3 cards they're working with here. It's not super obvious to utilize Tuffnut to pay for the equipment there to survive at 1. Both players knew what was going to happen. So Sam knows the cards that are in their hand are worth falling this low and taking this risk, and I'm super excited to see what the follow-up is.
He's going to be pitching a yellow into the
mind.
Yeah, give him a piece of your mind here. Going to be coming in.
You'll get to make a vigor. So if you block this out, you get another.
Okay, so going to be starting with, of course, a large attack here. This is not a bad follow-up for Sam, but we were hoping for something a little bit more exciting for the sheer amount of heat they needed to take to make this happen. 2 card 7s are not a bad place to be, but with only 1 life left, this might not be enough.
And now you might be in a position, if you're Sam, to have to overblock Kayo more than you'd like, sitting down at 1. And with only 2 cards to work with for the rest of the game, or excuse me, 3 cards total in the hand for that Tuffnut hero, it's going to be a little more challenging. Lexis King now staring down the attack for 7. No arsenal, but 2 vigor tokens that can go ahead and power up a nice attack if he wants.
Yeah, really interesting decision tree here for Lexis. This is kind of the turn that you have to stake your claim. And I think we're going to see this a lot in this format going forward as players kind of learn how to navigate it. You need to take damage. You need to be willing to take the heat, to put the turns together, and we see Lexis King falling all the way down to 4 to keep access to all those tools. We see 2 Vigor tokens being popped alongside those cards. This stands to be a pretty gigantic turn for our superstar.
No toughness for Tuffnut. 3 cards in the hand, only 2 pieces of equipment, and sitting down at 1 life. He stares down Lexis King in his arena, in his element, as the wrestler begins to try to close the door, perhaps slam the chair down on this game. 2 Vigor tokens means 2 resources. Can Lexis use all 4 of these cards to win the game, or will he set up an arsenal to try to continue the pain for future?
Yeah, we can see some deliberation here from Lexis, which I love to see from a player we know got into the game somewhat recently. This is high-level behavior. It's very deliberate attitude. It's taking a moment to consider things while you're ahead. When you've got cards like Villainous Pose available, it's very easy to just chain your hand together, dump it on the table, try and get the game over and done with. So I'm very happy to see them taking a moment here to put the pieces together and make sure they're happy with where they are.
Now going to go ahead and come in with Flex Strength, and this is so great, powered up with the Villainous Pose. Walk me through it, Scott.
Yeah, Villainous Pose here, a pretty fantastic way of enabling a good subsection of cards in this format that need their attack increased above 6 in order to gain a beneficial ability. Flex Strength, fantastic on the ground. Blue block 3, always going to be a bread and butter card for you. But when paired with Villainous Pose, you got booed, you made a Vigor, and you activated that powerful text box in the process. There's no better way to get value from a blue card.
I mean, this is just a beautiful turn here from Lexis. And the question is, with only 3 cards in hand, because once again, Tuffnut only draws 3, is he even going to be able to stay alive if he blocks with all 3 cards? Because we know what Lexis is going to be able to do perfectly one floating. If he has that blue, that Flex Strength is going to get a whole lot bigger.
And we see Sam in the tank here as a result of that. 3 cards is a very fine margin, and we're going to see them all committed on defense here just to try and buy Sam another turn, even earning some equipment in the process, really trying to not fall victim to Kayo's healer ability here. But
so 9 plus 4 is 13. Are there any more defensive options available for Sam?
We see that Numbskull Charm in the arsenal, but unfortunately it's not going to have any additional effect here. It will be the mainstay of WWE, Lexis King, making their way to 2-0 in our world premiere so far, showing you they are both mind and muscle.
Yeah, you may have heard the ancient adage that perhaps sometimes it's all brawn and no brain, but Lexis King showing it is all things and more here for our superstar, taking it down on Kayo, underhanded cheat. And again, we just talked to the guy for a little bit. It's so clear this dude has just been playing games for so many years. This is such a part of his fabric, of his DNA, and it's so awesome to see him come all the way here to Montreal to game with us, and now move to 2-0, taking down a stream match game, and honestly, playing it beautifully.
Yeah, very impressed by the Kayo play that we saw on display there. That was a really good example of what I expect from this hero in the format. Leveraging that hero ability turn after turn, utilizing those Vigor tokens to make big 5-card hands come together. I also want to shout out Sam on the other side of the table.
No,
though.
he played it
I
very
think
well.
Tuffnut, a hero that is a bit complicated for people to figure out this early in a world premiere, and I was really impressed by their deck. I think Unexpected Backhand is a card that really stood out to me as a glue piece, and I'm glad that Sam agreed. We didn't get to see any clashes taking place there, but we saw the power in their sequencing. 4 toughness tokens is no joke.
No, not at all. Both players played exceptionally well, and we know World Premiere, this is vibes. Truly, tomorrow and the next day is when the stakes really come into play as players begin to play for, $20,000. But you have to imagine both of them had a great time. But once again, congrats to Lexis King. We know he's a superstar literally on television, on the CW, WWE, NXT, but also we might be seeing a budding flesh and blood superstar as well before our very eyes.
One way or the other, that's not the last you've seen of Lexis King. Now, Sam, you were telling me earlier that Lexis got into Flesh and Blood somewhat recently back at Gen Con. I believe they did that through Armory deck Ira. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. The perfect starter product for you at Gen Con. Lexis, he said he did the Bravo Learn to Play. He played some Mastery Pack Guardian. He asked the people at the booth, like, okay, I want to do this competitively. I want to play one-on-one. Where do I start? They said, we have 2 Armory decks for you. We have Ira or Gravy Bones. He said, Gravy Bones. He said, I'm down. It's the best deck. Let's do it. He said he played 2 games of Gravy Bones. He said, screw this. Give me the Ira deck. I need a little bit more potential sequencing that I can learn before I'm ready to have all these no blocks in my hand.
It's poetic in a way. Ira, of course, led the journey for a lot of us back at Welcome to Wraith, as well as the original intro deck hero that I learned to play alongside, was a fantastic mainstay of multiple formats, and getting that additional gateway to learn to play that hero in Classic Constructed, a fantastic onboarding platform, and clearly one that is working in real time. It's not just Ira, though. If you fancy a different flavor of the week, there'll be other Armory decks available. For now, I want to talk to you about some of the really cool cards you can find inside this product.
Yeah. Look at this. All 3 of these cards do so much work. We have seen Okana Scarwraps and Iris of the Blossom already have major impacts on Classic Constructed. And depending on the list, Enact Vengeance might even be able to be seen in some Katsu lists. You're seeing Edge of Autumn Katsu, just, it's not a tier 1 deck, maybe not even a tier 2 deck yet, but there's some real legs there. All 3 of these cards, not only are they potentially quite strong in Classic Constructed, and 2 of them have had some major impacts already, gosh, are they fun to play with.
Yeah.
They're
you
sick.
haven't lived until you discard a Fiddler's Green to Iris of the Blossom.
Ooh.
It's just a special kind of feeling you need. It warms you up inside. It's a good way to live. If you also want a good way to live, join the School of Pleiades. I may be an advocate. No bias here, I promise, but this product looks pretty phenomenal. It will be in stores on September 19th. Dual format on this one, available for both Blitz and Classic Constructed.
Yeah, early reviews for this product are quite high. Friend of the show, Ellie Bird, said online that this is maybe her favorite Armory deck that she has seen. It's clearly going to be competitive right out of the box. We're going to see just how it looks upgraded later today, Scott, as you take it down into the Deathmatch Arena yourself. But honestly, more than anything, Pleiades just looks fun. A lot of instant speed ability, a lot of agency in the way you utilize that hero ability to move the counters around. I'm just stoked to get to play this just literally at like my kitchen table, let alone at the Armory.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not typically a Guardian player myself, but seeing the complexity that's been added to this hero, the additional depth is really appealing to me, and I cannot wait to get my teeth stuck into this deck. If you're looking for something with a little more teeth to stick into things, Armory deck Rhinar might be the product for you.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. There's some more reveals to come for Armory deck Rhinar, but this is a hero that's needed a little bit of love and is getting a little bit of love in the form of Alpha Instinct. Now, this is a card, 6 power, of course, 0 block, but it's blue. This is a card that is so important for a glue piece for Rhinar. A little bit of a note here, and we'll touch on this again when we talk about these products in the future. This Armory deck, the cards it's releasing over the World Championship weekend. These cards are not legal in the World Championship. They will be legal in the Calling and in all the other events that weekend, but unfortunately, because, we just want to make sure that players, if they want to play with these cards, they have access to these cards. We don't want to create any kind of uncomfortable or tense situations for players trying to get their Alpha Instincts for something as important as the World Championship. They'll be legal for the other events in Philadelphia, but not the World Championship.
I think that's very heads up. Great decision tree from LSS there. Happy to see that being the case here. I love Alpha Instinct. I think it's a fantastic piece of improvement for the hero in general. I want to talk about Beat Chess's mechanic, actually. I love the lack of randomization being added to Brute a little bit one way or the other, and I'm really hopeful we get a chess piece that lets me beat chess. I've been asking for this since Heavy Hitters, and if we don't finally get it in this Armory deck, I'm going to be having words.
I mean, that doesn't. I mean, it would make sense. It would make sense. There are definitely some really cool beat chest synergies that are, I believe, if my intel is correct, there's some more beat chest synergies to come in that deck.
Well, little less beating chest, little more madness, we'll say. Arachne recently adjusted with the BNR, so looking for some good new tools, and I'm sure they will find them inside this Armory deck.
Yeah, this one's exciting. Of course, Arachne lost a little bit of that Bonds of Agony potential, but some brand new disruption, this time with the form of a Chaos Assassin action with the all-important stealth keyword, which is really important for Arachne because many of those big on-hit effects are actually on some older, even contract cards, something like CNC. It's hard to find the stealth synergy with real disruption beyond damage, maybe tempo, fatigue potential. You look at something like Art of Desire, not the body, not Art of Desire body. What's the Bonds of, the one that takes the cards off the top of your deck?
Bonds of Attraction.
No, that's the other one. Bonds of Memory? No,
There's
whatever.
too many assassin effects.
It's a stealth card, and this is a new offering for you with Meet Madness.
Yeah, if you want to meet Madness yourself on December 12th, it's going to be the way to go. You want to pick up this product, I'm sure there'll be many more tools lurking in the background.
Double Trouble is the card. That's the card I'm thinking of.
I've heard us called that, you know. So yeah, that makes sense. Double Trouble does stick around. If you want this Armory deck, make sure you're picking it up in December when this product releases.
I mean, you literally just saw it on stream. You saw Lexis King. He learned with the Armory deck Ira. Now here at the World Premiere Montreal, the player pathway, it's laid out for you at home to join us on the World Tour, and I do hope you'll do it. The Armory decks are such a fun product, not only for you to play with your friends, but also to get competitive and maybe even get your skills high enough to win on stream like we saw Lexis do. We've got some other spicy options for us to not necessarily play with, but we do get to look at some cool cards, and I haven't gone to open a gem pack yet, and I would like to because you guys seem to have some good luck already in the feature match area. I've had some good luck myself with some of these, you know, small mini packs, US Nationals. Let's see if that can maybe continue.
Look, all I'm going to say, I was generous in letting the first one go to Pankaj.
Okay.
And there was a Savage Sash in that pack.
So would you like to do the first one here?
No. I'm gonna remain generous.
Okay.
Because if I remain generous, the best stuff in here that I don't know about, they don't know about, you definitely know about.
I know nothing.
Will be in one of the last packs for today.
So
I'm gonna save that for later.
I see. So what I'm understanding here is it's a facade of generosity, all for the selfish purpose of stealing the most important pieces for yourself?
No. You're welcome, my friend.
Sure.
I'm sure there are great things inside.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Let's take a look inside this
Let's
gem
go ahead
pack.
and open it up. Here we are. Here we are. I'm going to open it this way. So all I see is the art, and everyone will see it at the same time. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, hey, we just saw this card do some major work. Yeah, we see Lexis. I know, brother. I need Lexis. Like, I know you won, my dog. And it was awesome. What else we got in here? We got
smashing
crown. Damn. We talk about Kayo, bro. Kayo just put in some major work, and I think this card is going to put in some major work in Classic Constructed. Damn, I didn't even. Dude, you know, I made a joke like, oh, I actually didn't know. I don't know what everything that's in this gem pack. This is a really sick hit. Are you kidding me? This is awesome. There's actually like so much good stuff in Gem Pack 3. It's so sick.
I'm starting to get the belief that if I miss, I'm going to scream.
No, don't scream. No, don't scream. Don't
I'm going to scream.
That's a silly thing.
I'm getting the impression these packs are loaded.
Oh, yeah, you get one to do too. Right, okay. Yeah, go. Yeah.
Oh.
We got enough. Do one too. I didn't realize you guys didn't do one last time. Yeah, go off.
Pray for me, chat.
No, we got so many Gem Packs. You're going to be fine. Relax.
But is this the one?
This is just the second one. Dude, I'm lit on the smashing ground.
I'm putting all...
I'm lit on the smashing ground. That's so fire.
All my hopes and dreams and ambitions.
No, dude, we have more. There's like a stack right there.
It's this one, though.
You're going to be fine.
It's this one that matters.
No, it's not.
It definitely...
Don't do this to yourself.
It definitely is.
Here we go. Yep. Hey, that's a good
Luke
card.
The Hold's not bad.
That's a good card.
I'm not playing this
That is a good card. I'll play it.
Okay.
I'll play both this and the smashing ground. Here we go. Show me... Steel Victory!
Okay.
From the jaws of defeat. Dude, loot the holds. Come on, are you kidding me? This is such a playable card.
Look, I'm a revered player. So
yeah, that's not my problem, unfortunately. That's not my problem at all. Thank you so much for joining us for this second round of the world premiere, folks. We're going to hear more from Lexis King later in the day. He's going to join us here in the booth. No, stay with us, stay with us. We're going to hear more from Lexis King later today. He will be joining us in the booth. You can hear from him, hear about what it's like to merge pro wrestling and flesh and blood. And, of course, we've got so much more action coming to you live from the world premiere in Montreal. Don't you go anywhere. What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the ring. I am here not with either of my co-casters, but with a face you might be familiar with. It's Bryan Gottlieb. We just wanted to have a quick check-in, waiting for the next round to pair. How's the rest of your next round go? Talk to me about the event.
All good, man. 2-0. Everything is kind of working out as we discussed. We just have very good 3-for-7s, and those 3 buffs.
The
I can't remember the name of anything. I'm not going to remember the name for a long time. Maybe by Worlds, I'll sort it out. But +5. Yeah, those have just basically led me. Perfect turn sequences. I keep those blue auras around turn after turn. I accumulate value, and the numbers are just there on the Pleiades side. So
yeah, it's interesting. I've been walking around talking to people. People are really enjoying this. Peter Buddensiek came up to me. He goes, bro, I'm 2-0 on Tuffnut, bro. I'm not playing blues, bro.
He took the challenge. I was looking around. Like, look, I know it's going to take a little while before people feel confident with Tuffnut. It's a weird hero, so I didn't expect to see Tuffnuts everywhere here on the first shot at it. But it's nice to hear he's taking the shot.
He's taking the shot, dude. And he says he has only 2 blues in the deck. He's like, I don't think you should play blues in that character, bro.
Yellows are good.
Like, all right, I guess the yellows are good. We saw Sam in the last round do some interesting. He visited the Boneyard, so he put a card with 6 more power back on top and a revered card to make sure that when he activated Tuffnut, not only did he get the actual finally Tuffnut, the toughness ability from Tuffnut, hadn't gotten it yet, but actually got the 6 power, yada, yada, yada.
So many cool little wrinkles, little synergies, little plays like that. I have to give so much credit to James. He really pushed himself really hard with this set, and he disappeared on us for a long period of time. And everyone's like, is James okay? We haven't seen him in like a few weeks. And when he came back to the table, he's like, I have this vision, and he has all these interwoven branching parts across the set. And just the lift, there's so many unique cards. You and I talked about it.
Cards. Yeah, no.
And you really do feel it when you sit down and play Super Slam. You get a very unique experience over the majority of your games, but there's still like this safe place to come home to.
Yeah.
You still have your goals as your hero. You know what you're trying to do, but it often plays out in very variable ways.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's you've seen a lot of this in other limited formats. There was definitely, if you attack Arachne, they get marked, like if this defends if this blah blah, if this attacks Syndra. But something about the reviled and revered flavor right now, as I'm just watching these games, we got to see just really played out well in that game. The fight dirties came out as like, if this is defended by a revered card, +1. If it hits a revered hero, F the top card of their deck. You know what I mean? Like, it is just the flavor. It feels so prevalent, and it plays out mechanically as you're playing the game. So clearly, it's a fun set, dude.
I gotta give a shout out to our boy Lexis. Like,
dude.
That guy might be just a secret ringer.
No,
like,
dude,
he's going to be dominating the Pro Tour soon?
Straight up, I was just talking, I'm like, no, this guy super gets it. Like, this guy's a gamer.
Since Gen Con.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a month at this point.
Yeah.
And just has clearly shown immense aptitude for this game.
He was just showing me, he was like, yeah, dude, I think I built a good deck, but like, game went well. I'm like, yeah, dude, the game went great.
Pretty well.
You kicked some butt. I hear in round 3 pairings are up, so I got to let you get to your game. Thank you for joining us. Have some fun in the rest of your games today. We'll see you back in a second for round 3. halfway through the world premiere, folks, which means we got 2 more rounds of action live from the Deathmatch Arena. Sam O'Byrne and Pankaj Bhojwani going to bring you the next one. Pankaj, always good to be back in the booth with you, my friend. How are we feeling?
I'm feeling really good, Sam. These world premiere weekends are just always such a blast. Everyone's having so much fun. Everyone's got their hands on the cards for the first time ever, trying to figure out how everything works, especially in a set like this. We have our first 3 intellect and 5 intellect heroes. There's so much to unpack here.
Dude, and honestly, Tuffnut in that last game, like, yes, it didn't go Sam and Tuffnut's way, but that hero had way more play than I thought. I looked at it, I was like, well, yeah, you're screwed. What are you supposed to do? But the amount of, he was able to use those resources on his opponent's turn on defense in some ways. There's cards like Brothers in Arms, the equipment pieces, the Tuffnut, the toughness tokens can go quite a long way. I think we're not going to see the end of Tuffnut.
For sure. I've been hearing reports of Tuffnuts across the room fatiguing Kayos. And I want to point out, I think coming into this weekend, a lot of players thought Kayo was going to just be the default pick for Limited because his hero ability is very flexible and that despite you maybe not opening too many reds, you can always still just convert cards and get the 6 power from 1 card out of deck. But I think we're really seeing as the day goes on that these other heroes have a lot of play in the Limited format.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we might see our next 5 intellect hero. And by next, I do mean our first 5 intellect hero in the arena in just a little bit. As we're letting the players get ready, I just want to, we haven't had the chance to catch up yet since you saw some of these cards for the first time along with everybody at home. A, how are we feeling about the set in general? B, where's your mind going, you little classic constructed brewer? I know you're not necessarily the biggest limited player in the world, so when you're watching this set, where's your mind going?
So coming back to your first question about overall feelings for the set, I want to start at the reprints, Sam. I think we have some fantastic reprints in the set. We're seeing legendary reprints, New Horizon, Flake Knives. We're seeing these high-value reprints in the form of Felling of the Crown and Plow Under as well, and I really appreciate that as a player that still wants to pick up some of these pieces. And in the expansion slot as well, we're seeing so many massive upgrades for Kasai's, for Verdances, for both Earth heroes in general, for the Light Illusionist enjoyers as well. So a lot of fantastic stuff in the set, even if you're not really that much of a Brute or Guardian enjoyer. And coming back to the CC impact of these heroes, I mean, Pleiades on the front of it, I think maybe felt a little bit like we don't have all the pieces yet, but now this weekend starting, and we're seeing a lot of zero-cost blue instant speed suspense auras.
Good.
She looks scary.
Those are good. I think those are going to put in some major work as well. The consistent resource generation, the damage prevention, the damage +1 with, what is that? Not what happens next. One of them. Suspense is killing me.
Yep.
Yeah, those cards really, I think, are going to do some major work. I'm excited for the CC format. And now you talked about the reprints being exciting you. Last time we talked, you were like, yeah, I want to play these Earth heroes, but I don't own Felling, and I don't want to buy them. Do you still not own Felling?
Not yet, but now I will. Yeah, because of the reprints, exactly.
That's awesome. Literally seeing it in real time, how reprints can affect even one of the most vaunted and well-established players in this game. Some people, it's just hard to get the Fellings, TBH. That is a totally normal, and like a lot of players are going to feel that as well, I'm sure. So it's great to see some of these reprints coming into Super Slam as well, of course, as these Majestics and these commons and rares that make up this limited format. So I think we should see just how those cards are going to be put to the test in our next round here from the world premiere in Montreal. It's time for round 3. Let's head down to the Deathmatch Arena as it's time to see whether or not Lyath Goldmane has what it takes. Already, Evelynn Hills 2-0, so doing well with this 5 intellect hero. But the question is, will Kayo underhanded cheat go 2-for-3 on the weekend so far?
I'm so looking forward to see what Evelynn Hills has in store for us for our first Lyath on feature today here at the world premiere. And the way these heroes play out in Limited often indicate very heavily how they should be played in CC. And I will be facing off against Scott Mines later on Lyath in CC, so might be taking some inspiration from Evelynn over here based on how they have built up the Lyath deck in Limited.
All right, so each player that comes and plays on our feature match table, of course, gets to open a gem pack as a thank you for joining us on this world premiere weekend and giving us your gracious time to play on stream. So let's see what they open, what they get to keep. Hunter, we've got, looks like a big old villainous post, and the red boulder drop. That's a good hit, dude. He doesn't sound too stoked on the red boulder drop, but I'd be stoked on the red boulder drop. That card is a house, I think, in Classic Constructed.
It's a card Guardian players have been asking for quite a while. Did not make its way into Mastery Pack Guardian, but here it is in the Gem Pack Season 3s for all you Armory players out there.
All right, let's see what we got here. We got the Buck Wild, and we got to loot the Arsenal EA. Evelynn's like, wait, what? That's a Necromancer card. What's that doing in here? Yeah, bunch of reprints in Gem Pack 3, bunch of cool cards. Haven't seen them all yet. We're going to be cracking open these packs all weekend long. And of course, folks, you can get them at your, not only, I believe, maybe they'll be at your pre-releases, but they'll definitely be at your Armory events. Let's go ahead as the players present their equipment. Hunter, we're going to read the equipment alongside you, my friend. We've got the horns of, is that the damned?
Disposed?
Despised. Horns of the Despised there. That is such an important piece. We saw Lexis use that to perfection on turn 0 in the last game. And let's see how these Mighty Bone Knuckles are going to come into play as well.
And we saw Bryan use the revered equivalent in the Pleiades match in round 1 of today's world premiere as well, using it to get the critical confidence token to go into his turn as he sent the 13 power attack. Let's see if the Horns of the Despised will do something similar for Evelynn Hills over here.
As we take a look at the 5-card hand that Evelynn is working with, you look at that and you feel like something's wrong. You feel like, well, what did she do? Did she draw an extra card? No, she's just going to go ahead and be able to use all 5. As we get to start things off with the Cruel Ambition here, going to make 3 might tokens. That does a lot of work. You see Hunter even hearing it from him. 3. That might be pretty good once Lyath gets back to, maybe the first true attacking turn of this game.
The 5 intellect thing is going to take a while to get used to. Just like how, when Dash IO came out and you need to get used to your opponent always just looking at the top card of the deck as if, it's nothing. Similarly for Lyath Goldmane, getting used to your opponent drawing 5 cards a turn is going to take some time to get used to. As Evelynn goes ahead and resolves an Edge of the Seeds, a blue version. But also remember, Lyath can also be activated right now just to create a might token for the following turn.
So this gets +3, so it's coming in for 4. And
so plenty of tokens here for this Goon Tactics. The Goon Cycle coming into effect as 4 power hits the combat chain. On hit and destroy the top card, so Hunter's probably going to put a couple of cards in front of this as Evelynn is nice and set up. An aura of suspense for some of those cards that check for them on attack or defense, as well as 3 might tokens. You can immediately see how well Lyath is able to utilize these 5 cards.
And those are some strong cards Hunter is blocking with over here. The Boo is a very, very critical piece to go ahead and get the Boo train rolling, so to speak. You get booed when it enters the arena and booed again on the following turn to get the Vigor chain going on, which Kayo really wants to do in this format to offset the awkwardness of that resource curve of the hero ability.
But we've seen, and at least in the last feature match, that hero ability can be pretty easy to come by with the right combination of cards, either a 2-cost pump beforehand or those Vigor tokens. See how Hunter has constructed this deck. He's gotten to 2-0, so he's doing well so far, and it's going to be a give him a piece of your mind after the not Bark Obscenities. What is that one? Is it Bark Obscenities?
It's Bark Obscenities, yes.
It is Bark Obscenities.
A 0 for 4. As long as it's targeting a Guardian hero, we've seen a lot of hate card flavor in this format. The Reviled heroes hitting on Revered heroes and the Brutes hitting on the Guardians and vice versa as well.
11 power off of those 3 cards. Quite a good rate. This is one of those kind of swing big mini cycles that if they don't hit, they give your opponent a token. Here, it's a Vigor. It also only attacks for 7 and blocks for 2. Swing big it may not be, but wow, 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 wow. It's certainly still an impactful card.
And remember, Lyath's cards block for half of their printed value unless that hero ability is activated. Looks like Evelynn is posturing to perhaps take the full 11 over here. Just blocking 1 with the Horns of the Despise is going to get booed, though, which will create an extra might token going into the following turn.
Yeah, you hear the boos rain down from the crowd as once again Lyath here just going to take the full 10 and head down to 10. Now fully half of Hunter's life total on Kayo. So we can see Evelynn, she's got 5 cards and a card in the arsenal, and clearly she wants to use them all.
And the first attack is going to get +7, I believe, thanks to the 4 might tokens and the blue Edge of the Seeds coming in. Question is it going to be one massive attack?
Edge of the Seeds,
yes. Not yet.
For another turn. So here, the Garland of Spring utilized immediately. Findall's Chad Tunic there with the Garland of Spring as we're going to go ahead and come in here with the Villainous Pose. 2 floating here.
Another +4 booed again, so it creates another might token for the following turn. And we've seen this a lot in the Super Slam limited format, that these heroes want to keep chaining their tokens. Kay wants to keep chaining Vigor tokens, Pleiades wants to keep chaining Confidence tokens, and Lyath Goldmane, excuse me, really wants to chain those might tokens back to back.
And we're seeing another +4 pump with that Prime the Crowd as both heroes here getting booed. And the power play from Arsenal, the red variety. This is going to be a massive attack even through Lyath Goldmane's hero ability here. Look at this, +5 from Arsenal. The base attack, I believe it's only down to 2, right? So 2 + 5 + 4 + 4 + 4. Quick maths, Pankaj, what are we working with?
19? I want to say?
So, all right.
7 + 4 + 4 + 4, yep.
12 is 19.
Come on, Microsoft. Let's go! 19, gonna do it. 19 damage on the combat chain here. You see why Evelynn was content to take the 10 as just like we expect out of a set with as big characters as this one, as a super slam hits the combat chain. 19 damage, and it truly is a power play.
Very effective use of the Garland of Spring as well to shore up that a bit of awkward resource curve. Had 2 2-cost pumps and a 3-cost attack, but goes ahead and gets the result. This 19 power thing, no evasion tacked onto this in the form of a confidence token or something, but you can be sure it's going to leak damage regardless of that.
Bruh, this is such a crazy turn. And Evelynn gets to keep an arsenal, and she's got an edge of her seat, and
two
she's
might
got
tokens.
2 might tokens for the next turn, thanks to both of those boos. And we're seeing just how Lyath can really put in some major work. So many cards represented not only on the chain. Look at that blocking one, taking 18, that says Hunter. My dog down to 2. My dog down to 2. 10 currently plays 2 as a card hits the arsenal. And Evelynn is set up for a pretty strong next turn as well. She can do nothing but smile as she cleans up and hits that card to the arsenal. This is a pretty big turn for our Goldmane.
On the first real turn of the game, we saw one player go all the way down to 10. And a second real turn of the game, we're seeing the other player go all the way down to 2. What is Hunter Platt's follow-up here that he took all that damage?
7 go again is a good start thanks to the Buck Wild. We're going to be seeing this card all throughout, I think, Limited and perhaps Classic Constructed. The Vigor token, very important that Evelynn gifted to Hunter, as the both heroes here love boos equally opportunistically. And the 7 power here only needing a yellow to be pitched thanks to that Vigor token.
Now that I've drawn up my hand,
Yeah, going to go ahead and ask for a quick judge ruling. We do have, of course, some table attendants to go ahead and fetch a judge, answer those questions, as once again, these players are seeing these cards for the very first time, and certainly playing with them for the first time. Looks like this is going to be the question is, can the Vigor be responded to at the start of the turn? So we'll have to wait and see just how Evelynn wants to respond to that trigger. If she does, maybe something like a charm, maybe something like stealing a Vigor token.
Leave them hanging, potentially? That's what I thought of at first when you asked me that you want to respond at the start of the turn to try and intimidate away a card on Evelynn's turn to just stifle Hunter's offense, which he took 18 damage for.
That would be pretty fire, honestly. Now, the question is, I mean, this is casual rules enforcement. They're not going to, there's no... I don't imagine. There's no penalties. There's no issues here. She has seen some information. The Buck Wild has been played. So we'll see just how the players want to resolve it in a moment. But this game, I mean, has been explosive. I'm looking over there at the timer. I'm like, we might need to buy some time, brother, because this one might be over pretty fast.
This will surely alleviate some people's concerns that this might be a bit of a fatiguey format with the explosive start we've been seeing here so far. But it does sound like our players are ready. So let's go ahead and get back into the feature match area.
All right, 7 go again.
for 7 go again.
Evelynn Hills here going to go ahead. She's going to go ahead and take care of this Buck Wild. Looks like the ruling was, in this scenario, the window was missed, even though a figure says beginning of action phase. That is the differentiator there. You can respond to things that pop at the beginning of your action phase. You can't respond to things that say the beginning of your turn.
It looks like that window was missed, but of course, Evelynn can still go ahead and do something right now as their priority while this Buck Wild is on the stack or even attacking. Yep. So Evelynn over here trying to decide how to navigate these blocks. Remember, Lyath's not really good at blocking unless you go ahead and activate that hero ability, which does ask you to pitch 2 resources into it. So the question is whether you can use that third floating resource in an efficient manner, because otherwise you're kind of having a bit of an inefficient turn cycle, which is the ask for this hero. You get 1 extra card per turn, but you need to shore up the value of your cards because they all block and attack for half their base printed value.
Evelynn does have a healthy life lead. 10 currently facing down an attack for 7. Hunter all the way down to 2 after taking 18 on the first turn.
What in the layer step still?
In the layer step, we're going to go ahead and use Liar's Charm here.
So you do not have a toughness or bigger, but I'm going to get booed. Okay.
Going to go ahead and make a might token.
I'm going to
from
target
getting
you
booed,
for
and
loses and can't gain abilities.
okay, looks like Evelynn's going to target Hunter for the third mode on Lyath's Charm instead of themselves. So looks like Hunter has just decided, okay, Kayo's not going to have a hero ability this turn. Not entirely, it doesn't seem like that really affected what he wanted to do this turn anyway. So probably happy to see Evelynn just lose a card effectively for just one Might token.
And remember, if Evelynn has to do a lot of blocking here, to make another Might, those Might tokens have to go into a card. There is not a weapon to utilize for Lyath Goldmane here, so has to find a way to keep a card and stay alive on this turn. Lyath Goldmane was activated here, so it does, I do believe the Might was generated, and these cards will block for a little more. The tension in the air going to go ahead and get buffed up.
And I'm going to pay, so I'm blocking.
Pay into the Toby Jugs here.
So total of 5 block presented by Evelynn over here.
Taking 2.
And remember, any future action cards they block with on this turn will get the +1 from Lyath's hero ability.
And it is just going to be
7, no go again.
the attack for 7, no go again.
When this hits a hero, they discard a card unless they reveal a card from their hand with greater power than the damage this deals.
This is, I believe, it's not show of strength, it's
Strongest
strongest
survive,
survive.
yes.
And this is a pretty good follow-up here from Hunter on hit. Of course, as you heard him say, Evelynn will have to discard unless they reveal a card from hand with power greater than the power dealt this way. It would have to be a card with 8 power, but how does Lyath's ability work with that? Do the cards have power in the hand?
I don't believe you control the cards that are in your hand because Lyath's ability halves the attack and defense of cards that you control. And the ones in your hand, I don't believe are cards that you control. But regardless, Evelynn's only holding 2 cards.
In hand, and it's because you don't control them, and you're.
Yeah, you can see Evelynn talking about this just right now.
Call a judge if you want to be sure that is entirely your right. I recommend it. In fact.
Yeah, okay. Do you mind? Sure.
Okay, looks like the players might just call a judge regarding that ruling, just to double check that cards in hand aren't cards that you control. I believe Evelynn had it right over here, but that's what we have the judges for, to make sure that we proceed with the play as it should be.
The type of thing you probably ask at the beginning of these sealed rounds when you open the pool and you're like, my Lyath deck looking pretty good, and you might want to just confirm exactly how that ruling worked. I actually love to see the Marvel Liar's Charm there used because, again, that's the world premiere exclusive 2-card pack that's playable. And one of those cards, it looks like it's a random Marvel Charm. And Evelynn must have looked at that pool and said, I mean, I'll throw it in.
Yeah. I mean, the rest of the pool already makes a lot of sense for the Lyath attack. We saw her send 19 damage on her first real turn of the game.
Now, this will be interesting as we head back to the arena here, head back to the death match. We can see Evelynn can go ahead and accept this damage, fall to 1, discard a card, and as long as that card in the arsenal is something that she can play with those resources. Let's see. Block for 1 with the
Take 3. Take 3.
the boots there. Big 3 trigger. What's the card she's going to be able to show? 4 power, so she's able to keep it. And I believe that's maybe it's a bask in your own greatness. If it is, that's a 0 power attack. It's going to come in for 4 and get those 4 Might tokens, so it's going to be coming in, I guess, for 2 thanks to Lyath. But then the 4 Might tokens will still keep this a relatively effective turn.
And the edge of the seats as well, which will pop and give +3. So it'll actually come in for 9, Sam. Into Hunter is just 2 life.
Edge of their seats pops. 4 Might tokens pop.
So it's going to be +7. This gets cut in half to 2, so coming in for 9.
9 damage here with the 1-card follow-up, and we are seeing that Lyath Goldmane, even though he may have drawn the short shrift in life and be a little smaller than his compatriots in the Deathmatch Arena, his attacks are none the less intimidating, as this attack for 9 off of 1 card, thanks to that first turn setup of the edge in her seats, might steal a lot of tempo away from Hunter here. He puts 2 cards in front of it. He's got some equipment he can work with, but Evelynn still has the life lead and now is taking a fair amount of cards from Kayo.
And this is one of those weird spots in the game where the opponent sends 9. You want to use 3 cards to block it, but unless you have an attack in your arsenal to pitch for, Hunter's in a tough spot here. There's no weapons. You can't just hold. You can't just hold 1 card back and then
swing your weapon.
Swing your weapon or something.
We are seeing in real time just how different this format is. Evelynn had to keep a card to throw her attack her way, but Lyath has a lot of 0 power, 0 cost attacks. So different than other Guardians in the past. Hunter here has to fall to 1 to give 3 cards just to utilize that card to send whatever's in his arsenal.
If there is something in the arsenal that he is able to send, and it's not just some sort of buff or some setup piece for the following turn, looks like it's going to be the clench the upper hand, but Hunter is lower life than Evelynn Hill, so no booing for him over here. No free Vigor token generated, but still 4 damage coming across to Evelynn. As Evelynn, I'm still not used to it yet, Sam, holding 5 cards, trying to decide how to block this.
Hunter here keeping that 1. Are we able to see? It is a Cheater's Charm, so this is interesting. If you control an attack with 6 or more power, deal 2 damage to target hero unless they discard a card. That's not going to be relevant on this turn. Controlling an attack, does that count if you're blocking with the attack? So that's a way that Hunter could go ahead and try to cheese this game out. Cheater's Charm from Arsenal could be act like a pseudo-invert existence, deal 2 damage at instant speed because of the Cheater's Charm ability. That could be a way for Hunter to absolutely snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. But can Evelynn sniff it out? Can she devote any blocks here? If she goes to 3, that Cheater's Charm isn't going to do anything on Hunter's next turn to win the game.
You are so shadow-coded that you spoke about invert existence as the card that this reminded you of instead of reckless swing in the brute hero.
All right.
But that's all right.
I mean, I guess that's fair. No, I guess that is fair.
For now, the Cheater's Charm is just going to go to the Arsenal from Hunters, and he really wants Evelynn to get greedy and go all the way down to 1 to perhaps cheese out the game with his Cheater's Charm, which would be so flavorful for the Reviled Brute.
Oh, but it looks like she's putting some cards in front of this.
Oh.
She's completely respecting the Cheater's Charm. She puts 3 cards in front of this.
And it blocks 4 exactly, because there's two blocks in there, I believe. It looks like this. Oh! Is she worried about the Kayo hero ability? But it's not really possible for Hunter to activate it with just 1 card in hand. I don't believe a Vigor token was popped.
No,
so
there was no Vigor here.
Overblock from Evelynn. But there is, I think, a bit of an ask on the Lyath side. Sometimes you get these big hands, right, every turn, but you may not always be able to convert them. We saw Evelynn have the go again buffs in the earlier turns of this game, but looks like in this hand it was just a whole bunch of attacks, so she decided I'm just going to block out. Maybe play around some pumps. You can play around like a concealed object, so it's not really playing around the KO hero ability, but there are other forms of combat tricks in this format that perhaps she was playing around and just sending her 1 attack here, low blow.
This is awesome, though. Booing on her own turn and action speed to get booed, even though the other effect of Lyath not relevant here. This low blow now gets to come in for 5, halved by Lyath, but comes in for the +3 from its own effect. So impressive in this deck. Gonna probably take another couple cards from Hunter here. A big sigh, but that Cheater's Charm is something we have to think about for the remainder of this game until it gets deployed. Evelynn, though, played around it, keeps a card for Arsenal that she can discard to that Cheater's Charm if need be on this turn. She's setting herself up for a 6-card hand as we see this low blow that Hunter has to deal with.
And one fascinating aspect of this matchup, particularly the Reviled hero matchup, is that the hero with the life lead has more of an advantage than just the life lead itself because of so many of the Reviled cards caring that you are the one with the higher life total as you send it. Cards like Mocking Blow, for example, really want you to have the life lead to get booed, to get a little bit of extra value from your cards to really nail the flavor of you are ahead and you are just pushing your advantage even further, kicking your opponent as they are down. So Hunter Platt here trying to decide how to dodge lethal here in the form of his low blow. Looks like he's got a block lined up of exactly 5 over there. Going to go over to his turn with 2 cards in hand and just a Cheater's Charm in his arsenal. Now this is a much more of an okay pass over to Hunter Platt. He gets to actually pitch a card and send an attack as opposed to previously where he was forced to block with 3 cards and doesn't have a weapon to send.
Unexpected backhand here, coming in for 7. I've yet to see this card. I don't know if you got to see it in the first game. I've yet to see this card revealed to a clash and present that unexpected bit of damage. But here it's just coming in for 7. Just a respectable 2-card play. Evelynn at 5, got 5 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Let's see exactly what she's working with. She's got an Escalate, Violence, Villainous Post, Feisty Locals, and an Act of Glory. That is a really important piece if she's able to deploy it. But she's got to stay alive long enough to do so.
I wonder if we'll see the Lyath hero ability activated now for the actual defense value, which will also generate an extra might token going to Evelynn's next turn, which could be very, very important to perhaps send a breakpoint to make Hunter Platt's blocks very, very awkward. Also remember, the Cheater's Charm still in that arsenal there for Hunter Platt, and right now he is controlling an attack with 6 or more power, so we'll be able to use the 3rd mode on that card if Evelynn Hills gets a little bit greedy and maybe falls to the 2 life threshold.
Let's see here, Lyath going to go ahead and be activated. Activate Lyath. There goes the clench the upper hand. 1 floating. Defending action cards get +1. Another might token here. Act of Glory, going to get +1, so blocking for 3. So currently 4 damage over the top. Let's see if Hunter's going to go ahead and deploy the Cheater's Charm right here.
No effect.
No effects, gonna do it on Evelynn's turn, so down to 1. This Cheater Charm can represent the end of this game.
Okay, but do you... well, I mean, you can discard to prevent the 2 damage,
Yeah.
but do you play the Cheater Charm now, or do you maybe block with a 6 power attack on the following
no,
turn?
for sure. That's what I'm
and
saying.
then save
That's what
it?
I'm saying. Yeah,
Yep.
now that she's at 1, you block with the 6 power attack, the Cheater's Charm. If Evelynn does not hold a card in hand, it will end this game.
Does he find a 6 power attack to block with, though? Gonna take a look
Have
at
to
Hunter's
imagine.
show of strength.
7. Oh, there's plenty. There's plenty. Oh, is Evelynn going to be able to play around it?
Text of certain cards. Yeah. What is the effect of the Kayo charm? I know that.
Oh my God! Evelynn absolutely asking the perfect questions here. She is on another level with this Lyath deck.
You have to be aware of all the combat tricks available in a new limited format, and Evelynn Hill's showing that she needs to be aware of these things and is asking for the text on the card that can kill her on her own turn. And looks like she might be prepared for it, might be playing around it. Maybe we'll leave a card in hand to make sure that she doesn't just die to the Cheater's Charm that's in Hunter Platt's arsenal.
I'm going to attack you with Bully Tactics.
Oh my gosh,
I'm
look
going
at
to
this
pay
Bully
3
Tactics and
in
Intimidate
response.
3 times,
Okay.
but I'm not sure.
Oh! Wait, so if she intimidates 3, if she intimidates a 6 power attack in
Yeah.
Hunter's hand and he isn't able to block with it, he won't be able to play the Liar's Charm for that 3rd mode.
Triple Intimidate. Hunter Platt here has to, it's the Flex Strength. So the Flex Strength has to be the last card in hand for Cheater Charm to not be
That's
available?
not 6 power, that's a blue.
I know that it wouldn't work, but any of those other cards are 6 power, right? So
Oh,
as
are
long
all
as-
of them 6?
I think so. I think they're all 6. 3 reds, surely, dude.
Probably, yeah.
I'm going
Okay.
tell you what. You have a 50% chance of losing and a 50% chance of winning.
Right? So fire, Hunter.
Okay.
50% chance of losing, 50% chance of winning.
Yeah, which means there's 2
On
cards in there.
In hand, because it's triple Intimidate. That one you're,
That's
in
the
your
one
hand.
in hand.
Does that have 6 power?
Oh, and with the card in hand, it's the Vigorous Smash Up. He's able to play the Cheater's Charm. 2 damage over the top as the Fist Pump is extended. And the Cheater's Charm, Evelynn asked about it, but that did not save her from it. 2 damage over the top because no card to discard. You saw the Fist Pump as you hear the crowd cheering from the Deathmatch Arena. As at the end of this match, Kayo, underhanded cheat, did just that and cheated his way to victory.
What a fantastic finish for this match between the 2 reviled heroes of the set, ending with what can only be described as an underhanded blow as I've ever seen it, Sam.
That was fire! The set is so fun, dude. Watching these games has been nothing but a joy, and honestly, like, the games look really fun. You did, dude. That was so steezy. You got a 50% chance of winning, 50% chance of losing. Wham, wham, let's go! You literally can feel the energy from those players as if they themselves are standing in the Deathmatch Arena. A flashy play from Kayo and Hunter takes them to 3-0.
Flavorful from both sides, if you will, Sam. 50% chance because it's a brute hero, and killing them on their turn because he's a reviled hero as well.
Yeah, so fun. You have to imagine for some of these players, first time on stream, you know, it's all vibes, it's all fun in games. This is the world premiere, but getting that signature moment. Both of those players, though, I will say, you know, that was exactly the scenario that Hunter needed to win that game because Evelynn played that thing damn near perfectly, even asking about the Cheater's Charm, saying like, not going to play around it, I think I can intimidate it away, but from Arsenal was the part of the puzzle that she needed to escape with that one. The Vile Savant has more intelligence than the rest, more intellect, but sometimes all you need is something in the arsenal, something in the pocket to give you an underhanded chance at victory. You talk about an underhanded chance at victory, you talk about an overhanded chance to get some cool cards. They're in the gem packs, so you can get them too. How's that for a segue?
That was absolutely brilliant, Sam. Very, very smooth. But yes, these gem packs Season 3 have some absolute bangers in them. I cannot wait to get my hands on these gem packs. I'm sure you can't either.
Dude, we've already seen such heat being pulled here at the caster nest especially. I feel like we're doing a little better than the players at the table. But there are just some fantastic cards in these. Going to be in stores at your local Armory event on September 26th. And there, dude, I gotta just be like, there's heat. There is heat in these packs, and this doesn't even cover it, dog. I'm telling you, this gem pack really does it different.
I love that they're bringing a whole bunch of cards that were only so far available in Armory decks and bringing them into the gem packs. All 3 cards you're seeing on the screen right now, Summit the Unforgiving, Savage Sash, and Fast and Furious, all were Armory deck cards, and they'll be available at your armories themselves in the form of these gem packs. I'm just so incredibly excited for this line, this season of gem packs.
Dude, look at the Savage Sash, bro. I mean, you got to see it in person, but look at that thing. Reinar on the art is so gorgeous. The extended art, the micro text on the rainbow foil, cold foil, Summit the Unforgiving. If there's one card that I can imagine as a cold foil necessary piece, it's got to be Jarl's Weapon, and that new art on the Fast and Furious. Like, dude, I'm telling, this gem pack, like, super doesn't. People in chat are gonna be like, all right, dude, we get it. Like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it until you go to your local armory and open some of these for yourself, because this gem pack's just built a little different. We can see here the Savage Sash going ahead and as you open so nicely. So happy for you. Would you like to open another?
Let's do it, Sam. I'm so excited. You keep hinting about all the heat in these packs. Now, I don't really know everything that's available in these packs.
I've seen some of it. It's pretty good.
Already,
I opened a super rare, you know.
Yeah.
Come on.
And you've seen the players open a bunch as well. I'm going to go ahead and open this one as well. Okay, cool. All right.
Bum.
Okay.
Whoa,
slowly.
look at you.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, you flipped it.
Yep. Okay.
And
wait, this is the front of the nope,
yeah,
this is not the front of the card. Okay, cool.
Yay!
We did it. Okay, cool. Ooh, the 0 for 5.
That, right? Yeah, the 05.
The,
that one right there.
The Ravenous Rebel.
Yeah,
okay,
there you go.
Cool. And quickly the next one. Whoa.
Whoa. Also a take that.
Was it another take?
You've got a foil and a non-foil.
Just 2 take that. All right.
Yeah.
Well, take that, Sam. That was my gem pack opening.
That was pretty good. All right, I got one more gem pack 3. We're going to take one moment. It's interesting you can get, that is always funny when you get the double, the non-foil and the rainbow foil. I'm still stoked on the Savage Sash and my, what's it called? The Smashing Ground?
Super rare? The Smashing Ground. Yeah.
That card's sick. Okay.
I know Kayo players are super excited for that one.
Yeah, that one's going to be good. Couple minutes left on the round. Going to slowly give this one an open. Slowly give it an open.
Right.
And then we're going to just lift it up. Here it is. All right, let's see what we got.
Ooh, overturn the results. Very nice.
Results. I like that one. And we've got also, how about this one?
Oh,
wait, what that dude? Come on. Damn! Yo! Cold foil backup protocol red, bro.
Fancy. You can pick up the new alt art Fast and Furious with that card.
Are you kidding me? That's fire.
Yeah, and again, that was one of the pieces I didn't even know were in these gem packs.
I'm telling you, dude, and there's even more to discover. I love this gem pack. This is like what I feel like gem packs should be. You know, you should go to your armory and have the chance to open any number of incredibly exciting pieces. So I'm stoked about this one. Scott's looking over. He has another chance later. Folks, this has been so much fun. We have just a couple more minutes left in the round. We've seen, I think, all heroes win save for Tuffnut. We haven't seen Tuffnut win yet.
haven't seen Tuffnut win.
No,
I think
we've seen all of them. Played,
yes.
though. Dude, this format, I mean, literally, that game for us, we're screaming. My watch was it was like sound decibels have reached max, like, unsafe volumes. Because you and I are like, oh my God. Like, this set is super fun to watch, and I'm just hearing from out there. You literally saw Hunter fist pump in the air. This set is going to be really fun. I do hope you'll join us at your local pre-release.
There's so much explosiveness happening in a set, which is not something you would have thought of initially when you heard about a Brute and Guardian set. You think about more mid-rangey, grindy sort of value. But we're seeing 19s and 13s with confidence coming across the set. We're seeing games end with 2 damage to your face that you couldn't do anything about.
Dude,
It's been fantastic.
The Cheater's Charm, whip, let's go. I didn't know you were an absolute unit, dude.
Yeah,
I didn't know. It's hard to tell in person.
My high school nickname, yeah, for sure.
Was absolute unit. Wow. Well, as you can see on the screen down there, that's a little better, folks. Just a little bit more accurate, you know. Was working with some armory wins back in my day. You know, it's hard these days.
Yeah.
You know, working hard, traveling the world, trying to make a good game for you guys. But I did have a nice armory win or two back in my day. We got one more round for you, folks. It's going to be a great one. We've got Scott and Pankaj back in the booth before their CC game. Upgraded, full power, Lyath versus Pleiades, plus next round, a Pleiades Armory deck giveaway. So don't go anywhere. More to come right after this.
You leave the booth for one round, and you miss one of the best games in recent memory and cold foil mech cards. Pankaj, what are you doing to me?
This was actually very intentional. It was rigged from the beginning against you, Scott. Remember, you're the revered one. We are the reviled other casters over here. Rigging the game against you, Scott. The boos are going our way for sure.
No, I will be overturning the results at some point in this broadcast because we have a feature match in a bit. Not right now. We have one more round of high-octane action to look forward to. It's actually a really, really special one, and I'm looking forward to sharing it very shortly. But that caster battle is going to be something to look forward to. If you want a taste of classic constructed, fresh out of the gate with brand new cards, we're going to take care of you with Pleiades versus Lyath in just a little bit.
The Guardian Enjoyers have a lot to look forward to in this match, I hope. No promises that these decks were perfectly tuned. Of course, we had to, come up with it without discussing with anyone else. But nevertheless, it's going to be such a blast to play.
Yeah, my deck is definitely perfect. I'm not taking any criticism, any at all. I'm sure we'll find out in real time if that's actually true.
If you boo me on my deck building, you have something else coming for you.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm mildly concerned for my well-being moving forward. That's going to be a pretty fantastic match to look forward to. Of course, will be Sam and the one and only Margin Bay in the booth to judge us accordingly.
The US national champion breathing down our necks, judging us on our deck building abilities. Yeah, no pressure at all, Scott.
I didn't feel bad enough about that situation. If you're on the right side of that battle and you two would like to own Armory deck Pleiades, this one specifically, you should probably join a giveaway. We got a giveaway coming up this round. All I need you to do is leave a comment in chat at some point during this next round, and you will be entered into a giveaway. I want to be clear, though, while spamming might not help your entries, there's no extra entries, I want you to do it anyway.
Only good comments, only cheers, because of course this is the Pleiades Armory deck. So to be in theme with that, go ahead and spam the chat with a whole bunch of cheers, what you're looking forward to, what you've already enjoyed so far in today's fantastic world premiere stream with all these amazing games that we've been able to spectate so far.
Yeah, really much looking forward to it. That giveaway will be this round, as I say. Stick with us during the round, put a comment in the chat somewhere, and you will be entered one way or the other. I got to ask, Pankaj, we've seen some pretty incredible games so far today. What's the standout for you?
I think it has to be the last game, Scott. The one which, unfortunately, you did miss, as you called out. But we had just so many explosive plays in that we had a 19-power attack coming out from the Reviled Guardian side. And the fact that the game ended with a 50% hit to have a 6-power card remaining in the hand of the Reviled Brood to end with the Cheetah's Charm in Arsenal was just such a flavorful finish. That matchup was just flavorful from start to end.
Yeah, it was pretty thematic. I think it was a really good showcase of what this format can do and what it's about. And frankly, we haven't seen the same thing twice so far today. Things are constantly evolving, and I'm pretty overjoyed about that. I'm also overjoyed about Lexis King, I'm not going to lie. I'm still kind of nerding out a little bit that we've had a professional wrestler in the feature match this weekend, and I know they are going to be coming back a little bit later on today after this match to come and talk about their experiences, their feelings, and all kinds of stuff. So well worth staying tuned for that as well.
And he also played amazingly in his game as well. It's just so incredible to see a real-life wrestler coming up in our wrestling-themed set and, showcasing his prowess in the card game as well. Just fast, almost surreal, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have predicted it, but it's like the miracle story, well, the fairy tale story, I should say, in a way. Turns up to Gen Con, already has an affinity for card games, gives it a shot, falls in love from that Armory deck process, and just now gets to mesh those two loves together on the biggest stage. Speaking of the biggest stage, I know we're playing a world premiere, but this round might as well be a Pro Tour feature match. We have, in the red corner, Peter Buddensiek on Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster. In the blue corner, my previous casting partner back in Copenhagen, the one and only Simon Nielsen, also on Tuffnut.
The first time we're seeing a mirror match today in our world premiere, and it's both of the 3 intellect heroes here at 3-0 showing us they absolutely have the chops in this limited format, which a lot of people were doubting. I heard so many players say, oh, so Tuffnut's just going to be unplayable, right? There's no weapons. He's 3 intellect. His hero ability lets you pitch off the top, but you have no weapon to pitch into, so what are you even doing? You're just going to die from the onslaught damage from everyone else. But Peter Buddensiek and Simon Nielsen showing us, nope, they're 3-0 with the Bumbling Hulkster.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I got got to take a little bit of a lap around the room as we were getting ready for this round while I was away from the booth, and I saw a base 0 blocking attack, blocking 8. Courtesy of toughness tokens in one of those games. So don't underestimate the Bumbling Hulkster. You can do some nightmarish stuff with that hero. So looking forward to seeing if we get a little bit more of that this time around.
That sounds absolutely terrifying, almost. 1 card block 8, thanks to a whole bunch of toughness tokens, especially in this format where the evasion is coming off the form of intimidates. And confidence tokens, you just have 1 blocking card that pretty much blocks out your opponent's attack and just laugh at the confidence and the intimidates.
Absolutely. I also just want to take a moment to acknowledge my social media feed currently. I got to take a quick look through, people being very complimentary of you and me and Sam and everybody else, but also many people referring to me as Kratos' accountant, which, thank you for that.
That's a God of War reference,
Absolutely.
I think? Okay.
So yeah, we can throw some references now. I appreciate you. I see you. And thank you for joining in with the fun. Hopefully it's been a good one for you too. We obviously talked a little bit about the set in general and what were the favorite things we've seen in the feature match area. Have you got standout cards so far that have maybe impressed you more in the format than you would have expected them to?
I want to say the confidence tokens in general. So not really one specific card, but the whole confidence mechanic. I think I didn't quite appreciate how impactful it would be when I was just reading the confidence token, but seeing it played out so far has been absolutely impactful. When we saw Bryan Gottlieb chain together confidence tokens for 3 turns in a row and just constantly leaking damage, especially off the back of those suspense auras that were pumping up his attacks, I was like, this looks so incredibly strong. And unlike Dominate, you can't even de-react from Arsenal on top of it blocking cards because it cares about that. It's just at most 2 non-block cards for to block out the confidence attack.
Yeah, I think confidence has been pretty impressive all around, and the ability to gain it, I think Bryan kind of alluded to a little bit in deck building, is really important for these Guardian heroes. You need that level of evasion. I've been really impressed by unexpected backhand so far. I think the Tuffnut decks are definitely clashing more than I expected them to, and that card is just gaining incidental value. The yellows have looked really impressive too. Tuffnut pretty capable of using yellow cards.
And it still has 6 power in the yellow pitch, so you will get a toughness token if it gets pitched off the top of your deck thanks to Tuffnut's hero ability.
Yeah, so while we are watching a Tuffnut mirror for the first time, I trust no one else to give me more input on what we should be expecting. We know a little bit about the hero now. Do you have a feel for what might be important when you're both doing the same thing?
That's honestly a fascinating question. I haven't really thought about it. I've thought about all the heroes, how they match up into like the other 3. But the Tuffnut mirror, it does feel like both players want to create a whole bunch of toughness tokens and, you know, do their tall blocks against the opponent's tall attacks, because after all, they are both brutes. They will be sending tall attacks at each other. I imagine the hero, the player to come out on top, is the one that's going to be able to leverage, I want to say big hands, whereas in Tuffnut, you know, the biggest hand is kind of 3. But to leverage Go Again, I think that's maybe something that these Tuffnut players might need to employ, to have Go Again either in the form of a pump or just one of those Go Again attacks to go ahead and overcome the opponent's defenses. Because if both of you are just blocking out, both of you are going to fatigue.
Okay, well, let's see if you're right. Let's make our way back down into the ring for another match this time around. It's going to be Peter Buddensiek on one side, on Tuffnut Bumbling Hulkster, Simon Nielsen on the other, also representing our big beloved brutes.
In the previous matchup, we saw both reviled heroes face against each other. Lots of booing was going on amongst the crowd. This time, though, it's going to be 2 revered heroes, both of the same class, both the revered brutes. It's going to be lots of cheering, I imagine, this time, Scott.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's always a nice way to end the day when the good guy wins, and I'm just hoping I can keep that trend moving forward as the day continues. But we'll have a good guy winning one way or the other here. We're going to have our players cracking open their gem packs here to see if we can find out about something we haven't seen so far with a little bit of luck.
I'm so excited for this, almost as much as the game itself, Scott, which is not something I imagined coming to this weekend, but so far the hits in these gem packs have been absolutely stellar.
Liquid Dynamite. So Simon Nielsen will go first. One nut will crack indeed. The Flesh and Blood community is forever the best. All right. Oh, okay. Wind-up's not bad here. It's not bad for our Tuffnut players. This one almost certainly going to be a playable in the classic constructed variant of the deck. Let's see if Simon can do any better.
A blue 6 as well for the revered brute.
Turning Point, EA. And that extended art, humble entrance as well. So not bad. Turning Point is a card I've been pretty impressed by so far. Blocking 5, good. I'm reliably informed.
I'm curious to see whether Humble Entrance has a place in CC. I mean, also that extended art looks so good on that card. 3 toughness tokens. I mean, your blue that gives you 3 value with Go Again, you have to imagine there could be something there.
Absolutely. Chiseled and refined is the name of the game with that one. I'm hoping it pops up in constructed formats as well. So, Peter will be leading things off here going first. What do you think? First or second in the Tuffnut mirror, Pankaj?
I think first gives you a lot of additional value because you can go ahead and pitch the top, start the game with a toughness token to block out your opponent's first attack. And as we spoke about, Tuffnut might struggle with converting large hands. So we have to see whether Simon Nielsen can even use his hand effectively on his turn.
Unexpected backhand is going to be the hit here for Tuffnut to start things off. Does get cheered, does make that toughness pretty much perfect on the first turn of the game.
And let's see whether he has anything else he wants to do. Unlike the Guardians, doesn't really have a bunch of suspense auras to set up. Let's see if he's going to set up anything else other than this toughness token. Something, the unexpected entrance, no, humble entrance would be a very, very strong card at this time of the game.
High Pitch Howl is going to be the first play here from Peter. I like this. It feels like challenging the hand early, earning cards, especially when both players are only on 3 intellect, does really kind of force the issue in an unexpected way.
And setting up a little bit, too, with another Vigor token for the following turn. Now, of course, Tuffnut's hero ability is an instant, so we could see Simon Nielsen also go ahead and activate Tuffnut over here to get cheered and have a Tuffnut token for later on.
That tough smash-up clash not going the way of Simon Nielsen. We see Peter Buddensiek revealing a Who's the Tough Guy red on top in order to win that situation. We do see the toughness and, oh wow, the wind-up. Talk about heads up open from the gem pack here. Simon opening up on both tokens as well.
And looks like he didn't go ahead and activate Tuffnut. I'm not sure whether the top card was a 6 power. Like, it was revealed to the clash, so perhaps that's why he didn't choose to activate Tuffnut on Peter Buddensiek's turn. Or maybe he wanted to draw into it. It's another reason why he might have chosen not to do that.
Make our way over to Simon Nielsen here, who will take a look at their first 3 cards and debate how to best use that Vigor and Toughness token on the way. We did allude to this earlier. Look at the amount of Go Again we're finding here. Just chaining away 6 attack to start with here on this Buckwild.
And still has Tuffnut's hero ability if he has a follow-up. Doesn't know the color of the top card of the deck over here right now, though. So might just choose to Arsenal. But of course, might not want to give up the opportunity to create an additional Toughness token.
Yeah, yellow Buckwild, again, looking very impressive in these Tuffnut decks. Kind of the same we talked about with Unexpected Backhand. Just yellow 6s with premium abilities go a very, very long way. Speaking of premium abilities, 2 blocking triggers here for Peter Buddensiek.
Helm of the Adored gonna trigger, gonna be cheered, creating yet another Toughness token for Tuffnut over here. And Vigorous Smash are going to be the other block.
So it's Vigorous Smash or we gonna
yeah, Vigor.
And so we have this clash lingering in this case. That toughness generated for Peter. Simon debating how they want to continue navigating this turn going forward.
Deciding whether he wants to activate Tuffnut before the clash happens.
That's an incredibly heads-up spot, Pankaj. I hadn't really given that much consideration, but if you have information about what the top of your deck looks like, Tuffnut is giving you control over opposing clashes too.
Contemplating the decision here is Simon Nielsen. Both these players playing for the 4-0 at the world premiere. And remember, this is the only weekend that'll be featuring Super Slam Limited.
On a big stage, of course, yeah. Don't worry, if you're looking to enjoy the set yourself, you will find it at your pre-release next weekend. We do see a Buckwild on top for Peter. Is a red smash-up for Simon. Things will break their way. Vigor token will be generated.
And it is a red on top for Simon Nielsen, though. Looks like he still will go ahead and activate Tuffnut to go ahead and pitch that red off the top. Has 1 floating now. Can he even convert that, or is that just to create an additional Toughness token for the following turn?
Looks like it is the latter. In this case, Arsenal being parked for Simon, setting up a bigger turn moving forward. Hopefully, those Toughness tokens going to be all you need to stem the bleeding from the opponent's assault. We will see the Vigor triggered for Peter Buddensiek as they make their way into their turn.
And Simon Nielsen already counting the pitch stack over there, breaking them up in chunks of 3 to try and decide how he wants to pitch those 2 cards he just put to the bottom of the deck. As we head over to Peter Bud and the 6th tide, Vigor token popped as a resource. Can he convert this hand?
Not a bad start here for Peter. Right behind you. Been a surprising card so far this weekend. Players likely to find this one in their seal pools. Generic, fits in a lot of places. Just had those really solid numbers. Great on offense and clearly great on defense due to that ability as well.
And especially when you're playing a deck like Tuffnut, you can go ahead and manipulate the top card of your deck as well to perhaps find a different color strip if, say, the top cards are red and you really would like to see a yellow or blue on their turn. Of course, that's only when it's defending. So far, though, once again, we're seeing Tuffnut used just to generate a toughness token for the following turn. Both these players conserving their decks very, very well. You can activate Tuffnut for the free toughness token. You don't lose a card in deck, though, because that just goes right to the bottom. So far, we've seen a whole bunch of turn cycles where both players are just using one card on offense.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me. It's not something I'd thought about too much in terms of the applications of Tuffnut, but not only are you able to kind of put these pieces together by manipulating the top card, finding the resources you need, but you are always going to be stellar on defense. If you're just willing to activate your hero ability each and every turn, you will have a toughness token to work with, and that's quite powerful in and of itself.
As long as you've been able to find enough attacks with 6 or more power in your sealed pools, which clearly both these players have. I don't think we've seen a whiff on the Tuffnut hero ability this entire game so far.
We'll see who's the tough guy coming across from Simon Nielsen. It'll be Rapturous Applause on defense. Damage does finally make its way through, but those toughness tokens blunting the majority of that assault. We make our way back to Peter, who has 2 cards to work with and a card in the arsenal. I think that's a no hero stands alone in the hand for Peter, which could have a pretty shocking impact from the arsenal later on.
And toughness token did go ahead and pop from Simon Nielsen's side at the start of Peter Buddensiek's turn. Unfortunately, another red off the top of Peter as well. I think that's perhaps one of the downsides of Tuffnut in this sealed format. You want to stuff your deck full of attacks with 6 or more power. I don't think we've seen very few cards that don't have 6 or more power in both these Tuffnut decks, which means that sometimes you're just going to be pitching reds off the top.
Yeah, pretty masterful to watch these players navigating these situations, understanding they need to keep additional cards, make the most of those toughness tokens to soak up damage with a single card, just to mitigate the downside of maybe finding a red on top. The turn still functions here. This who's the tough guy coming across now for Peter Buddensiek. Big 7 damage, again, much the same kind of volley we saw from Simon on the previous turn.
Now, with the toughness token that popped at the start of Simon's turn, he could block this out fairly efficiently with 2-3 blocks, which, of course, one of them will be blocking 4 thanks to toughness.
Wow, we do see a copy of Overcrowded on defense here for Simon. This one, likely to do a lot of heavy lifting in the classic constructed format, does care about different named tokens across the board. In this case, it's just toughness available, neither player with a vigor or anything else. So just a pretty typical block there.
So does go ahead and block out the who's the tough guy, which does generate him an additional toughness token for Peter Buddensiek's next offensive salvo. Going over to Simon's turn, he did activate Tuffnut again hitting a red off the top. That's an all leather and Vim, though. Very strong card to find in your sealed pool.
Yeah, we do see those Jaws of Victory being pitched away for later on as well. Some very powerful reds lurking in the pitch stack for Simon Nielsen. Cards you're going to want to watch as we make our way back through the rest of this game.
These are strong cards, Scott, but I have to say it's been a whole bunch of reds so far on both these players' side. But I think that's the 3rd red in a row for Simon Nielsen. So while those are strong cards, Old Leather and Vim and Jaws of Victory, don't think there's too many resource cards to go alongside them. Now, of course, if he can get a blue maybe to follow this up, he could, when he gets back to that hand, activate Tuffnut to go ahead and pitch that blue.
I just want to call attention to Simon again, checking the pitch stack diligently over the course of this game. He understands how difficult this game is going to be to navigate, and each of those 3-card clusters needs to be perfect to put things together. We find another clash, both players revealing a 6, I believe. And so the additional bonus of no hero stands alone not going to function. We will see 3 damage coming over, bringing Peter Buddensiek down to 16.
Peter Buddensiek once again losing that clash, unfortunately for him, does get a little bit of information of the color of the top card of his deck, which is a yellow. The question is, will he be able to do anything with it?
We're going to see Tuffnut being activated immediately. That yellow will make its way into the pitch zone, of course, generating that all-important toughness once more. Definitely proven to be the most pivotal part of Tuffnut's hero ability so far this weekend.
And this is the only matchup today, Scott, that has had this grindy feel from both sides of here. Both sides creating 1 to 2 toughness tokens per turn, blocking out the opponent's tall attacks. Not as explosive as some of the earlier matches that we've seen today involving the other reviled heroes and the other revered guardian.
Yeah, this is a battle of attrition here through and through. Familiar Stench is the play here from Pia. This is a really impactful card in these Brute Mirrors. If you are defending with Brute cards, you're going to be giving Vigor to your opponent. Now, for Kayo, that might be an extra hero ability activation. In this case, it might allow Tuffnut to hit a red and still have that turn function just fine.
Looks like nothing was paid into the dig in to create more toughness tokens for Simon Nielsen. So goes ahead and blocks 5 with a 1 card. And holding 2 reds, needs to find a resource card at the top. Unfortunately, it's another red, and this time doesn't have the Garland of Spring because he used it on the previous turn cycle already to alleviate the resource pressure currently in his hand.
It's going to be a sheepish play here from Simon Nielsen, debating how to continue this turn. We see high-pitched Howl in the hand. It looks like a pair of reds for sure, so not the ideal scenario. Definitely wanted to keep one of those cards around for a future turn. And we see the players laughing here. This has happened to both players in this game, and it's definitely going to be, I think, an integral part of how Tuffnut plays in this limited format. You're going to find red cards on top, and you're going to need to find ways to navigate around them.
And once again, Scott, I just have to point out, that is another 2 red cards going to the bottom of Simon Nielsen's deck. Those bottom 6, 7 cards, I think, are all reds. So this chain of red cards is going to continue once Simon Nielsen hits the second cycle as well. Whereas Peter Buddensiek has a bunch of yellows in his pitch cycle.
Yeah, if you squint closely at Simon Nielsen's Tuffnut token, the hero is Draconic. There is not exactly the best pitch stack down there for the former national champion. Peter will decide how they want to navigate this high-pitched Howl.
Does have a toughness token remaining. Well, I mean, that popped at the start of this turn. So this dig-in is going to block 4 currently. He's going to pay into it. Could activate Tuffnut right now and just pay the excess resources that you get from Tuffnut's hero ability into the dig-in if you already have a play in your hand that you're happy with. Looks like this is exactly what Peter's going to do.
And we will find a blue on top in this case. So we will have all of the resources available to sink into dig-in and future-proof another turn with more toughness tokens. That feels like a pretty substantial hit here for Peter.
And that card is not a 6 power, so didn't get cheered to generate an extra toughness token, but created 3 off the dig-in, which tells us he doesn't need the top card resource pitch to fuel his current turn.
We will see the turn playing on through here. 5 more points of damage coming across here for Peter. Efficient 2-card hand, not exactly great on numbers with the Bluster buff, but you can, of course, pay the necessary resource here to make sure the full 6 damage, sorry, 5 damage is coming across in this case, thanks to that red, and keeping an arsenal around, which is the important part.
Simon Nielsen, his block is going to be buffed up by the 1 toughness token, also has a vigor to fuel his following turn. And so far, we've been seeing him struggle a little bit with the resource curve aspect of things. So this Vigor token might absolutely shore that weakness up a little bit. And you have to wonder, this is perhaps just a function of Simon Nielsen's sealed pool, where he had to rely on a whole bunch of these reds to get the critical mass of 6 power attacks in his deck.
Yeah, good call out really there, Pankaj. I think a lot of people hadn't necessarily considered the impact of Vigor tokens in Tuffnut in this format. We're seeing time and again you've got to dance around these red cards. You need power to finish the game, but you need resource cards in order to actually play the game. So Vigor tokens go a long way at allowing you to live the best of both worlds.
Simon Nielsen posturing, blocking with a high-pitched Howl over here, which will block for 4 thanks to a toughness token. So far, though, life lead in Simon Nielsen's side, which does, funnily enough, somehow favor Peter Buddensiek. We spoke about this a little bit in the previous matchup. It was between 2 reviled heroes. Remember, a whole bunch of the reviled cards care about you being the one with the higher life total. But in the revered matchup, it's the opposite. When you are lower life total, a bunch of your cards get additional effects because you are playing the underdog style, the one everyone's cheering for. So Peter Buddensiek might have the life deficit over here, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a whole bunch of revered cards in his deck that actually benefit from him having the lower life total.
Yeah, I think that's another really good spot. I think it's very tempting to let incidental damage kind of come through to allow you to be the hero with a lower life total. But in the case of Tuffnut, you don't always get that luxury. Sometimes your own toughness tokens are just soaking up all that damage, and you might not get that choice. And we've kind of seen that from Simon, who has played a very deliberate game so far, has been maximizing the value from each of those tokens, but as a result finds himself significantly ahead on life, which is, as you say, not always a good thing.
And we know his pitch tag has a Jaws of Victory, which is one of those cards where you want to be lower life as you play it to get cheered, which will give it go again. Simon Nielsen so far has a life lead. Might be able to fall lower in life by the time it gets to those cards. But for now, though.
Okay, so we do see a hat activation to put the wind-up back on top of the deck. We'll find ourselves with 3 resources to work with as a result. Toughness made. That, of course, is a blue 6, meaning we can pay for the follow-up, the vigorous attack as well. Also going to do a fantastic job at just extending Simon's turn.
And that's finally 2 blues headed to Simon Nielsen's pitch zone after a whole string of reds, 5 to 6 to 7 reds. I've lost count at this point, Scott. Let's see how Simon Nielsen navigates that as he gets to a pitch stack. Another important thing to note, both these heroes reach the pitch stack a little bit slower than what you normally expect Flesh and Blood heroes to reach their pitch stack in, because they only have 3 intellect, they're only drawing 3 cards a turn.
Successfully blocking 6 here. Very interesting. This is disarm on defense here for Peter. So does successfully trigger that effect here. The attacking hero putting a card from their hand on the bottom of the deck. Unsurprisingly, not doing very much here in the face of Tuffnut.
Simon Nielsen had no cards in hand to put to the bottom thanks to Disarm's effect. But the fact that Peter Buddensiek managed to get that to even trigger in the limited format just goes to show how tough this Tuffnut actually is.
I'm still on that one nut has to crack line from chat on the way into the game. It's haunting my dreams and nightmares.
Sometimes chat absolutely delivers. And this is one of those times. As this dig-in comes in from Peter Buddensiek's side, coming in for 7, Simon Nielsen has 1 toughness token to help block out this attack.
Yeah, dig-in just continuing to impress for me. Just ticks all the boxes for Tuffnut so far. These big, volatile attacks, but also just stellar on defense, and we see both modes being utilized to great effect in this game so far.
What I really like about Dig-In so far is that it lets you use Tuffnut's hero ability on your opponent's turn, so you don't need to play the guessing game of whether you have the correct resource card on the top of your deck to fuel your turn, and I think that's a very, perhaps, underrated aspect of this card.
Simon again utilizing that toughness token on defense, falling down to 15. We'll find a yellow 6 on top of the deck. We'll make a toughness token and 2 resources for the trouble. We're going to finally see those gloves being cashed in here for a little bit of extra juice as we come across the line with a right behind you for 9 points of damage. This one, I think the biggest attack we've seen so far. These players going to have to start chaining together these haymakers pretty quickly.
Peter Buddensiek sure wishes he had 3 toughness tokens on this turn for Simon Nielsen's offensive salvo, coming in for 9. Yet to your point, Scott, I don't think we've seen such a big attack yet so far. We saw 1 go-again salvo from Peter Buddensiek at the beginning of the game, but since then, it's just been a whole bunch of 6s and 7s flying out from both sides of the field.
Yeah, more reds on blocking duty here for Peter. Falls down to 11. And we see another Tuffnut activation to start the turn. We'll find another blue here. So importantly, not a 6 power option this time. So for the first time in what feels like forever, no toughness token being generated here for Peter, but will have the resources to have a functional turn.
Taking a moment to think. I'm not entirely sure if he was expecting a blue on top. Perhaps planned his line out, imagining he might just get a yellow.
So we do see this Buckwild in the arsenal. I think this was the decision point. Obviously, Buckwild here, pretty efficient, good use of those resources if you find the blue on top, but it does mean you're not kind of setting yourself up for one of these bigger go-again turns later. Peter very correctly stopping and realizing that I will need some damage cap turns here to get this game done. Can I afford to lose a copy of Buckwild?
Looks like a clash happening. And Simon Nielsen again winning that clash, revealing a comeback kid at the top of the deck, Scott. And once again, that's one of those cards, one of those revered cards that really wants you to be lower in life. But Simon Nielsen, with the lead that he has had so far, not really going to be triggering the free value on that revered action over there. And perhaps that's why he's considering just activating Tuffnut over here, just send it right to the bottom.
Yeah, looks like the flavor of the week here. Another red going to the bottom for Simon. Just going to make that toughness token courtesy of Comeback Kid, park the card in the arsenal, and we'll make our way over to Peter, who will, for the first time this game, have 4 cards to work with.
And I love that line from Simon Nielsen, because you just saw Peter Buddensiek agonize over sending the Buckwild at you. And he did go ahead and send it, and Simon Nielsen is punishing that by saying, cool, I'm going to block you out. Do you have a go again? Do you have a way to convert the 4 cards that you currently have?
We will see the gloves activation for Peter here off of those resources found with the Tuffnut ability, looking to go really tall this turn while they've got the freedom to do so.
I'm not entirely sure if he has a way to convert those cards in his hand, Scott. I think the gamble Simon Nielsen took on his turn, seeing the Buckwild being used by Peter Buddensiek, paying off for him.
Yeah, those gloves very much just a way to utilize some of these cards. We will see fight from behind, one of these cards you keep alluding to. Peter being rewarded for having less health here will have the crowd cheer on their behalf. Toughness token will be made, but you're right here, Peter. You're right here for Peter. I didn't expect to see a 3 intellect hero with an intellect penalty.
Exactly. Having one card left behind over here is Peter Buddensiek, kind of inefficient over here. Clashing again are both our players, and I believe that was a tie. Both players revealed a 6 power at the top of the deck, so no winner for that clash for the vigorous smash-up.
So I think that's the old leather and Vim on top of the deck there for Simon Nielsen, which we have seen already, which means we are either back towards this end game that we're looking forward to, or Simon Nielsen has 2 copies of that card, which would be pretty impactful either way.
I think it might be back to the pitch stack.
It looks like a quick count. Looks like maybe 9 cards in deck there for Simon Nielsen's. And if that's the case, then I think we're back. This is a big old stack of red attacks and hopefully some resource cards to use them.
And then there's a couple of blues after the string of red. So I think Simon Nielsen will have one hand of mono red cards, and then after that we'll finally find a couple of resource cards. He's doing a careful count. He knows where those cards are, and that is a fascinating aspect of this limiter format when you are playing Tuffnut. Players of this caliber, the 2-3 players that you're spectating right now, are very good at knowing where the cards in the pitch deck are, and that's absolutely a skill you need to leverage when you're playing this hero.
Yeah, I feel like I'm learning, which is all I'm ever kind of asking for at a world premiere. Like, I'm glad to just be ingesting information from players who are better than me. And both of these players are doing a fantastic job at showcasing their prowess in a format they hadn't played before today.
And that's a heroic pose coming out. One of the few cards in Simon Nielsen's deck that doesn't have 6 or more power. Simon Nielsen kept that hidden from all of us all this time, coming in for 10 in the form of this Who's the Tough Guy.
Toughness token made from the cheer, of course, and we see the facial expression from Peter here. Not exactly happy to be staring down 10 damage. We'll see those tough leather boots jumping alongside the unexpected backhand to soak up some heat here. We'll have Peter falling all the way down to 6, keeping 2 cards to work with for now.
That was a big chunk of damage to take. I don't think we've seen a player take that much damage in one turn so far. Peter Buddensiek taking 5 full damage, going all the way down to 6. And I believe that's another Buckwild, Scott. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it looks like Peter on the same wavelength as us here does need to chain together these multi-attack turns to have any hope at breaking through the stalwart defenses of Simon Nielsen. More importantly, Peter knows we've reached the point in the game where these red attacks that are going to be the way Simon wins the game, they are in the hand for Simon Nielsen. So now is the time to apply pressure, either force Simon to be willing to take some damage or lose those cards.
And that's one of the 2 blues in Simon Nielsen's deck pitched off the top. Well, the 2 blues in order. So next card is also a blue, if I'm remembering correctly, and he's going to pay the full 3 into this dig-in to create toughness tokens. That's also a blue 6, so as 4 toughness tokens for the following turn. As Peter Buddensiek comes in.
Give him a piece of your mind as the follow-up for Pete. Another 6 damage coming across here. Definitely something Simon has to consider respecting somewhat, but a very limited amount of cards to work with. Those toughness tokens, they're not going to save Simon until next turn.
It looks like he might be forced to block with the From the Jaws of Victory. He has held on to this life lead. That card really wants him to be a little bit behind to get the full value. Nope, looks like he's going to block with a 2 block instead. Go all the way down to 6. Perhaps wanting to take maybe another point of damage from Peter Buddensiek so that he can resolve the Jaws of Victory and actually have a go again turn.
Very impressive stuff. We're going to find ourselves activating Tuffnut once more for Peter Buddensiek. We see these blue resource cards coming around once more. Very importantly, not 6 power attacks. So no toughness being generated, but we will see that right behind you. Coming across once again on the offense. 7 more points of damage here. Lining up surprisingly poorly into these 4 toughness tokens.
I almost wonder whether Simon would love to have a 2 block in his hand so that he can just take 1 point of damage and have the Jaws of Victory live. Looks like he had a 3 block over there, so blocks it out completely. So that card won't be live right now. Neither will the Comeback Kid, which is why perhaps he's choosing to pitch that to the bottom once again, despite it being red. And he knew it was there as well.
Simon doing a quick count. Looks like 3 cards remaining underneath that Comeback Kid. Or, well, on top of it, moving forward. 2 to work with in hand.
Jaws of Victory in arsenal. So perhaps just going to send one of these big attacks in his hand. While Peter Buddensiek's defenses are a little bit down over here. Peter 2 turns in a row without a toughness token into Simon Nielsen's offense. But Peter Buddensiek is ahead when it comes to cards remaining in deck, Scott.
Strongest Survive will be the pitch card here for the unexpected backhand on offense here. That card no longer required to win clashes, will instead present the full, chunky 5 points of damage. See what Peter's working with a bit of luck. We do see Disturb the Peace front and center of this hand alongside a pair of yellows. So a pretty efficient turn, but damage that has to be respected on its way through.
And Simon Nielsen here. Oh, I think he took that back a little bit. Maybe he wants to do a different play. It looks like he might still be going for that. Pitching a yellow and a red. And is going to be drawing the next 3 cards over here. So you have to imagine going to put the yellow to be the top card of the deck after he arranges his pitch zone so that he can pitch that to Tuffnut's hero ability. And very importantly, leaving that 6 power in the deck instead of the blue that he's attacking with, which only comes in for 5.
That's such a heads-up decision, I think, from Simon Nielsen. I think a lot of people default to using the blue as the resource card there, pressuring more damage in this spot. Instead, saving that 6 power attack to generate more toughness tokens and still functionally pay for all of the important cards that are still in Simon's deck. So this is going to be a tough one for both players to finish out, unsurprisingly, given the hero we're watching. Tuffnut going to be activated. We'll find that top card coming across again. It is another copy of Buckwild left remaining for Peter. Goes in the pitch zone for now. We'll see that familiar scent as the play from the Arsenal. This one kind of backbreaking once more in the Brute Mirrors.
This has been such a fascinating endgame for both players to navigate. Peter Buddensiek was below on life for quite a big chunk of the game, but here we see that he uses life total to conserve cards in deck and currently is ahead on that aspect of the matchup, which is so incredibly important with how grindy this game has been.
We see the tough leather boots that have been held onto diligently by Simon Nielsen, hovering front the top combat chain for now.
And he
Worth
knows,
noting, this is a Brute card, which will trigger Familiar Stench if it's committed to blocks here.
And he knows he has a yellow on top as well because he arranged that just on the previous turn.
Okay, Simon Nielsen falls to 1. Peter Buddensiek is allowed to make a Vigor token, and this will be the barrage Simon hopefully needs to steal away the tempo in this spot. Keeping the hands, activating Tuffnut. We'll see that yellow that was so carefully placed make its way into the pitch zone. 2 resources available. That toughness token will be generated. We're going to see that wind up on resource duty once again for Buckwild. This is Simon Nielsen's final assault, looking to go 2 attacks wide here and take the game away from Peter Buddensiek.
And he still has the From the Jaws of Victory in his arsenal. And he is at 1 right now, Scott, which means that that will always, pretty much always, unless Peter Buddensiek also falls down to 1, that card will always give Simon Nielsen the cheer that he needs, and it will get go again as well because of the cheer.
Incredibly navigated by both players as this game comes to its conclusion. Toughness token will make Tough Smash up into a 4 block here. 2 damage coming through. We'll see that clash. Of course, both players at this point very aware of what they're going to be finding on top of the deck. We will find another Toughness token generated on the behalf of Simon Nielsen. And that 7 of Old Leather and Vim is the follow-up. So that Jaws of Victory will enable another 2 attack turn with a little bit of luck.
There is a fascinating aspect of this endgame here, Scott, which is Simon Nielsen is only going to have 3 cards left in deck after he arranges his pitch, which means he's going to draw all those 3 cards and effectively not have a hero ability because there's nothing to pitch off the top of the deck because there is no deck.
Peter Buddensiek here clashing once more with the Tough Smash up. Nothing changed from the previous clash, of course, falling down to 2 here in the face of Old Leather and Vim, and now obliged to send relevant damage to strip cards away from Simon Nielsen. We'll find that Tuffnut activation coming through. Vigor token joined by 2 more resources will pay for the smash up from the arsenal that is going to demand 2 cards from Simon Nielsen.
1 card because of the 4 toughness tokens that were basically conferred to him from Peter Buddensiek's clash.
You couldn't be more right. 4 toughness gifted to Simon Nielsen. and will allow them to keep 2 cards here and remain in this game, and Comeback Kid will be the play here. Simon, of course, behind by 1 life, getting the maximum power here from this gigantic red attack.
As the crowd cheers for the Tuffnut that is behind in life, Comeback Kid comes in for 8. Simon Nielsen just has 1 card remaining in deck, and that is the wind up the crowd that's headed to his pitch zone. We know his Arsenal is still from the jaws of victory, but looks like the players are just close to the fatigue endgame state, which we were, we were expecting to get to this point from the beginning, based on how grindy the game was. Can Peter Buddensiek actually have any cards remaining? Are we actually just going to see? We could potentially see a draw here for our last game of the world premiere here, Scott.
Peter's here taking a moment to consider their block options. May have to give all 3 cards to stay alive. Does do exactly that.
We clash.
Blocking?
With Clash.
But he just has 1 card remaining. Which means that...
But we know there's a Jaws of Victory in the Arsenal.
Yeah, which means that 6 power should close out the game.
So, second toughness being generated by the last card on top of the deck here for Peter Buddensiek. Peter, of course, will draw a card. It's a Jaws of Victory from the Arsenal. It's going to be blocking alongside 2 toughness, so this is not enough. 2 points of damage leaking through allows Simon Nielsen to commit the heist of the century and be a 4-0 undefeated player in our world premiere for Super Slam.
The last card in deck, taking away Peter Buddensiek's last few life totals for exact lethal. Scott, he was blocking for 4 on an attack for 6, and he was at 2 life, went all the way down to 0 from that. Both players with no cards remaining in deck. What an absolute nail-biter of a match, and exactly what you expect when you think of these 2 tough brutes battling against each other, and it came down to the last swing from Simon Nielsen to knock out Peter Buddensiek.
I want to be clear as clear as I can, one way or the other. If you want to get better at Limited, if you want to get better at Flesh and Blood, if you want to be the toughest nut, that is the game I need you to go back and watch. That was an impressive showing of everything that hero can do, and Simon Nielsen continues to make me feel inadequate both in the arena and in the booth.
I think both players did that for me, Scott. Both of them were pitch stacking, both of them were just understanding the flow of the game, what's remaining in their deck, the threat density left in the deck. And I want to shout out the one play from Simon Nielsen where he noticed Peter Buddensiek use the Buck Wild and then said, okay, have a full hand. And then Peter Buddensiek was unable to convert that tempo, and I think that was a little bit of the turning point in the match for me, because until then, it was just both players sort of being efficient with their hands, sending 2, blocking 2, sending 2, blocking 2. But that was a point where Simon Nielsen said, I'm going to block a little bit more, and you're only sending 2, you're only using 2 cards on offense over here, and I can capitalize on that.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. If you've enjoyed your taste of Super Slam so far, and you want to get involved with this set, you can do so next weekend at your local pre-release. If you haven't looked around for tickets, haven't seen who's available, stop, pause, we'll wait for you. Go to your local LGS website, buy a ticket to your pre-release now, secure yourself with one of these pre-release kits.
And it is the debut of these pre-release kits for everyone back at home. Of course, that is what the players have been opening all day today at the world premiere. They walked into the room with playmats with these pre-release kits on them and have been using them for their sealed games so far. You can get your hands on these at your pre-release next weekend.
Yeah, plenty to look forward to. If you want to grab a promo to remember your first pre-release for, maybe just your Super Slam decks in Classic Constructed, you'll find some cold foil options for uplifting performance, old leather and Vim, offensive behavior, and spew obscenities inside. More importantly, you'll find that cold foil equipment suite, which you can use in your pre-release.
These used to be rewards for winning your armory back in the day, but now we're just giving them out in these pre-release kits, and it's such a fantastic change.
Yeah, love to see it. Players using these all weekend on display, been in the equipment suite time and time again. If you want another event to look forward to, though, there will be release day celebrations for this event. This is an 8-card promo pack containing rainbow foils of all these incredible charms. I have a feeling Cheetah's Charm might be people's favorites by the end of today.
That is the one that had such an explosive finish here on stream, but I'm sure everyone will just gravitate towards the charm that they are most in line with. We just saw Tuffnut have some really, really interesting plays throughout the entire game. We saw Lyath as well with a fantastically explosive game on their side. And of course, a whole bunch of people, I know you yourself, Scott, are going to be looking to pick up the Pleiades Thespian Charm.
Of course, got to make sure we have our deck looking nice and stylish. Pre-release going to be available for you next weekend. Make sure you pop on down to your local game store. If you're also a Pleiades enjoyer, don't worry, I haven't forgotten that I promised to give away this copy of the Pleiades Armory deck. You've got a little bit of a window to get a message in chat if you want a chance, because we're going to take a moment to open some gem packs before we finish up that giveaway. Now, I feel obliged to go second here, because so far I have been disappointed. I have failed to open revered cards. I have failed to open anything that appeals to my inner child. Everyone else has got these savage sashes and these cold foil backup protocols. So I'm going to let you have your fun with a gem pack here, Pankaj.
I'll take it.
And then I'm going to make you look bad on camera.
That wouldn't be the first time today, I'm sure. We also have a CC show match, which I'm sure you'll make a complete fool out of me in.
No, I don't know. So. You have more belief in me than I do, I think, in that situation. So let's take a look.
Ooh, blue flag strength. All right, all right. I do actually like this card. I think the red version potentially, but this is really cool. All right, what's behind it?
Okay.
Loot the hold.
Foil loot the hold. Very nice. There's going to be some gravy players out there who are going to be pretty desperate for that one. That's a good card to own, I think.
It is a very good one. Again, was only available in the Armory deck. All right, Scott, it's your turn. Can you pull
we do one better? Please.
The mech.
I need some kind of joy. I have been reliably informed there is over 500 entries for that giveaway for Pleiades so far. So get yourself in there, have a chance, get lucky. Okay, we can see blue.
Energetic Impact, that's
Energetic
good.
Impact's pretty good. I'm not complaining about that one. That's pretty snazzy.
I think new Kayo, old Kayo might actually really enjoy that card.
Oh!
Looks like you going second really paid off for you, Scott. You got the card which you will be using later in the CC show match for sure.
Words. I know I'm paid to talk. I don't have words. Yeah. Words don't exist. I have shiny cardboard, and I know I'm supposed to care about the chat, and yet I don't.
Extended art standing ovation here pulled in the booth by Scott Mines, who will be parting Pleiades Rockstar as well. What a fantastic pull.
Yeah, that one's pretty special. I will be leaving Canada with that. No one is taking it from my hands. I am very, very excited to get that one into the deck. If you're looking forward to that show match, we're going to have that coming for you in just a few minutes. I believe we've got a couple of things to look forward to. I know Lexis is around, so we might be able to get them into the booth before we get things started for our show match. But if you're looking forward to us bumping heads in Classic Constructed and a small dose of Margin Bay, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, we're trying to, of course.
Not yet. Oh, yes, of course. We do have the winner to announce for the Pleiades Armory deck.
You know what I dreamt about not forgetting?
You are really excited to play the show match, as I am.
I'm
but
going to be entirely straight. The plan went out the window, okay? I was like, I know what I'm doing. I know what my job is. And no. Cardboard takes precedence.
You saw that and you just want to put that in your sleeve and you want to jam games with it immediately. But we
Brain
need
empty, no thoughts.
We need someone else to get their hands on the Pleiades Armory deck.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who's winning a Pleiades Armory deck? Scipio Africanus. Congratulations to you. You are now the lucky winner and lucky owner of a Pleiades Armory deck.
Woo!
Ethan will be in touch in the chat, I'm sure, to let you know how to go about claiming that. But congratulations. I apologize for my brain fart. Shiny cardboard does that to me.
As it does for all of us, Scott. All of us TCG players, we see a shiny piece of cardboard and all sense goes out the window and we want to jam it in a sleeve and play it immediately.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So now for real, congratulations to our giveaway winner. We're going to go get ourselves ready to go and dance in the feature match area. We'll be right back. Bear with us.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
Now, the last time we were in the booth together, this was just Simon Nielsen. Incredible player, fantastic human being. Now, I'm joined by Goes 4-0 in his sleep.
Oh,
Simon Nielsen.
yeah.
Good old sleep-in Simon Nielsen. I'm sure it's a long-time reputation. How are you, my friend?
I am very good. Yeah, I just came into Montreal yesterday. I got a little bit of sleep on the plane, and then woke up this morning ready to battle.
Happy to hear it. So, Tuffnut ended up being the hero of choice.
Yes!
I'm reliably informed you have an infatuation with the hero from our days back in Copenhagen.
Yeah, so Tuffnut and I have been exchanging letters. It's like he's a hard nut to crack. Like exactly figuring out like he's not the one to like show like necessarily that much affection or emotion, but I think things will happen. And I was very, very happy to open my sealed pool and see 4 revered brute cards. And just so many yellow 6s. Like my deck is just really nice with Tuffnut.
It looked really good on camera. Was biases aside, I guess. Like, was Tuffnut where you expected to find yourself going into this format? Did you think it was the hero to choose, or were you kind of pleasantly surprised by how things played out?
So it was kind of like on the plane. I wrote down all my thoughts on the format in a note. And like it started with like, okay, so I think Lyath might be like the best thing because he's just so consistent with 5 cards, and there seems to be so much support for him. And Tuffnut is probably like equivalently the worst because of that. And then I wrote like my specific thoughts on all the heroes. And then once I got through Tuffnut, I have so many things to say and think. And at the end, I was like, wait, so actually like he fatigued really well. And at the end of the article, it's like, okay, so forget what I said at the beginning. I think Tuffnut is the best one, actually, and Lyath might be the worst.
You might have proved it on camera so far this weekend, which is pretty great. All in all, world premiere experience. I know you've done a few of these before. The callings have previously gone quite well for you, one way or the other. Good experience. Did you have a good time? Is there anything you want to shout out to people that may be thinking about coming to play one of these events that they might not know about that is kind of worth making the trip?
Yeah, I think, honestly, just like the buzz in the beginning, like you see, everyone sits down to their packs and they open. I opened a Felling of the Crown. I didn't know you could open that. And there's, someone with like that Maui Marvel Pleiades.
Oh, yeah.
There's just like all these like, excitement for like, people being like, oh yeah, I just want a 4th Pleiades, or like, let's see where my pool takes me. And it's just like, it's really good for me who just likes thinking about, limited. But it's also, I think, really good for people who just want to, like, open some packs, put things together, and see what happens. Because then you're at an even playing field with most of the field. Because that's what people are doing here, and it's very fun.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it so much. It's been great to kind of watch your journey over the course of the weekend. I know you played against Andrea in a previous round as well, which is obviously a nice throwback as well. I want to talk Classic Constructed with you for a minute as well.
Oh, sure.
Obviously, the format's shaking up quite a lot in recent memory. A lot of expansion slot support cards in this. Some heroes that they could be quite be promising. Have you got feelings on the format already heading into the World Championship that you're willing to share? Or
I'm not actually quite sure. I have like a lot of obligations before I get to Hamburg, which is my next CC event. So like the Prism deck I own, I'm like a little bit skeptical of it going into like maybe Brute meta. Kayo looks to have gotten some nice upgrades, and yes, maybe I'll pick back up like good old Kayo.
Will be nice. Be good to see it. Limited games today. I'm kind of curious if there are cards that stood out to you that people that are playing their pre-release next weekend might want to focus on, maybe should appreciate value higher than they look kind of thing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of flexible cards with the pitch values in this set. So there are the ones where you could, like, when they attack, you can pay, like, up to 3 and you get that many might, or you can pay when it blocks to get that many toughness. And there are the ones that are, like, they get -1 unless you pay 1 extra for the attack. So there's, like, there's a whole cycle of, like, all of these. And I think they're really nice because they just kind of, like, increase your consistency. When you play Sealed, they're, like, the worst thing that can happen is you draw a hand where you have to block with a 2-block, or a hand where like they can't quite like make the pitch thing happen. You have to pitch 2 cards where you would like to only pitch 1. And these cards just make it so much more consistent. And even if you draw a hand but it doesn't quite fit, it's much easier to be like, okay, but I can just turn these 2, like this random yellow that is left over, into 2 toughness, and then it goes back in my deck. I can draw it later, use it at a turn where it's better.
I think it's incredibly heads-up information for people that haven't had the chance to play the format so far. Is there any other tips you want to kind of share about the format for people who are playing their pre-release next week that are worth knowing ahead of time?
Tuffnut, 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 Tuffnut.
Loud and clear. If you were under any disillusions of Simon Nielsen's favorite way to play this format, I think those have been removed pretty quickly, one way or the other. I have been overjoyed to have you back in the booth so far this weekend. I'm glad you had such a good run in the World Premiere. Hopefully the calling is equally good. I don't want to keep you from Tuffnut any longer, so I'm going to let you go. I'm going to go and hop into the feature match area and pretend that I know what I'm doing. So
that's good. Yeah.
Thank you very much for having joining us, Simon. Go enjoy the rest of your day, enjoy Montreal, and hopefully we'll see you back in the feature match area tomorrow after I'm done beating the crap out of Pankaj Bhojwani.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Don't go anywhere, folks. I'm about to shuffle up some Classic Constructed. If you want some Pleiades and some Lyath, we'll be right back.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows because she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they stunt. She knows because she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go, go. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. Flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
You talk about one night only and some special guests. We've got both of those exciting happenings here for you, here from World Premiere Montreal, as Super Slam is well underway. The first of which, we got a special guest here in the booth. It is the current reigning U.S. national champion and one of my very good friends, Mr. Majin Bey, going to be joining me in the booth for our special feature in a second. Majin, how's your day been, bro? You been having fun?
Yeah, I actually have been having a lot of fun. Guardian and Brute, generally not my class, but there's a lot of like cool trickery and fun stuff to do that really surprised me. So no, I had a really good time.
Dude, well, talk to me a little bit about your impressions of the format. I just saw you literally like a moment ago getting schooling on Tuffnut from Peter Buddensiek. What'd you play? You know, just talk to me about your day so far.
Yeah, so I played Kayo because it made sense. You know, you play good cards and everything. And then I thought my Kayo deck was busted. busted. And then I ran into Michael Hamilton.
I've heard of him.
He's okay. And then I ran into Michael Fang.
And I've heard of him as well.
Yeah, they're pretty good players.
No, they're pretty
and
good.
Seeing the rest of the format, a lot of it was like hidden. We didn't know a lot of the cards going into it. So I'm going, oh, these cards are insane. My deck's insane. And I'm playing these games, and I'm seeing the cards that like all my opponents are playing, and the people next to me are playing, and I'm like, my deck's not that good.
You're like, wait, that KO deck is way better than my KO deck.
Yeah,
That's a common?
Exactly. You like read a card and you're like, wow, that's so good. And there's a second line, so you're like, okay, but what's the downside? And it's just more upside.
Totally. No, it's funny. I mean, there's 0 for 5s in this format. There's an enormous amount of 3 for 8s.
So many.
Brian Gottlieb, when we were doing the deck build, he was like, that is something that used to be really hard to come by in Flesh and Blood, especially in the limited format. But it's not called Super Slam for nothing. There are some Super Slams happening. So you played KO. You were talking to Peter Buddensiek. That is my biggest surprise so far. I mean, not to be biased or anything, I thought Tuffnut was like dog water. I was like, there's no way you can play this in limited. Surely it's not good. It's good?
It's good. It's good. The value's good. You have to be very careful, though. It seems like you have to be very conscious about like hedging your bets, because if you keep a 3 cost and you flip a non-blue, you're in a really bad spot. And then watching Peter and Hamilton and a couple other people play the deck, I was really impressed with what you can do once you have your pitch deck set up.
Yeah.
Once you know how many resources you can get on each turn, the deck just prints value.
Because you're just getting the toughness. You're just like, it's interesting. But when we saw in our feature match area, Lexis King, of course, take down a Tuffnut. And there was one turn where it was like, he just took a bunch of damage, but like, he was like, you only got 3 cards, bro, and no toughness right now. Like, I just think I'm going to kill you. And that is, in fact, what went down. It's been an exciting weekend so far. Talk to me just a little bit about any of the way that your CC brain is percolating.
Yeah,
some of these new cards. We've seen all the expansion slot cards now. We've seen even the Fabled, a bunch of reprints in a talent you're very familiar with, in Earth. Just where's your brain initially feeling, looking as we look ahead towards the CC metagame?
I kept my brain pretty off of the new heroes because I'm a well-known wizard enjoyer.
Yes.
Guardians and Brutes are not really the thing that I do. But playing the format and seeing the heroes made me realize, especially I think the Guardians, how much Pleiades and Lyath do not play like your grandpa's Guardian.
Your grandpa's
know what I mean?
Guardian, yeah, totally.
Like, they are not the same. And so the way that we're going to have to approach these decks and the way that they're going to affect the format, I think, is just not something that we've figured out yet.
That we think, there's 2 Guardians entering the meta. We know how it's going to go. We know how Guardians, what their weaknesses are, what their strengths are. Like, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to get a couple Guardians, whatever. No, there's some differences in the format. So what do you think? Are you thinking that means, like, okay, I want to play one of these Guardians. It changes one of these other heroes that maybe would be better, that I thought a Guardian would, like, have problems with?
I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but I might pick up an Armory deck.
Okay. Dude, I'm going to pick up the Armory deck as well. We got one right here. Someone just won this one, and I might enter the next giveaway.
Yeah, you got any more
That's surely fine, right? That's surely okay. So, Majid, there's a reason you're here.
Yes.
And this is because we have a very exciting matchup for you in just a second. We've got the other 2 illustrious casters. You 3 are all way better players than I am, and so you are going to be able to watch Scott Mines and Pankaj Bhojwani take off. We've got a top 8 competitor in Pankaj Bhojwani. We've got a calling top 16 competitor in Scott Mines. We've got a U.S. national champion here in the booth to bring you all of the action. You ready, Majin?
I'm so ready.
Let's get down into the Deathmatch Arena as we see not only these 2 casters, but 2 heroes at their full CC potential on this day 0. We've got Pankaj Bhojwani playing CC full-powered Lyath. Every card he wanted, we snagged and found a way to find him today. And Scott Mines in a fully upgraded Pleiades superstar list from that Armory deck. So we're going to see for the very first time here, you and me together, what do these heroes really look like in Classic Constructed?
Oh, I'm so excited. I mean, I don't know.
Me neither.
That's the thing. I just don't know.
Yeah, me neither. So we see the fist bump get extended, and we're going to see Pankaj Bhojwani. Let's take a look even at the equipment loadouts that he's presented, because there's some interesting pieces right off the bat in that Crater Hoof, alongside the new card, Iron Fist Revelation, Findall Spring Tunic, and the Crown of Providence.
Oh, man, my, stomach just clenched seeing him draw 5 cards. I was like, oh, no,
IP. Let's take a look at the equipment that Scott Mines is working with. This is looking a little more standard. Quick dodge flexors, the gauntlet, the tunic, and the Providence as well. So a couple of new pieces and a couple of old. Something new and something bold as we look ahead to Pankaj Bhojwani, the first turn of the game. He might be activating Lyath here, getting that might token for the next turn. All right, Pankaj's first move of the game. This is very exciting. I'm just like grinning like an idiot watching Pankaj in the big match area.
I think I see a block card in his hand. I wonder. I cannot remember the name, but I highlighted it on World Tour Weekly, where it's like where you name the color of the top
Truth
card.
or Trickery.
I'm hoping that's what it is because I really wanted to see this card in action.
Yeah, we'll see if he has it. He does have this few obscenities. I think that might be the card there. Let's see what the first game action after the Lyath ability has been activated. It's going to be, I think that's a fix the match. Coming down here, that's going to attack for 3, but has a lot of those interesting abilities. This Majestic, of course, is going to allow Pankaj to just grab a card and put it on top for any future clashes later in this turn cycle.
Which there might be.
There might be clashes. There certainly will be a future turn cycle here. We can see that's the card that he grabbed. It's going to go right back on the top of the deck. Both players rocking the brand new Pleiades sleeves. We can see Bryan Gottlieb giving a little bit of a nice shoulder rub, making sure there's no tension. It's all good. Who cares about the 5 intellect? Who cares about the potential downsides? Those are 2 co-casters, 2 friends, and let's see just how Scott wants to deal with this fix the match. I was talking a little bit to Pankaj about this deck. He was like, dude, I'm basically playing Redline. All my cards cost 0.
Yep, lots of head jabs. Maybe not head jabs specifically.
But like head jab stat lines in Guardian, like you talked about, these 2 reviled and revered Guardians playing it very differently.
When's the last time you saw a Guardian attack with a 3 power attack?
I literally think a Victor Goldmane attacking with a hammer that had a -1 counter.
There you go.
You know what I mean? So we're going to go ahead and pitch into what here? It's going to be in the palm of your hand. You can see Pankaj look to the ceiling, the palm of her hand, going to go ahead and draw a card and begin the suspense train for Scott. This is in kind of the layer step before this card is, maybe, or after it's attacking, before blocks, as if Scott wants to go ahead and block this. Pankaj can go ahead and win the clash with whatever is on top, and Pankaj just has to watch as another in the palm of her hand is played onto the arena, and the pummel going to join the tear asunder. Those 2 cards will work very nicely at the bottom of a pitch deck.
You're in Pankaj's spot. You win the die roll, maybe. I don't know who wins the die roll. Who do you put on the play?
I don't know, dude. I guess you want them on the play because then they don't get this exact value on turn 0 on your opponent's turn.
But they still set up. Auras are still on the board. Suspense counters.
All right, clash trigger here. We're going to see overturn the results and the up the pedestal. Up the pedestal has no problem, but it doesn't matter what Pankaj or what Scott had. Overturn the results is going to say, no matter what, dude, I'm winning the clash, and the crowd would have booed. But it looks like in the, unless I'm mistaken, I thought the crowd would not boo there, but maybe, Lyath just gets the boos no matter what. But, dude, 3 instant speed counters of suspense here going to be played as the Pleiades Superstar is going to go ahead and move 1 counter from the palm of her hand to the suspense is killing me to keep that card around for as long as possible.
This is something that I was really impressed with in the sealed format, was taking these auras, and you're just able to keep some of them around for so long, especially these static effect auras that constantly give you things, even if it's not leaving the field. It's just been so impressive to me.
Yeah, the 3 blue cycles, the suspense is killing me, what comes next, that cycle, the one that prevents damage, they are so impressive because you just get to keep using that hero ability. Bring a counter on, put a counter off, bring a counter on, and they just give you consistent value for what feels like the whole damn game. Let's see how Scott now can go ahead, and we talked about 5 cards in Lyath's hands. Scott's working with 5 cards as well, thanks to the palm of both of those hands. First one exiting the field thanks to that Pleiades ability.
I want to see, what I'm trying to figure out as soon as possible is what are these decks trying to do in this matchup? Is someone the aggressor? Is someone the defender? Should we expect one of these decks to be stronger late game than the other? That looks like Boulder Drop coming out here for 8.
Boulder Drop for 8 here. 1 pummel was already put into the pitch zone. And there's another one in the hand for Scott Mines. You can see it being fanned. So many cards able to be worked with here.
When I think Flesh and Blood decks that hit you with big attacks, the marquee card to me is Pummel. I feel like that card has transcended sets. It's transcended metagames. Like, it's always around. It always scares me so much.
Yeah, that card, pretty good. It's a card that I got, I want to say, blown out by. My very first game of Flesh and Blood I ever played, my second game ever at any game store was a ProQuest, and an Edge of Autumn Katsu attacked me with CNC, and I just learned about Pummel, so I was like, block, I play around Pummel. I overblocked him. Next turn, he plays CNC again. I can't overblock this time. My man blue pummels me. in Katsu. I got pummeled, and I was like, that's on me. We're seeing a truth or trigger here, as we're going to go ahead and pitch into the rampart of the Rance head.
Is that 2 of them?
It looks like it might be 2 of them. Lyath is going to be activated here with the blue in the pitch after the rampart of the Ram's head, using that extra floating resource. 2 triggers of truth or trickery here, and the mocking blow, all getting some triggers, I believe. Let's listen in.
Yes, but these are on defense. So I will look at the top.
Let's see. It's yellow. Pankaj says it's yellow and stares right at Scott as we hear these players for the first time resolve a truth or trickery.
That's so fun.
And now, if Scott guesses if you're lying or you're telling the truth, Scott has to try to figure this out. If he says Pankaj is lying and he is not, Scott is going to have to discard twice. Now, do they both trigger independently?
I believe it's going to be, yes, it'll be
so
independent.
I don't
know.
right?
I guess only one discard, because Scott's going to have to see the card,
This is also in blocks, so it's the classic face purgatory thing where if your opponent has a pummel, you get to take the card away before reactions. Scott,
and look at that.
Insulated
with
3 cards,
at the same time is terrible.
And look at them both doing it at the same time. They're both going to be not finding their effect as Scott able to successfully call out. I think it is yellow, and it was yellow. And now potentially those 3 might tokens might fall by the wayside, as we don't know if Pankaj is going to be able to get value with them from the attack from the arsenal, but he does play a lot of zero-cost attacks.
He does.
I guess I might have guessed wrong again.
And he's a pretty good player. I have to imagine if he saw 3 cards in his opponent's hand, he has to go, okay, what if there's
Yeah, that's surely a pummel. Even though Scott was pretty telegraphing it, he was able to find the second one after the first one to the bottom, but it is going to go ahead and be a spew obscenities. It's coming in with 3 additional value from those might tokens, and I believe it gets... Oh, no, you have to control the confidence might to get +1, but if it hits, create a confidence and a might. So this is coming in for, let's see, 3 minus 1 is 2, plus 3 is 5, so on hit, make a confidence and a might. Let's see if Scott wants to respect it.
Not too bad for a 1 card, especially because it's a 1 card out of your 6-card hand.
100%, and Scott... Pankaj could have had an extra card for the arsenal, but he did lose it to that pummel. He tried to insulate himself as much as he could.
You know what's fun? At different times, I have used both of their content as direct inspiration for a deck list that have won me a tournament.
That's fire. That is awesome. I remember watching Scott's Icelander deck text, and I also was watching Pankaj's Icelander deck text.
Pankaj was, I used it for his Viscerai stuff. He
very
had some
cool.
sweet Viscerai tech.
So a card is being pitched into a Suspense here, and this is another really impactful aura. This one coming from the Armory deck. Suspense does so much work, just getting cheered immediately when it leaves the arena, getting cheered again, but the confidence tokens can go so far in this Superstars deck.
I have to imagine there's some other reason why we want the cheering. Because a confidence token here, not the best. I believe that card that blocked gets +3 if the crowd cheered you this turn. Which would make a little bit more sense because the Superstar, just getting a confidence token, your opponent's at 36, what are you going to kill them? Like, it's not that impressive. But there are a lot of cards that really get a lot more effective once you have been cheered.
So let's see, this is going to come in. The Crush of the Week is going to come forward. Now, this is actually a really interesting piece of tech into exactly Lyath, because Crush of the Week not allowing cards with 3 or more base power to be played. That's the majority of the cards that Pankaj is working with, and the confidence token means this thing can only be blocked by 2 cards total.
Yeah, and these cards, they don't block for a lot. Lyath not known for blocking incredibly well. Pankaj mentioning that is super annoying, and I believe him. This seems rude.
Turns out the confidence token maybe pretty good with the Crush of the Week specifically. I know Scott Mines is running some Spinal Crush. We've already seen the Boulder drop red, a massive card for this Pleiades deck.
Unfortunate. I like the this came up a little bit earlier, but the Rampart in combination with Lyath's hero ability, where the 2 costs from the hero ability and the 1 cost from the Rampant works really well together. I really like that.
Yeah, really natural couple of pairs and friends there, even though Lyath Goldmane is known more for the lion and the way that family is represented with their insignia. The ram proving to be just as impactful for the Goldmane family. Let's see. Looks like Pankaj is going to try to get value where he can. Pitch perhaps into the ability, but can he even get value from the might? Might be attacking with Titan's Fist. What's interesting about Titan's Fist is so many of the cards in this deck cost 0.
That's true. A lot of the blues, too. A lot of blue 0 for ones.
Right? So Spew Obscenity is going to be pitched into Lyath here.
Not
Make
a blue.
the might, not a blue.
No
And
rampage.
he's just going to go ahead and block 6 total. Take 2, so doesn't get crushed. That's going to make sure that Pankaj is able to block with those cards for their full normal value of 3 because Lyath went ahead and was activated. Might token's just going to come in, Sigil of Solace, gain 3, back to 37.
Hammer?
No value from the Might tokens. Pankaj is just moving to end, but Scott might have something to say about it. There might be some instant speed abilities here, the first of which is going to be a Pleiades activation, suspense counter from Suspense, leaves the arena, cheers. So as the crowd cheers down for the superstar, the confidence token represented with her on the art, as let's see just how she utilizes the cheers of the crowd to fuel her devastating overture.
Man, that's so good. Just keeping around these static ability auras.
Dude.
I think that's so impressive.
Yeah, dude. No, the deck is cool, and those blue 0 cost, or even the 1 cost there in Suspense, I think they are going to be the glue that holds this deck together in CC.
I don't know about you. I love blues that do things.
Mm-hmm.
Big fan. Big fan. Oh, man, these confidence tokens might actually be a little bit better than I initially thought.
Yeah, dude, it's 2 cards.
Yeah.
It's not just 2 cards from hand. It includes equipment cards. You can use block cards if you have them, but not many decks. We've seen 2 already used in the Truth or Trickery turn from Pankaj, but now here comes 10, not dominate, but filled with confidence, so Pankaj can only put 2 cards in front of this, and I think that also includes the Rampart of the Ram's Head.
Once again, we run into that issue where Pankaj's cards just don't, they just don't naturally block very much. He has to work for it. So preventing these crush effects when he's only allowed to block with 2 is difficult.
Any reactions here? Let's see how many it is. That is going to crush, so the Spinal Crush means no go again on anything for this future turn cycle with the Might token. Let's see how that comes into the equation here.
You couldn't get my boy Black Border Spinal Crush?
Couldn't do it, no. Couldn't do it. I actually didn't give him the Spinal Crush. That's one of the cards I couldn't find. One of the cards I couldn't find. Puncture, I believe Lyath should remain tapped unless he played effect that untaps the hero, but I don't imagine he'll be using it on the turn. Mocking Blow here currently coming in for 2. Mocking Blow coming in. Not higher life, so no boo on the turn. Doesn't get the +4 at the moment. But is going to be Concealed Object coming in. That is going to go ahead and hear the boos from the crowd for Lyath. That, of course, gets to hear the Mocking Blow in response, go up to an attack for 6. Concealed Object as well, going to make an attack for 7, and bring a Might token around for a future turn. So 2 cards from hand turning to 7 damage. Let's see if Scott Mines has any defensive capabilities in the reaction step.
It's not too bad. We have to remember every time like a 2-card 7 is played from Lyath, we have to remember that it's not actually a 2-card 7. Because he gets 5 cards. It is if he's forced to activate his hero ability to block every single turn. So we'll see if that continues. But I've been pretty impressed with his ability to convert smaller hands. Life totals are at parity. We'll see how long that keeps up, though. These blue auras, like you mentioned, pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. What happens next, going to come in and he's playing it, Scott, is on his opponent's turn, because now the first card he plays on this turn is also discounted by 1, including Suspense. He doesn't have to pitch for it. He keeps the Tunic counter around, and it just gets to come in for free thanks to the way that what happens next works so nicely on both turn cycles. Here, we're seeing just how it works with Suspense, as the Confidence token is going to come in and buff up whatever Scott Mines plays next. It looks like Pleiades might be activated here as well to go ahead and move a counter from the Suspense is killing me to the what happens next. We can see how much Scott Mines wants to keep it around. I've heard it from his mouth. He is super impressed with what happens next and wants that card to be around as much as possible.
The Suspense is killing me.
Me too. Oh my God. Just like Scott Mines is attempting to kill Pankaj Bhojwani. And let's see how it works as the Imposing Visage hits the pitch zone. Both of these cards ticking down. Cries of Encore here. This is an impressive card. Comes in for 7 on hit. Allows Scott to play a Aura of Suspense from the graveyard this turn. Life parity, so no being cheered. Oh, actually, so I guess the on-hit effect's not even currently relevant because Scott has not been cheered on this turn.
Superstar cheers?
He did it at the did it during Pankaj's turn.
I feel like Pleiades might lead to a little bit of wizard moments where you're like, where
100%,
exactly are we?
1,000%. You can already tell.
I was fooled.
So this is just a nice 2-card 7, but once again with a little bit of evasion with the confidence token. It is interesting. Confidence, Scott's been able to do it nearly every single turn thanks to 2 copies of suspense that we've seen in as many turn cycles, or a little bit more than that. But that really makes that Rampart of the Ram's Head so much more awkward to utilize because it counts itself as a card for those confidence abilities.
Yeah, not a block card. It does block.
Does
but
block,
not a block card.
but it's not a block card. Yeah, like so both players here, life parity. Pankaj got 6 cards to work with. Let's see just what it is he's got in the hand. Trot along, escalate violence. Looks like it's going to be a leave them hanging here. He's just going to go ahead and play it.
Good.
Dude, that's going to go ahead and intimidate away that final card.
I love this card.
This card is sick, but I'm not sure he's getting much value out of it
because I believe it's a command and conquer.
Yeah.
But look at the resources that we currently have floating. 1 and Tunic counter up, 1 card in hand. What do you think? What pops into your head?
Pankaj is like, it's the 3rd pummel. And Scott there actually put his head to the ceiling like, oh, how could you? Big bluffing hours from our caster there on the left. And let's see, next attack is going to get +4 when that thing leaves. Currently, it's going to sit with the 2 suspense counters. As you see both of these heroes wanting to leave the crowd in suspense, but we'll see who actually can finish the job and deliver that final blow. The set is freaking flavorful, man.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
It's pretty fun.
I love watching Lyath play cards that literally say cheat, and then everyone boos him. I think that's so funny.
100%. Rampart of the Ram's Head might be joining the party. Just block with Rampart with the 1 floating, so take 6. Down to 27 goes Pankaj Bhojwani. We saw some of the cards he has to work with. Let's see just how he wants to put them to use here.
I believe this is the largest hand that Pankaj has used.
Actually gotten to keep.
Yeah, the entire game.
Leave him hang. He's going to tick.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty big payoff. The plus value, the plus powers on Lyath's side, I feel like are just kind of worth more for the same reason that if you're able to keep like a 2-card hand and it does a normal 2-card hand amount of damage, it's the same thing. It's the every time you get plus power, it's not affected by Lyath. It's just if you can convert 5-card hands into good damage, I'm totally falling apart here trying to say this thing. If you can get normal amount of damage from your cards with Lyath, on every card, you are up. That's what I'm trying to say.
Because you have more cards in hand.
Exactly.
So you get to just do that more often than your opponent. No, it does make sense. And this Escalate Violence does seem scary. It comes in, makes 3 more Might tokens after the Revolting Gesture. So this thing comes in for 6 and is going to leave Pankaj on his next turn with 4 Might tokens and to leave them hanging. That's going to pop. As we see Scott Mines here just going to go ahead and with Pleiades just on demand get cheered from moving that suspense counter from suspense to what happens next. Makes a confidence for the next turn, and let's see how Scott wants to use it because Pankaj has got some major action on his next attacking turn. All right, these heroes are totally going to be fun in CC.
Yeah, they're way cooler than I initially thought.
This is going to be fun. This is going to be cool.
There's so many more game actions than Guardians usually get to take. When I think Guardian, I think block
hammer
2,
for 4.
send 2. Yeah, or hammer. When you're getting really spicy, sometimes you cast a pummel. Play a pummel, yeah. But no, there's so many things happening, and I think that's so cool. And a lot of it is very synergistic. You know,
Absolutely.
we're seeing like we're seeing the cheering matter for blocking cards, and then the confidence token when attacking forces really awkward spots from Pankaj. Like it's just all working together.
Turning point here, going to go get in front of this, no trigger, so damage over the top down to 32 goes Scott Mines. This one is going to go ahead. Pankaj asking Scott, can you please stop being so confident? As we know from our friend Scott, that is going to be impossible. This is getting discounted as the CNC, backed up by the confidence token. You see Pankaj saying, okay, so my previous turn, it wasn't the pummel.
I like that he went for it, though, because every time I go, surely it's not the 3rd pummel, it's the 3rd pummel. I wonder if we're going to see a Crown of Providence block. It just... I think the options are like a Crown of Providence block or another like activate Lyath, put 2 cards in front of it. But this is your big payoff turn. You want to keep these cards and you want to use them.
All right, let's see just how Pankaj wants to block this one. 2 cards left in hand and 2 floating.
It's very powerful.
Pankaj really saying annoying. Pummel is really annoying. It is, dude. I've been there.
So
it's not fun.
CNC pummel, a classic.
And it looks like we might just go ahead and see the Crown of Providence be utilized. Pankaj has this big turn set up with the Leave Them Hanging and the 4 Might tokens representing 8 points of offensive value. Question is, does he put the Crown of Providence in front of this now or later?
How many of these cards can he convert is also another question.
I know, dude.
Based on your blocks, I feel like you have some trick going on.
I mean, it makes sense. I've got something.
Using Crown of Providence to dodge the CNC is great and all, but then if you go to your turn with 6 cards in your hand, and you can only actually use 3 of them, then it's not good.
I know, dude. Confidence backing up the CNC. Only 2 cards can be used, and it's hard for Pankaj to get 6 points of offensive value without also committing a card to Lyath's hero ability on defense. Then
I feel like so often I would play Lyath, have 6 cards in this instance, look at them and go, man, that's a lot of choices.
Dude, no, it's just legit. I'm even like, when watching the sealed games, I was watching Evelynn play, I was like, oh my God, dude. They got 5 cards and the arsenal, like, and you have that hero ability you have to consistently factor in.
There's a lot. Plus, we have things with suspense counters, tokens everywhere. It's tough.
So you could hear Pankaj there say, I'm not sure this is the hand I want to use equipment for.
I mean, you can only use so many equipment. There's a confidence token as well.
You hear Pankaj saying, playing these cards for the first time on stream. They're being good sports, both of our illustrious casters. Couple of cards being put in front of this. Oh, he's got to think about it again. Pull back, check out that card in the arsenal. Is he willing to lose this to something like a pummel? It's okay, Pankaj. It's okay. You don't have to apologize to everyone at home. We're all enjoying this first look at these heroes in Classic Constructed.
Okay, decides to go with the hero ability.
What's he going to pitch away? Pitching away to fix the match. Make the might. It is the pummel, the 3rd pummel. So 4 damage over, down to 23 goes Pankaj, down goes the short shrift, down goes the final card from hand, which means it might have to be either a 0-cost attack or that Titan's Fist coming in.
If we do see the Titan's Fist, this will be the first weapon activation of the game.
But Lyath is so good at utilizing these for just 1-card hands that cost 0. Fortunately, Pankaj now been caught by 2 pummels. He knows the 3rd is at the bottom of the deck, but Scott Bynes has found them in some fantastic timing. Though now Pankaj just gets to come back with this attack for 12.
Yeah, how's 12? Is that good?
12 good on 1 card? No, it is good. This looks to be a short shrift here coming onto the combat chain. One of these attacks that I believe gets +1 if his power is greater than his base, and on Crush, discard. This is a fantastic follow-up for Pankaj, even though he's lost some tempo and lost some life.
Yeah, wow, that is really good.
Yeah, 1 card 12, totally good. We're going to be blocked for 3. A Tunic is going to come in and power up this staunch response, getting an additional resource reduction from the what happens next.
I'm going to play Kano into Pleiades, and they're going to cast an Oasis Respite for free, and I'm going to leave the venue.
Pankaj here just pointed at what happens next, and you heard him say, this card is really good. Scott Bynes clearly agrees, as only a little bit of damage taken there from that short shrift. And here comes the red boulder drop, another impressive card. Pankaj can't just give this 1 card or he loses a card from hand.
Yeah, this is just these solid crush effects have been very strong in Lyath so far.
Let's see
so
here.
difficult for him to stop these.
Might be another Truth or Trickery placed in front of this. Now, Lyath says, is it just action cards that get their power? Yeah, so interesting. So let's see just how. So the no, just cards you control. Just cards you control have, not action cards. So and then you're gonna go ahead and +1 onto the action cards there. Block this thing out. Take just the 1 damage down to 22. Make the Might token. Tunic to 3. Tunic utilized for the Revolting Gesture. Pankaj got to use this Tunic perfectly on rate, and then once again the short shrift comes down.
This is very strong.
It's the same turn cycle that Scott Bynes just did with 2 cards, and he refunds himself a value for the next turn. This is basically the same thing. On hit, you lose a card from your hand. Scott Bynes has to think about how he wants to deal with this now.
It has been good. It seems very strong, but we're looking, and there's a life deficit. I'm feeling like Scott's got the tempo in hand, so I'm wondering if this just isn't going to be enough. What are Lyath's big payoffs? If we're not getting through with this, if the game continues in this way, I don't know if he's going to make it. I wonder what else he has.
Yeah. I wonder, you know, Pankaj said, is this the hand I want to defend with my equipment? I wonder if that Crown of Providence was necessary. We'll have to wait and see. Pankaj can go ahead and look through.
That's a line. Yeah. It's crazy, right? It genuinely is. All blocks.
Never Give Up and the Crush of the Week, Revered Block, and the Crush of the Week, of course, can go. And that's the interesting card, Never Give Up. That can become basically a D-React from your graveyard.
That's one of my favorite cards in the entire set.
Yeah?
I love that card.
You can see him, yeah, it's actually being put just to the side there. Put on the bottom of your deck to turn target defending action card to +3, but you have to have the card in your graveyard be less life, which at the moment is kind of a tough ask for Scott Mines, and have been cheered on the turn with 2 suspenses used. We'll have to wait and see. The Moment Maker coming in. This one just currently for 4. Now, I think, yeah, you need 3 or more auras of suspense, so it would have to be the next Pummel, which we know is at the bottom of the deck, or close to the bottom from that turn 0 play. So Scott Mines here, maybe just not able to utilize all the cards in hand, or has an instant speed aura that he wants to play on this turn as well.
I want to see, once this game, I want to see Pankaj have 6 cards and say, no blocks.
Yeah, totally.
And then just go for it. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he's found the life deficit, but this might be the first small stumble from Scott Mines.
Yeah, not really any pressure here. You know, you get to keep every card if you want to keep every card. I'm wondering if he has the tools to take advantage of them.
Lyath here being activated nearly every turn cycle. This time the Rampart of the Ram's Head can get in front of this Moment Maker as the Hammer Axe of Pleiades comes down. But it looks like it's just going to be a pitch of 2 with that yellow. Make another Might. Place the Bully Tactics in front of this. Block for the total of 3. 1 damage down. It is going to be the instant speed effect of the what happens next. Pankaj saying another one. I'm so owned, as I'm sure you've heard him say many times.
I just have to feel like if you're activating Lyath every turn on defense, you're probably not happy. This can't be what the deck wants to do.
But we are seeing a Sadistic Scowl here coming in for +5 and intimidating Scott Mines with, I believe, 2 Might tokens on the turn as well. So the next attack is going to get +7, intimidate that card away. Couldn't quite make out what it was. I think it actually might have been another Never Give Up. But now +7 on a wee wrecking ball. That's coming down. If its attack is greater than its base, it's getting +1 as the wee wrecking ball, as that dice goes flying across the table, is coming in for 10, and on Crush, destroys a card in the arsenal.
Yeah, I was worried its power wasn't going to be greater than its base because it's close.
It's close, yeah. You're totally right, dog.
I've been really impressed with these 0-cost Guardian attacks.
I looked at these, I was like, how are these going to be that good? 0 for 3, that becomes 2. There's an enormous amount of pumping that this Lyath deck is putting out there. The Might tokens are so impressive. And these front pumps, the Sadistic Scowl, the what happens next, that we didn't see Pankaj. Unfortunately, he thought he was hopefully sniping the pummel, but then just got by it anyway on a future turn. Once again, the Staunch Response, only a red needing to be pitched in because of the what happens next is being a symmetrical effect on every turn, discounting the first card played. So those Staunch Responses are only costing 1.
With that card out, you can cast Staunch Response Red off Tunic.
Yeah, dog.
That's so mean.
Yeah. All right, let's see here. Bunch of cards being pitched into a Spinal Crush, just coming down. This one's not going to have the confidence. Scott rolled confidence for the first 4 or 5 turns of this game, but now having to play a little bit more of an honest Superstars game as this Spinal Crush is just vanilla. Or not vanilla, but it's just 9 without any evasion.
Yeah, there's text, and I think it might matter.
Yeah, and you can hear Pankaj say, no confidence on this one. Okay, we can work with this. But like you said, Pankaj hasn't been able to just utilize these cards on offense quite yet, but only down 5 life. Scott is also going to be off an Arsenal on this turn, so we'll only be working with 4 cards. The what happens next might pair nicely with the Tunic. But this might be an opening for Pankaj. He's not, behind in this game like a ridiculous amount, only down 5 life.
I also feel like when you get low, right, things can get a little bit weird when you get low. I have to feel like these Reviled Heroes with these low power attacks that have tricky effects, I feel like they are really tough to deal with when you get to low life totals.
Totally. Might token here, no reactions. Going to be another 2 damage taken as a couple of those cards get in front of this. You said you might be sad if you're utilizing Lyath on every turn on defense. Pankaj seemingly happy enough to do so. Might token pops as, what is that? The 2 steps ahead is going to be played. That is an action. See if we can zoom in on 2 steps ahead. At the start of your turn, destroy this, then create a confidence and 3 Might tokens. So Pankaj is just setting up here, putting a card in the arsenal and saying, Scott Mines, I'm giving you 4 cards. What do you want to do with them?
We've seen 2 or 3 Spinal Crushes. It might be all 3. We've seen Pummels. We've seen CNCs. We've seen a lot of disruption. He has to have it again.
Tunic here going to be used for the in the palm of your hand to go ahead and refund itself. Enter the arena. It should draw a card. Looks like Scott Mines is thinking on the trigger of the in the palm of your hand entering the arena.
Man, I love drawing cards.
Yeah, this might be a hero that has Majin Bay's fingerprints all over it eventually.
Oh, man, a Guardian? I would not have guessed that.
And look, the Pleiades is going to be responded to as well to move the counter right to the what happens next so that the in the palm of your hand immediately leaves the arena, not only refunding itself, but getting Scott Mines another card.
Spinal Crush off the top!
Wow, that's amazing.
If you could pick a card, that's the one. Yeah,
Dude.
you pick Spinal Crush here.
Oh my gosh, and this is only possible because the Tunic was used, the card was played, Pleiades activated to move the counter over to the what happens next, not only getting the card in the palm of your hand to the graveyard and getting the ability, but keeping the what happens next around for a little bit longer.
So
Dude, Spinal Crush off the top rope. Scott Mines is trying to shut the door on this game.
We haven't seen equipment used by any of the players yet.
No, they're disciplined. These are some good.
We got strong players.
We got strong players here. They know, keep their equipment for when they really need it. You heard Pankaj say it. He was happy to eat a CNC to the face to do so, to keep the equipment around in response to the Act of Glory. It's going to be a leave them hanging, and Scott Mines here has to go ahead and lose one of those two cards.
No Spinal Crush this turn. You insulate yourself. You get rid of either the resource card or the Spinal
Crush. Oh, what a moment here, Majin.
Incredible.
No. Respond to the leave them hanging to just play out and up the pedestal here. That's going to go ahead and, yeah, as you can hear Scott say, put a Revered Guardian attack on the top of the deck. So Scott's just making sure he's not going to lose all the value on this turn and just be stuck with the Spinal Crush in hand that he cannot play. But there's going to be no aggression. We're going to see it. 6 cards from Pankaj. He doesn't even have to say blocks. I mean, he's used 2 of the cards already, but this is a pretty massive play here from Pankaj Bhojwani, getting that Spinal Crush that was drawn off the top. It has to hit the arsenal, and has Pankaj found his opening?
I hope so.
So, but this is sick. Confidence and 3 Might that are going to be paired up perfectly with the leave them hanging on the next turn. Can Pankaj get around the Spinal Crush again? Cruel Ambition here is going to make even more Might tokens. Cruel Ambition is going to make even more. 9 Might plus the leave them hanging for the next turn. Pankaj might not need go again. As we're seeing the escalate violence here come forward, and this is certainly looking like an escalation if I've ever seen one. And when this attacks, if you control a Might, make 3 more.
Wow.
He's got 12 Might in the arena,
Wow.
plus leave them hanging, and a little attack for 2.
That's insane. Yeah, the 2 is so fun. And this.
Yo, this is so awesome.
Oh my goodness. But Spinal Crush is in the arsenal.
I know, dude. Scott's going to be able to throw it on this turn no matter what. We're going to move a counter from the Act of Glory so that the Act of Glory is going to be procced as well. That's going to bump up the Spinal Crush, but Pankaj might not need go again. He might be able to just say, listen, dude, like, what do you want me to do? I'm just going to throw 12 plus 4, 16 on 1 card.
Notably, no confidence tokens.
He should have a confidence and 3 Might.
No, on Scott's side.
Oh, for Scott's side. Yeah.
So, armor could get involved.
100%. Absolutely true. Plus 4 from the Act of Glory. Where is Pankaj?
Plus 4, that's it. Cute.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Exactly. totally. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice Act of Glory, idiot. All right, 12 Mights plus the leave them hanging, which is going to proc. Pankaj should have the confidence token. I hope he's going to get it, as it's going to be a tear asunder here. Going to be able to be played for the Cries of Encore, because it looks like, yeah, the Spinal Crush was just put to the bottom. Cries of Encore here, plus the additional buff from the Act of Glory, plus the tear asunder. This game is sick, dude.
Yeah, this is crazy. It's a lot of haymakers back and forth. I'm so excited to see this next turn, though.
Dude, I know. Bro, where's your confidence, Pankaj? Surely you have the confidence token.
They'll figure it out. Oh, the tear asunder so powerful.
I know, dude. So how much block does he have? He has the Crater Hoof, Crown of Providence, Iron Fist Revelation, Tunic. So 2, 4, 5, 6 block on the equipment. I don't know if that's going to be enough. 1 block on the Rampart. 7.
It's not a lot.
No, it's not a lot, and we have to imagine it's not a D-React in the arsenal. But Pankaj, is he willing to just lose a couple cards to just throw the huge offensive salvo that he's going to be able to throw back, plus the confidence token?
Tear asunder, I believe, is random as well, which makes it very scary. You can't waste this turn.
No, dude.
If you lose plus 16,
bruh,
you might as well go home. Oh, they choose.
Oh, it's you think? Yeah, it's Okanold. That's
right.
random.
I need that card.
Yeah, dude. Cries of Encore, of course.
I
The
never
no
read 'em.
cheering. No, Pankaj is just going to take it. He's going down to 7.
Wow.
He's playing a He's just losing the Sigil of Solace and the Sadistic Scowl. He's saying, I got to get all the value out of this turn.
I love it. This is your turn. If you want to win the game, you got to go for it here.
Yeah, this is the confidence token from that aura from that turn cycle ago. So you've got confidence. Leave them hanging, proccing, which is when it leaves the arena, of course, going to intimidate Scott Mines. Remember, when it leaves the arena, it also intimidates.
Does it really? I don't think it does. I think it's
Never
just
mind.
+4.
Never
It's
mind.
+4, it's +4.
Never mind, you guys. It's my first time seeing the cards, too. But Sadistic Scowl is going to go ahead and
There's your
intimidate.
intimidate.
Yeah, there's that +5.
This is so much.
This is so much damage, dog. Card gets intimidated here. The 2 is going to intimidate away. Let's see if we can see exactly what it is. Looks like it's an act of glory that he flashed the camera.
I was saying these 7, 8
Bully
power turns
tactics.
aren't enough.
Bully
Wow.
tactics. Any response before the intimidate? Pankaj, he looks across the table. Big smile on his face. He has
every
the blue.
card.
He
Every
has
card.
The blue. Every card in the hand is going to get intimidated here. How much damage is this? +5, +16 on a bully tactics. How much damage is this? But it is a sink below from the Arsenal for some small missives here from Scott Mines.
That was
21 damage down to 8 goes Scott.
Oh, yeah, and I discarded 2 cards that turn.
Oh my god, yeah, there were 2 cards. He could have gotten 3 more value from the Sigil of Solace. All of a sudden, this game is completely dead even. This is one of my favorite games of Flesh and Blood I've ever
That was
watched.
so fun. I was talking earlier, I was like, man, these little 7s and 8s, they're not going to get there. What's he got? Does he have something? Well, that. I guess he's got that.
Dude, that's through a tear asunder,
Wow.
bro. My cheeks hurt. I'm smiling so much. All right, my token here.
The
I think that's
confidence
old,
token
yeah.
was so funny. He's like, I don't need it.
yeah, exactly. That's why I didn't care about the confidence token, because he was just going to
I don't
intimidate
need
the whole
that.
friggin' hand. Oh my gosh.
I'm going to die to a lot of bully tactics. I can feel that.
Bro. Dude, this is so freaking cool, man. All right, so Scott Mines, he is certainly not out of this. He has got full 4 cards. One of them's a CNC, but there's no Arsenal for Pankaj. He doesn't have the confidence here. Have things started to go wrong for the revered superstar?
I'm not seeing
Another
any
leave them hanging in
super
the hand.
significant disruption here.
Oh,
Life
I wonder.
totals are low, though. I mean, you can't take a lot of damage here, so even at CNC, it's decent.
And Pankaj still has all the equipment pieces here. Yeah, Sigil of Solaces.
Sigil seems great when you have 5-card hands.
Oh, no, that's got to just be easy 3 value. Here comes the CNC, keeping 2 cards.
It's the 4th red pummel coming.
Representing,
I knew
yeah.
it.
We know it's not the pummel from our end. I have to see if Pankaj wants to keep this, leave them hanging, or if he wants to put it in the arsenal for a future turn. This is just 6 vanilla damage, though. He does have to think about the potential of pummel, though that Sigil of Solace might change the math for Pankaj if he even wants to respect it.
If you want to keep the full hand here, you can.
Mm-hmm. Let's see exactly what he's working with. 2 steps ahead, leave them hanging, Sigil of Solace, battered, beaten, broken. So it's going to be hard to use the whole hand. The bully tactics can go ahead and intimidate the hand.
I'm not stoked about this. Is this just a hammer turn?
Or do you just play the 2 steps ahead once again and use the leave them hanging to
true.
try to coordinate the same turn in a future turn cycle? Yeah, Pankaj. Yeah, Pankaj's got a lot to think about here. Does he just block, set up the confidence, the 3 mics, either set up the Intimidator or just gain 3 life from the Sigil of Solace? He can basically use it as a block 3 in this deck. Doesn't have to worry about the Lyath hero ability.
The issue is 2 steps ahead, as the name might suggest. It takes 2 turns.
Yeah.
Do you have 2 turns?
Do you have 2 turns? Especially if you just give Scott
hand it
Mines
back.
full tempo. But you're going to see here, because there's going to be no reactions, Pankaj is going to be able to see, like, you didn't have much on this turn, and he's only going to be able to draw 3 cards unless Scott Mines finds another pitch outlet. So there's only going to be 3 additional cards to find something more impressive than what we're seeing here.
I think I like the 2 steps ahead because I'm degenerate. And I really liked what happened last turn, and I want to do that again.
Oh, man. This is so fire, dude. Yeah, Pankaj he's thinking, he's like, you haven't shuffled. I know he's thinking exactly about the red pummel that was pitched on the very, very, very first turn of the game. Pankaj is like, it can't, I know it can't be, you're simply not there yet. Yeah, Pankaj, this is a weird hand for Pankaj to figure out. We know that Lyath Goldmane has 5 intellect. Can big Microsoft over there utilize his big brain to go ahead and try to find the perfect line? Oh, wow, just using to leave them hanging for block value.
Yeah.
I think we're just doing. I think we're going to see it. He's going to make it 6. He's going to go ahead and block fully. No pummel here, but there is a follow-up. It is a edge of their seats. So that's going to go ahead and give +1 value of attack on the next turn. So Scott Mine's able to use every single card here. Might token, and I wonder if we're just going to see the Might token get popped. And the Sigil of Solace is probably going to the Arsenal.
Okay,
as we're seeing the 2 steps ahead come down a confidence and 3 Might on the next turn. Any response from Scott Mines? Pleiades is going to go ahead and put the edge of her seats over to the what happens next.
The Sigil of Solace in Arsenal is quite a lot of cushion.
Yeah, it's really good because there have been no defensive pieces from Pankaj in the reaction step whatsoever. So this is a virtual 3 value in defense that Pankaj is able to hold on to.
Yeah, and you might incentivize your opponent to attack the Arsenal.
100%.
And then you go, oh, yeah, respond, Sigil. Nana boo-boo. That seems like something Lyath would say.
Oh, absolutely. Probably also with the stick your head in doo-doo part of it as well. But we would never say that.
No, I would
as
not.
respectful broadcasters.
Classy players of Flesh.
Yeah, that's us. All right, let's see. Scott Mine still thinking on Pankaj Bhojwani's end step. Which of these casters will be able to have the glory, have the bragging rights for the rest of this weekend, nay, their lives, as they sit in the feature match area for all of our enjoyment, playing the first game of Classic Constructed with Super Slam heroes and cards. And it's coming down to the wire, 2 steps ahead, going to take 2 turns to see its full potential. And let's see what Scott Mines is able to do. Edge of their seats, going to go ahead and give +1 to the next attack before it leaves the arena. What was Scott Mines able to find? Got 4 cards in hand, but no confidence. This is, I think, looking pretty awkward for Scott. I think the card in the Arsenal is just another attack, if I'm not mistaken.
Looking to possibly pitch 2 reds here? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, 2 reds are going into just a boulder drop, and once again going to threaten the pummel, but Pankaj probably can continue to sniff it out. This is going to require some blocks, but once again, Pankaj Bhojwani sitting, Ethnic Smoke himself with the Crown of Providence, Revelation, Crater Hoof, and that Findall Spring Tunic. That is, of course, going to be on 3 on the next turn. So this boulder drop, even though it is coming in for 10, it's going to go ahead. Oh, I'm thinking of the other suspense card. This one's giving +3, so this is significantly more threatening for Pankaj to deal with.
It's spooky. The thing is you don't need this turn to be the turn.
No, it's your next turn.
It's the next turn.
Because of the 2 steps ahead, taking 2 turns, Scott Mines desperately looking for some way to utilize more cards in hand. The first multiple turns in this game, it was all Pleiades. Scott Mines was hitting the riffs, hitting the high notes, and moving forward at a blistering pace. It was all synergizing, but now it's starting to clump up and clunk together. The action points hard to come by, the instance not providing as much value, and the confidences have completely dried up. Pleiades perhaps feeling a little bit less than as she stares down the Vile Savant. The question is, which of these Guardians will truly guard the victor's halls?
We've also seen a lot of very strong disruption, but Pankaj has been able to play through it pretty impressively, even with small 1-card hands. I expect to see something kind of similar. Block a decent chunk, send a 1-card hand, try to buy yourself some space for the big pop-off turn on the following turn. I don't want to see equipment get into the mix on this turn.
You want to save it for the confidence and the might, yeah.
That equipment doesn't count.
No, this one doesn't count. This one's, we're allowed to use this one. Here comes the Rampart of the Ram's Head. Here comes the Crater Hoof as well.
I mean, he would know better than me.
Here comes the Crown of Providence. Maybe just can't lose another card from the hand. Going to go ahead and pitch and place some cards in blocks, looks like. Activate Lyath, make the Might. Paying the 1 for the Rampart. Blocking 9 here.
It's a lot of block.
Looks like maybe now thinking about the pummel.
Still keeping 2 cards.
Yeah, still keeping a couple of cards here.
We know the card in Arsenal is not an aggressive threat, being Sigil of Solace.
And maybe that's what he's thinking of utilizing on the next turn just to stay alive if he needs before the 2 steps ahead can really get into this thing.
I don't know what he could have that would be... We have the Might token. Is there anything disruptive we can send with a smaller hand?
Maybe we just... I don't know, because you're not going to control the Might. Oh no, you're going to control 3 mites, so maybe it's one of those cards that refunds you the 3 mites if you have 3 mites, and he's really just looking to slam the door on Scott Mines.
That would be good. A lot of life left still,
and
especially
we know,
counting the sigil.
Yeah, and it is going to be the suspense is killing me here. That is the one that gives the next attack +1. First attack each turn.
Oh, wow.
That's so good.
That is so good.
Oh, wow, look at this. So take 2, because it's just the first attack each turn gets +1. So it looks like, yeah, it does apply retroactively. It's kind of like a combat trick. That's fascinating.
That's so strong.
I wonder if that is exactly how that works.
How many CNCs for 7 do you think you're going to get hit by?
Oh, my goodness. All right, so here we go. 2 steps ahead, going to trigger. Start a turn.
Bang.
Confidence and 3 might tokens.
Start of turn, my win condition.
1 might that has popped. Sigil of Solace in the arsenal.
Oh.
It's going to go ahead and be a mocking blow coming in.
No, I want to do the cool thing so bad.
Oh, and Scott wants to do the cool thing so bad, but what's
the cool thing?
Oh, what is the cool thing, Scott? And what are you worried about here? Mocking blow, not getting booed.
Yet.
Not being booed yet.
What if the cool thing is the concealed object? We did
Concealed
see that
object.
earlier.
Yeah,
in the game.
Lyath Goldmane is still tapped technically. Pankaj, I'm sure, will remember and not go to do it again.
I think the cool. What if the cool thing's the take an extra turn attack? I would also want to do
that. Would be the cool thing. We can take a look. Standing Ovation, Tear Asunder, Active Glory, Imposing Visage. Don't know what the card in the arsenal is. Standing Ovation is the take the extra turn attack. He needs to have 3 Ores of Suspense leave the arena on the turn. That's a pretty big ask. He's got a couple ones there that are on 2. So if you can play one, move a counter, but then you also have to have the one you moved the counter to also leave. And I think Pankaj here, he's just playing this. He's representing Concealed Object. Maybe just going to play the Sigil from Arsenal.
I love that. Represent Concealed Object. You have to give me cards.
Yeah.
I don't know. Does he have to give cards?
Let's see. We go up to 6, so you go down to 2.
Concealed Object gives +1.
So then it would be down to 1.
But do you really want to go down to 1?
Well, especially with that confidence token on the next turn, that is nearly a guaranteed loss from there.
Yeah, this is so great. It's like, here you go. What are you going to do? Block it? Okay, so
Pankaj also putting the card right in front on the combat chain. Like, yeah, no, I still got 1 card in hand.
Every time he played new for a while, he does that all the time. He goes Bonds of Agony, and he puts his 3 cards on top of Bonds, and he just stares at you.
Okay, so here's the Gauntlets of Iron Will, and this is going to have a trigger. Yeah, so he can respond to the trigger here at instant speed before the trigger would work, basically. Oh, this game is coming down to the wire. Scott Mines, you heard from their mouth, I want to do the cool thing. Pankaj certainly has done the cool thing so far.
I want to see the cool thing.
Trigger on the stack, no response. Just going to block 2, no reactions. Scott Mines saying that did not work out how we expected. Close the combat chain from the arsenal. We're going to see it.
Closing the chain. Sure. I'll play this, and that's why you're +1.
Bang.
Because I was like, I was like, yo, if I do the math, I can do this and go to 9 and then boo you, and I'll get booed.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Oh, I see. Pankaj's going to go to 9 to get booed, but the +1 from the suspense with killing me mean he wouldn't have gotten booed and the damage wouldn't have gotten over. That would have been such a sick little play.
Good. Wow,
oh my gosh.
That's why he's playing the game and we're in the boot.
Yeah. So interesting, because the suspense kill me doesn't say the first attack each turn gets +1 when it attacks. It just says the first attack each turn gets +1.
Yeah, that's spooky.
Oh, your first attack, not the first attack.
I was ready to use which is fine.
Spend 2 for red edge of your seats, which it looks like he's going to go ahead and be able to get rid of on his next turn for +5 over to the what happens next.
Wow.
Which means I think he's going to go ahead and be able to play the big attack.
+5's a lot when you're at 8.
5 is a lot. Scott Mines is all the way up to 8, so the might and the confidence might not be enough if Pankaj isn't going to be able to keep enough cards to use some front pumps. Yeah, Scott really wanted to make the standing ovation work, but it just didn't math out.
We also wanted to see it work, Scott. We're right there with you.
I think we might just see Tear Asunder in a Moment Maker.
It's still good.
Oh, it's still quite good. Unfortunately here, it's not getting the +2 because that Aura of Suspense is gone and not in the arena. So it's 4 plus 5 plus 1 plus 1. So 11. On hit, discard 2.
Yeah, I don't think he's too broken up about not getting the +2.
But unfortunately for Pankaj, well, actually, so this is interesting. There's the Tunic counter. He can Tunic counter plus Rampart to go ahead and, I believe, stay alive with only equipment, right? You go 2,
like it.
1, and then 1 from the Tunic into the Rampart becomes 4.
Oh, my.
Oh, equipment also gets halved. So he does have to find one more piece of block.
I mean, he's got 6 cards. Surely he can find
Surely
one.
he can find even just one out of hand. And can you use the confidence token to close out this game? It's a lot to ask, though, from Lyath here.
This is tough. I think I see a block card in hand.
Yeah,
it's
the final truth or trickery, and there's a concealed object.
Okay.
Trot along to give something go again, fix the match. Looks like a cheap shot.
Truth or trickery, a little less fun when your opponents don't have any cards in hand.
Yeah, way less fun. That card, they should always have to have a card in hand.
True.
That's not
Yeah.
fair.
Put that back. Put that Terra Center back. Wow, tough spot.
Yeah, interesting stuff here from Pankaj. God, this game has been good. God, this game has been good. Really getting down to the wire, and unfortunately, the longer that Pankaj lets this go on, the closer we get to that pummel from turn 0 that's slowly rising up Scott's pitch stack.
That's a great point.
Looks like Trot Along might be joining the party. He currently blocked for 2.
8 damage is a lot to have to send back, too. I believe he can get to 8. It's whether or not he can
get 8 through 2 cards on the confidence, yeah. God, this game was, it seemed like so Jover, and then Pankaj Bhojwani with just the massive turn. Plus 16, looks like, yeah, the equipment pieces are coming back. We're going to think this through again.
I lied. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
No, they're going back out.
He was like, I was trying to do this. He was like, maybe I should do this. You hear me, you just hear him go, no, that sucks.
This is terrible.
So the Tunic resource, you have to imagine, is just going to get floated, but then that means Pankaj wouldn't want to pitch the blue.
Twice I've drawn through the trickery and you just don't have a card. I'm like,
Oh, yeah, Pankaj, it is tough.
Also, when I do have cards, it's all instants, so it's a tough one.
So this will be blocking 5.
Yeah, Truth or Trickery doesn't seem like it's at its best in this kind of matchup.
Yeah.
11, so then I would take 6 and go to 2 and discard 2. Okay, that might just be the best move I have.
Yeah, I think that's...
Oh, Pankaj saying I might have just take 6 and discard 2.
Tunic pays for that. And I'll take...
Tunic for the Rampart. Take 6. Down to 2 goes Pankaj. Loses 2 cards. It's the Truth or Trickery and the Fix the Match. Concealed object left in the hand.
These are very important. Phase down card, also like crush, but plus 1 counter.
Very nice, very nice.
That is very good. And Temper, so it will stick around. Only halved because of Lyath, so that's the last time we get to see that. +1 counter on the Wii Wrecking Ball, which means it's coming in for +1, +1, and +3 with the confidence as well.
Threatening the arsenal.
Yeah, 7 confidence threatening the arsenal. We do have the concealed knife.
Looks like it.
Final couple cards in hand, concealed object, and the cheap shot.
Cheap shot.
And cheap shot, I'm trying to remember.
I
If you've
believe
been booed, you can play it as an instant.
Yeah.
Deal 2 unless they discard. That's pretty good.
An extra 2 damage here, pretty solid. Well, okay,
And an
so
extra 1 damage from the object.
if Scott gets a little overconfident here,
I know.
and decides to just flexors, then +1 from the item and +2 from the cheap shot does threaten lethal.
Even so, 2 is just something that Scott might not want to be able to deal with here. Let's see what they're working with. There's the final pummel and the tear asunder. Scott Mind's looking like he wants to keep that one around because of what it represents.
Oh, this hand.
But he's given this one a real kind of a think through.
This is tough. This is tough because unless your plan is to swing the weapon, you have to use basically all your cards here to get value.
But the weapon, it's a hammer axe. So that should mean pummel works on it, right? It's hammer or club?
Hammer axe?
Well, no, the pummel is hammer or club, right?
I believe so.
So yeah, that should work on the Moment Maker, which just be able to cheese the game. Here's Scott saying this game has been wild. How does Scott want to deal with this one?
Yeah, I think weapon pummel looks really good in this spot.
I think it does too. And Pankaj might be able to sniff it out at this point.
But how much can you play around?
I don't know, because then you're just like, ugh, and this Lyath
behind.
blocking for 3. Sealed object +1. Lyath gets booed. He makes a might. Comes up to 8 as the boos rain down from the crowd. Taking 5. Down to 3 goes Scott. It looks like we're keeping that cheap shot for a while longer. Oh my God.
How many cards does he have
Pankaj's
left?
deck is nearly gone.
What?
That's what happens, I guess, when you draw 5 cards a
suppose
turn.
so.
I will send Moment Maker for 5.
And you see Scott. Oh, you think Pankaj immediately said, you have the pummel.
He knows it's coming back.
Yeah.
It's so funny because your general like pitch stacking thing is when you hit second cycle, your opponent hits second cycle.
Yep.
Not the case here.
No, and there's a lot more cards for Scott to work with. He might just be able to fatigue our poor Lyath here. Things needed to break a little differently for Pankaj.
I had wanted both players to win at different points in this game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Pankaj was so behind, but Scott was doing the cool thing. No matter what, we have seen just a great game of Fab from both of these homies.
Her weapon's really good.
Weapon is really good.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a really, really good weapon.
Especially when you look on the other side and you see Titan's Fist that hopes to hit the base power of Moment Maker. That's your payoff.
All right, so the Rampart heading in here.
I'm interested to see if he decides I can't play around pummel.
Because you get +2, yeah.
If you block enough to stop a pummel.
Currently blocking 7, so 2 would come over exactly. There's the pummel. Anything for defense. Currently 2 damage over the top. 7 on 9. So going to activate Lyath here. Deal 2. Deal 2. Look across. He can't discard. He takes 2 down to 1. And that's it, unfortunately.
Wow.
Scott Mines is going to take it here. Nearly the cheap shot enough, but it wasn't cheap enough. Scott Mines, 1 life is all he needs to take down the game as Pleiades Superstar hits her final note and rides that crescendo to victory. Scott Mines and her, they're sailing high and they're feeling good. Champions of this special caster feature match.
What an incredible game of Flesh and Blood.
Dude.
So good.
Dude, literally,
Wow.
yeah, literally like top 5 games of Fab I've ever
That was
watched.
so
That was
fun.
so fun, dude.
I thought, because I wasn't looking at his hand very much. I was like, is there the check and the second
Dude, I
cheap
didn't see
shot?
it either. I
Is
know,
there
that
a
would have been
second cheap
so
shot?
sick. And either way he did it, like, look, he just looked
Yeah.
at him. Take 2. Okay. Oh, that was so good. So close. He got Scott down to 1 after being down, what, like 15, 17
Yeah,
life?
yeah.
That crazy... A million might tokens, quad intimidate, set up the perfect turn. Just needed one more thing to break his way. Quite literally, just one more point of life. But well played to both of our players. How fun was that, Majin? My goodness.
That was so fun. That was so fun. I have to imagine that the viewers at home were looking out for the same thing that I was looking out for. How much potential do these heroes have?
Yeah, tell me.
I saw quite a bit.
I think so too.
I was pretty impressed.
I think so as well.
I think there's a lot that can be done with these
I think
heroes.
so as well. And this is literally these poor guys, you know, day 0 brewing. They're alone by themselves. They can't talk to anybody about the cards. Nobody knows about them. This was their very first attempt at CC decks. You see why we bring them into the booth. There's some of the world's best players, and you can see even with day 0 brewing how effective those decks were. I mean, dude, I want to play some Lyath, bro. That was fun.
You know what I was thinking? I was watching it and I was like, man, with Belittle, LLs and Worlds.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, well, while we have you, I feel like it's only fair that we let you open a Gem Pack 3. We've been opening these all day. They are heat.
Are they good?
Oh, dude. Ooh, here we go. So we're gonna put it right to this camera right here.
Yeah.
Right here. There it is. Right here. Yep. There you go. Blammo.
All right, here we go.
Let's go ahead and give that a whirl.
I got sent some of the Gem Pack spoilers to show on World Tour Weekly.
Yes.
And I was really excited about it. I was like, wow, this Gem Pack's a heater.
No, that's
and
awesome.
then, and then I was told none of the big hits.
Yeah,
and I was like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Ready? I'm going to see it at
Flip
the
it
same
around.
time
Yeah.
as you guys.
1, 2, 3. Voila. Oh, it's a good clean fight. That's what we just watched.
Clean fight.
That's what we just watched. A good clean.
Oh,
how about another good clean fight? This is the second time this happened.
Really?
Yeah, we had that earlier today.
That's beautiful art. Wow.
I know, dude. The art in this set, honestly, quite nice. Well, my friends, this has been so much fun. Wait, I didn't check it out. Big math guy, Majin Bay, not a math guy, Sam Byrne. Couldn't be more real. Are you a big math guy?
I am. Yeah.
You're a big math guy?
I am a big math guy.
That makes sense. I am not a math guy, dog. I got to pre-calc.
Yeah?
Got pre-calc. AP stats. Literally, that was it. Now, last math class I had to take.
I'm finishing up my statistics degree, so.
Yeah, dude. I didn't take the AP stats test. I'd already gotten into drama school. I went to my teacher. I was like, can I please not take this test? I'm not going to do any more math. And she was like, yeah, that's fine. So shout out Miss Shear. Thanks for that. And shout out to all of you for hanging out with us. What an incredible day at the World Premiere. Majin, you're going to see more from Majin in the booth at the World Tour Shizuoka later, just in a couple weeks. We're going to be jamming out together. We're going to be covering that stream. It's going to be so fun. We're going to go ahead and head back to a little quick break before we hear just one more time from Scott and Pankaj. You want to hear how they felt about their game before they close out the day. It's been just so much fun. These world premieres are so great. Thanks for jumping in the booth.
Thanks for having me.
I'm glad we got to watch that together. That was a blast. We'll see you in just a sec to end the day.
I have achieved many things in life. Commercial successes, university, school, tournaments, the rest of it. Nothing comes close to avoiding the dirty cheap shots of Pankaj Bhojwani.
And here we are. Scott's gloating, obviously, over his victory. But what a fantastic game, Scott. That was actually absolutely amazing. I enjoyed that a lot. I think we both got to do the cool things that a deck we're trying to do. And in the end, that's kind of what matters for a show match. That was sweet. That card, what's the card that reduces by one? What happens next? That card is nuts.
I told
the
everyone.
fact that works on my turn too.
No one believed me. That aura is unreasonable. And as you saw in that game, I just do my best to build my entire game plan around it, establish it with imposing visage or something, and then move those counters around. And it worked wonders. So hopefully that's given people a taste of Pleiades, place of if you like 24 intimidate points of damage. Not a bad suggestion for Lyath either, but let us know what you thought. I was a big fan of that. It was an awful lot of fun.
Yeah, Tunic Staunch is very dirty, actually.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Thankfully, we got more not bad things to come over the course of the weekend. A full-blown calling to look forward to tomorrow. Same format as today. Players are going to take everything they've learned and apply it on a much bigger stage.
And remember, this is the only weekend with Premier Super Slam Limited at a Premier level. So you definitely want to tune into this to be prepared for your own pre-releases next weekend.
Absolutely. I don't want you to miss out on the one and only Grand Slam Super Slam champion of the world being crowned this weekend, I should say. And I don't want you to be in a terrible spot for your pre-release next weekend either. So thank you so much for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow with more Super Slam action, and we'll see you then.